can give me, okay, now I see it says you are live. So maybe we can give it a second and someone can give us a thumbs up and let us know if we're in true form on the internet. Yeah. All right, definitely going to need another coffee this morning. Hi, welcome everyone. Welcome to Python Pizza Hamburg. We're remote. We'd hoped for something a little bit more hybrid, but here we are. I hope everyone has woken up a little bit and is ready for some awesome talks and some pizza. And yeah, let's kick this off. I'm Jessica, and with me is Teresa. We're two of the many fabulous organizers for this event. And we're just going to give you a short introduction to get you warmed up for today's event. So how can you participate in the conference? Well, hopefully you have found your way onto YouTube and you are watching us there. I believe that we're also streaming to Twitter. So maybe you're actually watching on Twitter. So hi, if you are. You can also chat with other attendees and speakers on Discord. Details for joining were sent in the email to all attendees. So if you haven't logged in as an attendee for this event and you've just come across it, I think you can still maybe write and get access. All tickets for the event were donation-based. You can join our networking events on Vimeo. We have 2 set up. I think these are already maybe full, but you can write out and find out if there's more spaces to join these awesome networking events and meet other Pythonistas from this event. Oh, already clicked on something I shouldn't have clicked on. And you can tweet about the event using the official hashtags Python Pizza Hamburg 2021. And don't forget to tag the official account Python Pizza Conf. And last but not least, very important, you can order yourself a pizza for the lunch break. If you bought a ticket, you can also claim a partial refund from your ticket to pay for it, up to 15 euros. And that will give you details in a minute on how you can do so. So as I mentioned, yeah, we have a great group of organizers. So these are your organizers for Python Pizza Hamburg. Please say hi to them in Discord, be nice, be friendly. We've all been putting in weeks and hours of work to pull this all together. And we really hope that you're going to enjoy today. And our agenda. So what do we have? So now we're in the welcoming and opening notes, which hopefully is apparent. And from 10, we're going to have some awesome talks. At 11:30, we have our break or the networking in Remo, as you prefer. And then from 12 onwards, we have some more awesome talks. We have a lunch break, which would be our pizza break. Then in the afternoon, we've got a great lineup of more talks. We have a mentorship networking for the afternoon break that you can join. And then we're going to wrap up with more talks, of course, and some lightning talks at the very end, details of which are to follow. We also have a raffle that has kindly been put together by PyLadies Munich. And that was with Luciana Ramlo. We're going to raffle 2 books. So if you can scan this QR code, I'll leave it up just a little bit longer so folks are able to scan it with their phone. And we can maybe also put it in Discord. But fill in the form and you'll get considered for one of 2 of the Fluent Python book. And that's, yeah, that's written by Luciano. So hopefully you've scanned it. If not, we can make sure we put the information either in the chat on YouTube or in Discord. We are having a code of conduct for the event. So we're dedicated to providing a harassment-free conference experience for everyone, and we don't tolerate harassment of conference participants in any form. So please be respectful, be inclusive. With the online format, sometimes it's easy for communication to be misconstrued. So please be nice to each other. However, if you do see something that you feel breaches this code of conduct that we have on the website, we take this very seriously. So if you would like to report a code of conduct violation, you can send an email to the Python Pizza email account and let us know, and we will make sure that we look into it as soon as possible. By joining the event, there is a certain amount of consent that you're giving us. To be photographed probably was more relevant when we were planning to be hybrid, because this way there's much less chance of you actually appearing on the screen. But just that you're aware, if you're joining the conference, if you're commenting on things, these are broadcasts, but they're also being recorded, so that will be a history of that. So if you're not comfortable with having your real name on there, then you might want to change it to a nickname, for example, on YouTube. And a huge thank you to all of the sponsors who helped make us this possible. It's like really great to have so many people supporting the community and to supporting this event. It's such an amazing, if you've been to already one of the Python Pizza events, if you've been to the Hamburg event already, you'll know how fabulous they are. And we really need this support to be able to make things happen. So big thanks to Koyo, to the Python Software Verband, to the Python Software Foundation, to Rasa, to Neue Fish, to Source Labs, to EuroPython Society, to Ecosia for all sponsoring us, and also to PyLadies Hamburg, PyLadies Munich, and PyLadies Berlin, who have all dedicated in time as well to support and make this event happen. Just to expand a little bit, some of our sponsors are also hiring. So if you're looking for a new position or a new opportunity, the Rasa team are looking for folks to help them shape the future of AI assistants. They're doing really cool stuff. It's open source, which is also really awesome. And they have lots of interesting blog posts also around how they're running their teams. And actually one of the previous organizers of this conference, Jenny, is working there. So I definitely give them a check out if you're looking for something, maybe even if you're not. And you can scan the QR code on this slide to find out more or visit their website. And PyLadies, all of the donation money from the tickets is going into PyLadies. So thank you for donating by buying a ticket. All the money that we collected, including any leftover sponsorship money, will be going into PyLadies Germany. We're currently 4 chapters, and having we're all working as volunteers, but having some sort of budget allows us to do extra things such as having childcare at our event, being able to support folks maybe with courses or books, and being able to buy subscriptions for software that we might need, for example, StreamYard, which this time has been generously donated by Ecosia. What we do, if you're not familiar with PyLadies, is we're a bridge between minorities to a wider network, and we want to support them with their tech career. So we're predominantly focusing on folks in the Python community, but not always. We have an international network, so there's PyLadies groups all over the world. And our focus is really bringing diversity into tech. And the kind of activities that we have are promoting and educating and advancing a diverse Python community. And that's through outreach, education conferences, events, and social gatherings. This looks different for every chapter because we're also disenfranchised. So we have a certain amount of independence and variance between the different chapters. So I highly recommend to look into which one's nearest to you. But considering the recent situation in the last 2 years, also most of these events are online, so you can join from anywhere. So we have PyLadies Berlin. I'm part of the PyLadies Berlin group. We do normally regularly monthly meetups with talks or workshops. Twice per year, we try to do full-day workshops, and we try to do setup events to get people started with even just setting their machine up, just getting Python running, being able to really start to code. We're trying to connect people to companies as much as we can, and we're also completely open to suggestions. So if you have any ideas for an event you'd like to run, please reach out to us. PyLadies Munich, they're also doing different types of events. You can reach out. They have different social platforms that they're very active on and doing really interesting things. And they're also sponsoring the raffle today. The wonderful PyLadies Hamburg. So they're doing regular monthly meetups with talks and workshops. And they're also really open to folks reaching out if you're interested in running a workshop with them. And Teresa is one of the organizers there. Sorry, I'll give you a wave, Teresa. You're still with me? And then there's PyLadies Karlsruhe, which has just been founded in 2019, so it's very exciting. Their focus is everything Python and a lot of data science, machine learning, artificial intelligence. So if that sounds interesting, please reach out to them. They do talks, coding sessions, workshops, and networking. And you can just drop them an email on the email address on this slide. So if you want to get involved with PyLadies, because you just heard all that, and of course you do, you can do it in many different ways. You can give a talk, you can help organize a meetup, you can be a coach, and you can become an organizer. So sign up to the global Slack, and then you can join a city of your choice. And thank you again to everybody who's joining, because you are helping to donate to this brilliant community. So thank you also for this contribution. And now for the most important question. Where is your pizza? We'd love everyone, because of course, if we were in person, we would have all the pizza already prepared for you. And unfortunately, that's not the case. So we would love everybody who is around to get a pizza of their choice over lunch. And if you have bought a ticket for the event, we're happy for you to claim a refund or a partial refund on the ticket price to pay for this. So it's what's really important for us to be able to apply the refund is that you put the name that you registered with, so the name that your ticket's registered with, in an email to us with pizza order as the subject. And after the event, with a couple of days grace, we will refund you up to 15 euros from your ticket price. Great. So that's our opening. I personally hope everyone is having a fantastic day today and enjoying all the talks. I'm really excited. We have a great lineup and lots of different topics, lots of different speakers. And I think with that, we will line up our first speaker of the day. So I will just stop sharing my slides. And I think we have a couple of minutes. Teresa, did you want to add anything? Did I miss something?
We only have 1 minute.
We only have 1 minute. Okay, so there we go.
I just want to say that we have Iqbal all the way from Japan. And
hello, Teresa.
Hi, welcome.
Hi. Thank you. I don't have my pizza. I'm in a co-working space right now, and I don't think they allow pizza delivered here. But I have coffee.
You can get a pizza after, like for dinner, right? What time is it there?
It's 6:15 p.m. Yes, dinner time is it's already dinner time. So maybe around 7, I'll go get something to eat. It can be pizza. That's a good idea.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So then the floor is yours, if you want.
Thank you. Okay. So let me start my slides and also share it with you. Here we go. Okay, I hope the slide is showing well for everyone. I can see it on my end. Hello, Hamburg Python Pizza. I'm delighted to have the opportunity to present in front of all of you today. May peace be upon you wherever you are, and I hope you are in the best of health. So I'll start my presentation now. But before I do, like tradition, at least we have this tradition here in Japan when we do presentations for PyCon, for example. So the first slide is usually about yourself. So like tradition, before I go into my topic today, allow me two slides. First one is to introduce myself, to give you a context of where I'm coming from, and a small plug for our business, so I can justify this also as work. So my name is Iqbal Abdullah. I'm a resident of Japan for the past 20 years. I've been involved in PyCon APAC starting from the first PyCon APAC in 2010. I started to use Python actively for work and play since version 1.52. I've helped founded PyCon Japan, PyCon JP, and also PyCon Malaysia, PyCon MY, and was also the chairperson for the regional PyCon Asia Pacific, PyCon APAC in 2017, which we had in Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia. I'm also a member of the trademarks work group of the PSF, which guides and approves use requests of the PSF trademarks, like the Python logo or the PyCon name. I would like to take the opportunity here for those of you who might not know about this. If you intend to use the Python logo, for example, when you have your local PyCon, it is best that you ask for permission to use the logo, because it needs to adhere to certain requirements that we have to protect the trademarks of the PSF and Python. Another PSF work group which I'm involved in is called Diversity and Inclusion work group, along with Teresa, who is one of the organizers today. So allow me to talk a little bit more about the Diversity and Inclusion work group, because it will sort of come back later on in my talk today. So our role in the DNI, Diversity and Inclusion work group, is to understand, communicate, and increase participation of the different people from the many different parts of the world that speak many different languages in our Python community, and help the PSF make better policy decisions that will improve our inclusiveness. So one important way we can do that is by getting as many people as possible registered as a member of the PSF. So also, if you are not aware of this, you can actually do this right now for free. Be a member of the Python Software Foundation. If you are contributing to a Python project or organizing a conference or meetup, for example, and if you spend a certain amount of hours per month doing this, you can also qualify as a voting member. We would also like to get as many people, different people from around the world, to participate as a voting member and make the PSF and our community more diverse and inclusive. All right, so this is concerning what I do for my day job. So I'd just like to use this one slide to introduce us, Laluka Labs. If you are building something on the web, these two things that we already have built as our product might interest you. So on the left is what we call GetOTP, simple web API service to package the fundamentals of creating and verifying one-time passwords for your website or apps. While on the right is what we call Laluka Layouts. It's a library of layouts for those of you who are using Tailwind CSS. So please visit this site if you have the time. Right. So with that out of the way, let me introduce to you the topic of my talk today. It's called, the topic is saying thank you, acknowledgement and appreciation of the emotional labor in open source software and community work. Python is an open source project, as all of you know, which underpins many other open source projects, which is also the base of the community work, like this mini conference that we have today. So this talk will not be a technical talk, but through this talk, I hope to bring our focus to the often unrequited emotional labor that many of us face and all of us are actually affected with. But why this topic, right? The simple answer is that I feel that we don't talk about it enough. So I would like to take the advantage of the platform, this platform which is been given to me today to bring this topic front and center, at least for the next 20 minutes that I will be sharing with all of you. So it is strange that we don't talk about it much, but the impact of open source and community work behind it on our life is actually huge. So let me just frame how huge that is for us. So we need to understand and acknowledge that every time we open our phone, our social media, our news, our medical records, the bank, the website of the bank, they are all using free and open source code. Just because we can download something and use it for free, it doesn't mean that there is no one there that didn't make it, and it appeared there as magic. It was actually built there by someone. So who is this someone? Here is some human numbers to give you a better context and perhaps will help us put a face to this person. So on average, we live up to 80 years old, and if we start being productive at 15 years old and retire at 60, we have around 304,000 hours to do stuff. We sleep maybe 1/3 of that, which is 131,000, 32,000 hours out of that productive hours taken away for food and to take care of the shelf, to shower. If we were to study for 40 hours a week, that's around 93,000 hours. Now, we end up having around 15.5 years of free time before retiring, or around 24 hours of our productive lifetime to do other stuff. This is where most of the open source software magic and community work comes from. The stuff that we download and use for free comes from this 34% of this faceless person. 34% might seem a lot to some of you, but it's not to me. This is the 34% that we use for other stuff like learning new things, finding hobbies, getting sick, nurturing relationships, raising children, cooking, taking care of loved ones, taking walks in the park. These things are the glue that keep us together and make us functional and sane human beings. And open source software, community work find a way between the cracks of these things that we do. So if we dig deeper, we'll see what this 34% magic is made of. I would like to introduce you to the two main magic ingredients of open source software and community work that is used in this 34% of someone's life. So they are time and human emotions. The thing is with time and human emotions are that, well, they are all connected to us being human beings, and we need to understand and acknowledge that we are mortal. Time and emotions are finite. And if we haven't realized it by now, we do run out of time because then we die. And human emotions, which brings me to my next slide. Burnout. Burnout is real. So burnout is when we run out of human emotions. Remember the 2014 heartbeat bug? It was introduced in 2011, but only found in 2014. And one of the biggest underlying causes of this was because one underpaid and overworked person was basically responsible for the safety of 1 billion sites on the internet. But that is one person who was brought into front and center of this issue because of the impact that he or she made. But there are many more countless contributors that have left us that we don't remember. They are acknowledged and broken. We need to start by being aware of the problem and not take it for granted. So how do we do this? Well, we do have to take action and own this problem. So first, we need to cultivate positive human emotions, which will help us increase the time ingredient because we will have more people coming in because they are attracted to the positive human emotions that we're cultivating. So how do we do this? How do we cultivate these positive human emotions? Well, there are many ways, of course, but let's start with the simple ones. And we start by saying thank you. And so I come to the namesake of my talk, saying thank you. Saying thank you acknowledges the work done, the time taken, and the human emotions driving whatever we are doing behind it. Since all of us are individuals, so these are some of the things that we can do. We can say thank you by sending email or sending flowers, using software, the open source software, and give constructive feedback, improve documentation, make pull requests with improvements you'd like to see, help users by answering questions, organize meetups, become a volunteer for PyCon or Pizza Python. Or if you work for a company, you bring it up. Since all of us are individuals, these are the things that we can do. The last point here is very important. All of us work for someone, for our boss, or for our clients. Most of the people around us, most of the time, they don't know that we have this problem in our community because we don't talk about it often. If your company uses open source project in their work, please raise the question, are we doing something to help? And if you are a business owner, then these are for you. If you are making money, you should donate. If you are making much money, you should pay people to maintain open source projects. If you are making much money, you should be doing all of the above. And if you are doing all of the above or one of them, you need to tell the world that you're donating and to what project. The last part is especially important. If you donate, please tell the world that you're doing so. It helps to push the norm of donating to projects that we use commercially into the open and only just the work done by that project and also gives exposure to it. As an example, as a concrete example, this is something which I can give you. So this is a blog post from Zoto.com, which is also a company which I'm affiliated with here in Japan. So we have this yearly open source grant. Some years we only have $500. Other years we have $2,000 to spare, but we donate what we have. The amount is not really the issue. So we set aside a certain amount. The engineering team comes together once a year. They decide which project they want to give and how much, depending on the impact of that particular project, and then we announce it on our blog site. We announce how much, why, and to what project that we are donating. While we are in the topic of donating to projects, so these are some of the Python projects which you can donate to. There's the Django Software Foundation, which we use a lot here, at least for Local Labs and Zoto.com. There's the PyP, Sphinx documentation tool, read the docs, HTTP, pandas, the PFF, of course, and many other more. Another thing, if you maintain open source software or work for the community, then please consider having a way for people to donate, or at least a way for people to say thank you to you. You wouldn't believe how many times we've actually tried to find a way to donate to a particular project that we are using commercially, but we couldn't find any way. Obviously, it's up to the project maintainers to either accept donations or not accept donations, yes. But you wouldn't believe the amount of resistance actually sometimes people have to set up ways to donate to their projects. Some of us do feel that taking money removes the purity of our work, right? Or that if we actually take money for donation, then we actually now owe the world something since we are taking money. Well, from the culture that I'm from, it is also generally frowned upon to receive rewards for work which you have done, which was done for the community. It's also frowned upon to brag about community work, right? But these things create pushbacks in getting the proper acknowledgement towards your work and the community overall, and it doesn't help foster a healthy acknowledgement culture that we should have. Unless you have a contractual obligation, of course, with your customers because you're working full-time or you have promised them something, the reality is that you'll most probably be using your magic 34%. You'll be helping us by helping others acknowledge the labor of love you have taken. If you put a way for people to donate and say thank you to you. But don't get distracted though. I don't want us to just say if it's a money problem, just throw money at it and brush it under the carpet. Money is just a store of temporal value and not the answer to our problem. So don't get distracted. It's not a money problem. It's a human problem. It's a human problem, like how we value stuff, value each other, and communicating with one another our emotions and ideas. Human problems are complex, but as a start, we need to own and acknowledge the human emotions that underpins our community and not take it for granted that it will continue like it is because someone else is doing it. With the positive human emotions in place, once we understand that we need to acknowledge and say thank you, then next is to increase the time, the second part of the magic ingredient of our 34%. So I just want to quickly touch on this part, which is time, and our time is finite. Yes, we all know this. So one person can only do so much. We need to have many people coming in, and it's best if you have more people coming in than going out. With the human emotions, positive human emotions in place, we can do this more effectively. So how do we do this? How to increase time, right? Specifically, this is how we increase our time ingredient. Get as many people as possible involved. I'm also sure many of you here also do realize this, that all these groups that I've listed here, like PyLadies, Django Girls, the various regional PyCons, meetups, the diversity and inclusion group of the PSF, the community boot camps, all these groups, they play an important role in increasing time. These groups not only share knowledge and experience, but it also opens up opportunities to people within our community that wouldn't otherwise have that opportunity. It's not just another reason for people to get together and meet one another, even though that is important, but I like to underline the word opportunities. For me, opening up opportunities like this through the community is also saying thank you. You're saying thank you, but not directly to a particular person or particular project or a particular organizer, but to the community and specifically for us to the language itself. So to sum up, you join the community by opening the door, attracted by the warmth and the lights inside, which was already been set up by someone who came in before you. You get in, you say thank you to the people you have who have maintained the lights and the heat, and you help open the door to welcome those that come after you. So to sum up, let's open the door, say hello, thank you, and hold the door open for those coming after us before we leave. With that, I would like to thank you, say thank you to the organizers of Python Pizza Hamburg for opening the door for me today. And I would like to acknowledge the work done by them, all the hard work that they have done to organize this micro conference. I would like to ask you to join me and give a round of applause, although we've only started the conference, but please join me, give a round of applause to Jessica, Laura, Lisa, Maren, Mariana, Mary, Paloma, Reza, all the speakers, all the sponsors, and all of you who are attending today. Thank you for inviting me and listening to my talk. If our paths cross again in the future, you can contact me on Twitter or LinkedIn. Because my name is pretty common, please use my profile picture there as a guide. Goseichou arigatou gozaimashita. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you so much. Well, that's super interesting and really kind of reminded me a lot of how much effort, but how rewarding it is to be involved in this kind of work. So thank you so much for your talk. That was fantastic. So yeah, I think we had encourage people if they would like to go into Discord, and maybe you'll also be in Discord and folks can contact you there, as well as the ways that you've just presented, if they have any follow-up questions or comments. But this was truly excellent. Thank you for kicking off the conference in such a great way.
Thank you for inviting me and opening the door. Take care.
Okay. Thank you. So next we have, you're on mute, Teresa.
In 4 minutes, so we have to talk about tractors. I think this is one of the traditions at Python Pizza Remote. If anybody can post a good joke about tractors on YouTube, for example, we will share it.
It has to only be about tractors.
No, any good joke would be shared, of course. Yeah.
You've got your apron on today, right? You're like,
yes.
You're going to cook your pizza?
I also have the t-shirt and the apron.
Oh, wow. Okay. You got that. Yeah, actually, I have the t-shirt. I've got this little hat. It's not a tractor. But I thought I could cook some pizza later once I'm in the mood.
I will add Mariana to the stream.
Yeah. Hello, good morning.
Morning.
Hi, good morning. I love your hat. I thought it was great.
Thank you.
Moin, moin.
So,
yeah.
I think
then
you can start sharing your slides though, and we can line them up to come on the stream.
Should I share my entire screen or use this function of sharing slides? Better to share the entire screen because
it's up to you. The slides goes directly into Google Slides, and then I can also control the slides, but we don't really need that functionality. So
yeah,
go
because
ahead
I
and
also,
share your whole screen or the window.
Yeah, because I also need to show my browser and other things. So I think it's better.
Yeah, then definitely.
Yeah. Oh. Entire screen. All right.
Cool.
So should I start or are we gonna share jokes?
Do you know something about tractors?
No.
Then maybe we'll add your screen to the stream. So there you go. And if you just check that's all running fine for you.
Yep.
I think we can kick off. We're 1 minute early.
Okay.
According to my clock,
all right.
But I think it's okay. So thanks for joining us, Mariana. Looking forward to your talk.
Yeah, so I decided to write a talk. If Shakespeare wrote Python. So how to write Python in a fancy way. That's more or less the vibes I'm going for. So my name is Mariana Miereles. I've been working with Python for about 4 years now. I worked with chatbots, with backends, with graphic interfaces, and currently I'm working on the Jupyter ecosystem. And the reason why I wrote this talk is because I'm curious about more comprehensive ways of writing Python and writing code in general. And I think you can go really far with Python without really going through the things that I'm going to show in this talk. So I wanted to talk a little bit about them. So first, I think if Shakespeare would write Python, the first thing he would do is like check these peps. So peps are the way people write the specifics of Python. And there's this specific pep, the pep 8, which is the style guide for Python. And on this pep, you can check, for example, if you ever have a discussion about indentation or tabs or spaces, or how to write comments, or how to name your functions, how to name your classes. everything is here, but I'm not going to go through this. But it's in PEP if you want to write perfect, pretty Python. And there's the PEP 20 also, which is my favorite PEP. If you come to any Python and you do import this, then you get this little poem about the Zen of Python that's kind of inspired on the Tao, I think. And then you have like beautiful is better than ugly, explicit is better than implicit, simple is better than complex, and all of these like high-level rules that will also guide you into writing better Python. But this talk is a bit more centered in how like the more technical aspects. So I'd like to talk a little bit about lambdas, for example. So if you never used lambdas, it's a keyword that declares an anonymous function, usually like inline. So I have an example here that we can look at. Just start my Jupyter notebook.
Mariana, just one note, the font is very small when you're sharing the terminal. So you might want to increase it a little bit if this is important. If it's not so important, then it's okay.
No, yeah, I don't think so. So yeah, so is the font okay here? Is the size okay here? Or should I increase it maybe? Like this. Like this. Must be good. Yeah, so this is the setup for a lambda function. So here I'm just creating a function that finds special numbers, and then it has two arguments. The first one is a function, and the second argument is just a default argument with the amount of numbers I want to generate. And then I create this function called check for odd, which is gonna check for odd numbers. So here I want the first 10 numbers that are odd. That's what this function is doing. So here I'm using a method to do this. So the method is the check for odds. Here's the default argument, so I don't have to pass anything. And then here we have the first 10 odd numbers. But then you could also do something with the lambdas. So to use a lambda, you pass the variables you're using, and then 2 points. I always forget how to say this in English, and the function itself. And the reason why you would use a lambda is because you want to make your code clearer, and because you're only using this function once. So yeah, so you write it in line. There's some other cases, like for example, if you're using methods of the default library, like the sort method, for example. So I have this list of words, and then if I use the default sort method, you're going to see that's ordering according to big letters or small letters. But then this can be easily fixed if you add a lambda function in the key attribute to convert all letters to lower. And then now it's correctly ordered. So what else would Shakespeare write if he would write Python? I think he would write list comprehensions. So a list comprehensions consists on the following things: an input sequence, a variable, a predicate, an optional predicate expression, and an output expression. So here's an example that makes it easier to see. So the output expression is something that's going to modify the content of your of the rest of your expression. Then we have, for example, a for, which contains an input sequence, which is the list. For example, we're going to see that we can do this with many other kinds of objects. And then the variable that you're going to iterate on each time the for runs. And then the optional predicate that in this case is an if. So let's check for an example. So this is a bit clearer. So here I have a list of numbers, and these are the numbers. And so this is my list. This is my predicate, like I'm checking, I'm filtering for these numbers. So here I'm choosing all numbers that are pair, And then I'm performing an operation on each one of these iterations of the for. So here I got all of the pair numbers, which are 10, 0, and 4, and then I'm squaring them. So this is the result. So besides lists, we can also do set comprehensions, for example. So the difference between a list and a set, for those of you who don't know, is that a set is more or less the same thing, but it doesn't have repeated items. So it's a unique list. So here's another example. So we have these, and then I want to. I'm just considering if the names are written in big letters or small letters, and the way you create a set is by adding these curly brackets. So you do the same. You have like what action you're performing, your for that's running through the things, and then I'm also adding a statement saying that I want it to be bigger than 1, so J is going to be out of it. So here you have all of the names, none of them are repeated, and yeah, so that's a set. You can also do the same with dictionaries, which is exactly the same thing, but the only thing you have to watch out is for these 2 little dots in the middle. So let's see an example too. So here I have a dictionary if values are letters and the keys are letters and the values are numbers. And then what I'm doing here is that I'm summing the small letters with the big letters and adding the same key for all of them. So here, for example, we have a big letter and small letter, and I'm summing the results. And this is exactly the same thing. You just have to watch out for this little thing. So another thing I think Shakespeare would use if he wrote Python would be filters, for example. As I said, all of this is like you don't necessarily need to use all of these functions to write good code or to write Python. I spent many years without using them, but this is just a more beautiful way of expressing yourself in the language or writing more Pythonic code. So the filter function is more or less the same thing as an if. So here in this example, we're using a lambda, and we're checking if the type of the variable is an int type of inside of this list. Here on the Jupyter notebook, I think, yeah, the example is more explaining like what a filter does. So here I have a bunch of letters, and I want to filter for vowels. So I write the vowels down, and then I apply my letter, and then I apply the filter, like using the list that I have, and the list that I have, and the method that I wrote, and then creating a tuple out of this so I don't repeat myself. And these are all the vowels that are contained on this list. So besides doing this, you can also and there's a map. The map is the same thing as the predicate of the thing that I explained earlier. It applies a function or an expression to all of the contents of a list. So if you have a list with numbers like 1, 2, 3, and then here I'm raising them to the 2, then it's going to be 1, 4, 9, and besides that, you can also combine expressions. So in this example, I'm combining a map. I don't have an example. Yeah. So in this example, I'm combining a map and a filter, and yeah. And besides, you can also do nested comprehensions, which is the same thing, but you just have to add these square brackets on it. So here, for example, I'm creating a matrix and a diagonal matrix with ones in the diagonal. And first I create this rule for the lines, and then this rule will iterate on the rows. And I think another thing Shakespeare would use would be zip. Zip is a way of joining two things together. It's very useful to write things for dictionaries. It looks very pretty. So I have a dictionaries of names, and for example, I want to assign an ID to its name. So here's a list of IDs, and then you use this syntax and this. So you can write whatever you wanna add, and these are the variables mapping to this to these signs, and then I can do this kind of thing. I'm already on my up too much of time, but another thing I would like to advocate is for using format, because format allows you to, as a print instead of print, format allows you to do very beautiful things, and I think we should all use that. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Yeah, you're a little tight on time, but really excellent. I look forward to writing some Shakespearean Python, so hopefully soon. Great. Thank you so much, Mariana. Again, if folks have questions for you, maybe they can find you in Discord and reach out to you there. Excellent talk.
Exactly.
You're muted again, Teresa.
I was just saying that next up is Alisa, I think, right? No? Miha. Who's next? Miha. Yeah. So I will start it. But I was just going to say that Einstein is going to a conference, and I will continue to tell you what happens after that.
Okay, so think about conferences.
Hi, my name is Miha Gazvoda.
Yeah.
I work as a data scientist at Outwit7. Outwit7 is a mobile gaming company mostly known for My Talking Tom and Friends franchise. Today, I'll present you an example that really helped me to grasp the intuition about Bayesian inference. It's about globe tossing. It was inspired by a statistical rethinking book. It's really an amazing book, and I recommend it to check it out if you want to start with Bayesian inference. And the main goal of the example is to figure it out what percentage of Earth's surface is covered in water. And we'll do this by globe tossing. Each time you toss a globe and you check your left index finger. If it's water, then you get a successful outcome, so 1. And if it's land, you get 0 as an outcome. So how Bayesian inference actually work? First you define a prior distribution that incorporates your knowledge about the parameter. So in this case, this parameter that we want to estimate is proportion of water on Earth. So it will be about P, and it should be between 0 and 1. Then we'll gather data by tossing and update our prior beliefs about the proportion of water upon observing the outcomes from tossing using Bayes' theorem. And from this equation, you only need to remember that posterior is proportional to likelihood times prior. So in our case, prior will be between 0 and 1. And again, it will incorporate our prior knowledge about the proportion of water on our planet surface. And if we have no clue, we can assign a flat flat probability for each of the P values. Like if we are 100% sure it's more than a half, we can also assign uniform probability to values higher than 0.1 and 0 to lower values. Or if we have like a feeling it should be around 0.5, we can use beta or normal probability with mean 0.5 and standard deviation of, let's say, 0.3. And likelihood tells us how likely a model with parameter p would produce the outcomes that we observe. So in our case, what does this mean? It means imagine that you have globes with different proportions of water. Like these globes are presented on this and this x-axis. And for each of these globes, you can say how likely is that it will produce 1 or 0 as an outcome. So if the globe has 80% of proportion of water, you have, you guessed it, 80% to toss and get an outcome of water. So this globe is presenting somewhere here, and okay, this is 0.8, and it has 20% of probability to observe land, and so on for each of the globes that have proportions between 0 and 1. And posterior, it tells us updated plausibility of each parameter p, given the data we observed, so and prior probability. And if you remember from the equation, Bayes theorem equation that I showed you a while ago, it's just a product of a likelihood and a prior for each value of p. And at the end, you just need to normalize it so you get actual probabilities. And we can see this on this picture. Like, again, you have globes with different proportions on this axis. And for each of these globes, imaginary globes, you can just multiply first prior value and then likelihood for each toss that we actually observed. So in this case, we observed land, water, land. And here you're just multiplying these values to get a posterior probability. And you do this for all these different globes with different proportions of water. And how this looks in code. First, you just define these imaginary globes with different proportions of water. In our case, we'll have 11 of them. First one will have proportion of 0, then 0.1, 0.2, and so on up until 1. You define a prior for each of them, and then compute likelihood for each of them. And this binomial, this is a probability that globe by tossing a globe with probability, like let's say, with different probabilities that comes from this P grid would produce 2 water outcomes from 3 tosses. And then you just multiply likelihood with prior element-wise and normalize the posterior you get. So the probabilities that you get for these 11 points, and you can see that they are biased a bit more towards higher values because you observed 2 successes in 3 trials. So globes with high probabilities with water are more likely compared to the ones with smaller proportions of water. And how this looks in practice, like I have a small app here that works exactly on the same principle as described before. And let's just toss now. So we have uniform probability, and now first toss, okay, we can see it's water. So we can just write 1 here, and then again, okay, it's water, While again, okay, here it was land. Water, water, again, water, 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 and so on. And you can see how this posterior probability density is getting updated, and it's getting more and more narrow. So we are gaining some information about the proportion of water on Earth's surface. So in this example, we were able to see some really nice properties of Bayesian inference. We are able to update our knowledge with each toss and get the whole distribution of possible p-values or proportions of water. And this was done just by multiplication that followed the probability theory. And some real-world examples of the totally the same problem would be, for example, estimating click-through rates or proportions of returning users, and so on. Thank you for listening.
That was great. I love a practical prop.
That was amazing. For everybody, all the talks, they're going to be independently on YouTube later on. So you can watch this until you are becoming an expert in Bayesian. So yeah, so the next up is Alisa. And while she's ready, I'm adding her to stream while she's preparing herself and her slides, I want to say, so Einstein has to speak at an important science conference, right? And on the way, he tells his driver that looks a bit like him, I'm sick of all these conferences. I always say the same things over and over again. So, Alisa, you want to share your slides? Yeah? Yeah. Put them up, yeah. The driver agrees, right? You're right. As your driver, I attend all of them. And even though I don't know anything about science, I could give the conference in your place. So
it's a bit meta, a conference joke at a conference.
Yeah. We are not going to finish the joke now, so you can.
I can wait. Just finish the joke.
No.
Okay.
It's going to
your slides. We don't see them yet. Are you sharing?
Oh, yeah. Give me a sec. Of course, I'm not sharing.
Oh, yeah.
Why would I? Share screen. Entire screen. Hello. Now you should be seeing them.
What do you think, Einstein?
Now we do.
Awesome.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so let's get started. Good morning, everyone. I want to give you a small break from Python code, although it is a Python pizza, still brain sometimes needs reset. So this is why I wanted to present to you another talk, which would be a tips and tricks for decision-making from psychological standpoint and a little bit of esoteric. So why do I want to do this? Because I'm also a victim of burnout, stereotypes like girls in IT. My upbringing from Russian background also puts me into a very interesting bin, and I constantly have imposter syndrome. Everything doesn't really help with resilience and stress and like work-life balance. So I decided to be more proactive. I searched for therapy, coaching, and decided to be more mindful. And really interesting things came up during all those sessions, and I wanted to share a couple of them with you. So the first one would be for macro decision, meaning your life is filled with resources, and resources is something that help you to go through life, like money, people, networking, health, everything. So you can define your own resources and create so-called wheel of life. It's a very popular and famous tool in coaching specifically. In psychology, it doesn't really being used that well because it's very proactive and doesn't go into depths of your psyche. So the idea is you choose from at least 6 to 12 or sometimes even 16 different resources. On the picture, you can see different examples. For instance, you see partner, friends, family clumped together. And on the other side, career, health, recreation, environment, and what's not. The idea is that some resources are working together because you can spend time with your partner and family, and you put time as the only universal resource into this bucket instead of actually doing, for instance, exercising, your health, or putting time in your career, in your work, and earning money. So they are the opposite. After you've decided how many resources or which resources you have and align them on a wheel, you want to put a number on this from 0 to 10, where 0 is like not at all, virtually like never existed, I don't have it at all. 10, I am Bill Gates, if you're talking about money. So normally you will put a number between 2 and maybe 8, where 8 is like, I don't have to worry about it. 2, it is critical to check out. Then you check for yourself if you want to, like, you need to decide on a monthly basis which resources you want to improve. And you also should be looking at which resources you have in abundance and which resources are on the opposite axis, or like on the opposite side. For instance, on this picture, I would say I have quite a good relationship with my partner. My love life is super, but I'm really tired, maybe because of work and my career, and I want to put more time into recreation. So you make a plan for 1 month, what to do, how to spend time on yourself, for instance, going alone into spa, going alone for walks, or even with your partner. And after a month, you repeat it. So you have the better idea of where you're going in terms of general energy in your life. Another one, so there are some researches and where you can find more information. Another one is micro decision. If you feel completely overwhelmed what to do, for instance, you think that you are like in a hamster wheel and you do and do and do so many things, but you can't make them all and you feel exhausted. So let's get a small balance, time energy balance sheet for you. A small piece of paper with a task, like a very atomic task, like watching Netflix, doing dishes, cooking, programming, management tasks will be written in top. Then on one side is estimated, like it feels like I'm putting that many hours per week into this thing. And on the other side, energy from -2 to 2. If it gives me energy, 1 and 2. If it takes energy away, -2 and -1. And I'm fine after this. For instance, I walked with my dog and I get 1. Or I talked to this specific colleague and it's 0. So you put in all the cards and you arrange them by the time that you think you're putting in. So you see, for instance, programming work 21 hours per week, then programming on the project 15. You can put Netflix watching 10 hours. It will be on par with cooking. And on the other side, you have your energy estimates. You only have 98 hours, which is the rest from the whole week, minus time you sleep, minus time minimal time you eat, and minus minimal time to wind down, really like 30 minutes if you're very strict about it per day. Then you compute your balance. So you only check the right column and see where you are. If you're near 0, plus minus, then this is where you are kind of not spending any energy, but you're not also recharging. So you should be rethinking on what you can do about it. For instance, okay, cooking doesn't give me energy, and maybe I should put some money into it and just order to save time and put time into either programming, sports, so anything you wrote on other cards, or even some activities that you haven't written down because you were not able to do them. So you're trying to recreate the pyramid based on time and energy to be in a slight surplus, and repeat after a week. So this idea is to do it a week per week basis, because sometimes you can't just push meetings or ask your colleagues to move specific tasks or to take over tasks for months, year, or whatever. So it's more like actionable short term. And the last one I want to show you is a little bit esoteric, since I read in 3 languages, English, German, and Russian. I also read psychology, schools from Germany, European or US-based psychology, and Russian one. They're so different. It's really interesting to see. So metaphoric cards are known in English-speaking countries, but are not really well used. They're used in coaching mainly, and in psychology as Rorschach tests, similar to this, to get in touch with your inner self, with your unconscious. For instance, you don't know why you want to have a specific decision, or you don't know why you can't make it, or you don't know why certain things are bothering you. And not everybody can go to a psychotherapist whenever they need to, and your friends are a product of their own environment, and they might not need or have the insights to ask you specific questions to get this information out of you. So the idea would be you get a very abstract picture like this one, you formulate a question, or just, why do I feel this way? What do I feel? And you start describing this picture to yourself, ideally write it down, or to do it with a partner or a friend that will write it down for you. And you try to answer questions like, am I in the picture? Do I associate myself with the picture? Do I associate myself with the thing in the picture, or is it a color? What do I see? And you start to associate specific things about the problem you have, or a question you have, or a feeling you have, and you don't know what it is, with the picture, and give it a form. And once you have given it a form, although it's still not actionable, you can understand, for instance, I see this as hopeful, like this picture, but some people can see it as a burden or sad, and you will also see the main traits or the main things about your description and the feeling, which will give you an insight on where to go next. For instance, if I talk about this topic, I feel depressed. And you can go through several different abstract pictures. You can choose from different types of pictures, like cartoony, very abstract, Dali style, whatever. It will give you more and more things to think about, and you will see a specific common theme in your descriptions that will resonate with how you feel and what you think. And this will, again, give you some insight on where to go next, or maybe talk to your friends about, I don't know why I think about this thing and feel depressed, but now you know that you feel depressed. So yeah, this is the associative card or metaphorical cards. The resource is unfortunately Russian, but it's only the card, so you will be able to use it if you want to. Right, so those are 3 things that actually I use not on everyday basis, obviously, from months to week to daily base. And they help me a lot to either wind down or to understand why am I overreacting to specific things that I were not reacting beforehand. So yeah, thank you for your attention. And I'm good.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. I feel like I could do with some of this in my life. So I'm going to have a look at that. I unfortunately don't speak any Russian, but as you mentioned, it's just the cards. So I think folks might have been just wondering if Einstein had any other further thoughts while I bring on the next speaker, Teresa.
Yeah, so the first thing that Einstein asked was if the conference has pizza. Right, that was really important, and they started going on a Bayesian inference discussion about that, which probably Miha can help with. So, but until then, yeah, let's move on.
Okay, all right, let's move on to something completely different then. And we will get started with Jakub and algorithmic alien sculptures.
Hello. Thank you, Jessica. Let me just start my timer then. Okay, so hi folks. I am going to be talking to you about an art project. So a little bit about me first. So my name is Jakub Fiala. My pronouns are he and him. And I'm a software engineer by day and kind of artist also by day. At night, I like to sleep. And in my art practice, I'm interested in generative algorithms, complexity theory, and how they relate to spirituality and occult practices. I work at Ecosia, which is the search engine that plants trees. Just a shameless plug. Please switch from Google, plant some trees. And yeah, so what I'm going to be talking about is very tightly linked to Blender, which is an amazing piece of software some of you may have heard of. It's an open source, community-driven 3D rendering and 3D kind of creation suite, which was created a long time ago, and it has a huge community and is just extremely powerful for the fact that it's open source and it's kind of, you know, there's no massive corporation behind it. Is just incredibly powerful, and I've always been interested in it. And I always wanted to create 3D models. But my problem was, in Blender, the traditional workflow of creating a 3D model is you do it by hand. You kind of sculpt it really as you would a physical sculpture. And I can't do that. I'm not very good at it. So I was looking for a solution to make some kind of abstract 3D models, but do it in a more kind of computational way. And then I found Sverchok, which is a plugin for Blender, which is inspired by Grasshopper, which is another piece of software. Grasshopper, Sverchok means grasshopper in Russian. And the whole idea is basically you can create models, you can create shapes and things completely computationally by essentially with this kind of interface where you connect nodes to each other and they create meshes. And I started creating works like this, where essentially I was just, creating simple shapes and then mangling them simply with these nodes and with kind of visual programming. And these were all great. It was good fun. You can create very, very complex things, especially when you get into floating point errors and stuff like that, where for a very specific value, you get super interesting shapes. But then I was also interested in as I said, occult practices, fortune telling, and I came across this tradition, which some of you may know, called Bleigießen. It's kind of common in Eastern and Central Europe, where you do it around Christmas. You pour some lead into some water, and then the molten lead then solidifies in a certain form, and then based on that shape, you kind of do some fortune telling. And I really, really like the kind of shapes created by this method. And I also found a concept that I found really interesting called Akeropoeta, which is in Orthodox Christianity mainly. These are items which the church and people believed not to be made by human hands. And I thought, well, that's kind of what I'm doing, right? I'm creating algorithmic 3D models. So it's like something that was created by maybe divine power or by aliens, so I wanted to make something like that, but I wanted to make it physical. And I started exploring, a few things with Sverchok, which where I was actually I wanted to use some code, and I wanted to do something very custom, and that's where Sverchok really came in. So what I did, and I can now switch to Blender. 1 second. What I did was, so this is basically what it looks like, right? I'm creating a shape here. I can work with it as I would with a normal Blender sculpture, but it's all generated through nodes, which you can see here. And I'm trying to make them bigger. And a bunch of them are kind of these nodes that come with Sverchok. So you can create some random points. You can connect them up with a Voronoi. You can create entire shapes like a ring. You can process them in different ways. But then this bit here, that's actually a Python script, right? And I can define arguments for that Python script in a specific format. And then it lets me essentially do something to the mesh, to the shape, purely in Python. And then I can define some outputs, and eventually, as it goes through the graph, eventually it gets rendered over here. And so the code itself, Blender actually comes with a little IDE here, little code editor. So you can write Python directly into it, and then you can put it in a Sverchok node, and you can kind of work with the code. So what I ended up doing for this particular sculpture is I essentially just create a ring, which you can't see now. And then the random points I've created, which you can kind of see these blue lines connecting the randomly selected points. I actually modify in my Python script, I modify the ring shape through this method where essentially those randomly selected points attract the mesh as if you were sort of picking bits of pieces of dough from a bit of bit of like a big pile of dough or something like that if you're kind of pulling them up. So that's kind of what's happening here. And the amazing thing about this kind of glue mechanism between Python and Blender is I can use any Python library. So all I had to do to create this kind of attracting mechanism where the shape is modified by these randomly selected points is use scikit and specifically scikit-learn and their nearest neighbors algorithm, which is a very, very simple machine learning technique. And all I had to do is I get a list of vertices and edges and faces, and then I modify the vertices through my function, which is applying the nearest neighbor algorithm. Unfortunately, there's not enough time to go into depth on this, but you get the idea. So this was super cool. So what this allowed me to do is essentially bridge the gap between my code practice and my art practice. The great thing is, though, is once you create the mesh, you're still in Blender, so you can still do all of the cool things that Blender lets you do. You can apply kind of like materials and lighting, and you can just customize the hell out of it. And then I thought, well, now I've got a mesh, why don't I just 3D print it? So I was doing a lot of 3D printing at a makerspace in London, and it's a huge pain. It's really, really difficult. It's very rewarding when you get it right, but actually my learning from it was, if you want to do 3D printing, you need to learn about 3D printing and invest a lot of time in it. So I had a lot of problems, as you can see, but in the end, it worked out fine. And I created several sculptures, a series which I called Akeiro Poeta, which were just basically printed meshes from Sverchok. And then I had them coated with chrome spray, which is essentially little bits of silver. And that way you actually get this kind of molten lead, very otherworldly, very reflective kind of surface. And that's it, So starting with a little bit of code and scikit-learn through Blender and all these different glue mechanisms, and the possibility of 3D printing, you can actually end up creating physical objects. This is another exploration of Perlin noise, which was also done with Sverchok and printed. And these are the kinds of shapes which are incredibly difficult to sculpt by hand, So it's really good fun. Then I made some pieces as well using Blender's Ocean, and it's called Ocean. It's basically like a water simulation algorithm. And again, this is a project I didn't actually end up implementing, but the idea was, I could generate some of these shapes, right? Prepare my Blender files, but then you can actually run a Python script which imports Blender as a library, and then you can do things on the output of Blender, right? So it loops back, and the idea was I would then run an object recognition sort of model to detect shapes on the generative art that I'm creating. It kind of loops back, and it's really good fun. I definitely recommend you to check out Sverchok. I also link here to a library of my nodes that I created in Python, my custom nodes. And I think I'm out of time. So thank you very much, and I hope you enjoyed my talk.
Very much so. Wow, that was super interesting. Thank you, Jakub. I'm looking forward to maybe having a chance to see those in real life when we're back in the office, and maybe having a dig at that myself at some point. It's really very interesting. I forgot to mention in the opening slides that Ecosia is also hiring. So if folks are interested to plant trees and program and have the wonderful opportunity of working with myself and Jakub, then feel free to check out our website where we have a list of all the jobs that we have available. So thank you very much, Jakub. I'm going to take you off stream now, and I'm just going to add Teresa back in.
Yeah,
maybe have some final words from Einstein in this conference situation.
So what happened was that on the way, they saw a 3D printing store. and they had at the entrance like a 3D installation of pizza slices. And as they were like really early in the morning, and they were thinking maybe this is like, you know, if we look at food, does it feel like, do we feel like, you know, kind of like breakfast? And so yeah, so yeah, that's the thing. Our lunch break is in an hour and a half, I think, at 1 p.m. Local time. So we are really going to have to really prepare by finding the right place to order pizza or do it yourself. Unfortunately, our talk on how to do pizza for developers is the last one. So that is for the dinner pizza. But for breakfast pizza and lunch pizza, so Einstein and his driver are still like looking for the best place to have breakfast pizza for the networking. And I think now,
so folks should order their pizza maybe in advance if they want it to arrive for lunchtime.
Just imagine if everybody wants to order pizza at once in the same place.
Could get messy. But I think you mentioned something about networking. So I think in 4 minutes time, we have the networking event starting over in Remo. So if you haven't signed up to them, I think there was a link in the Discord channel or in the emails that you got. And definitely recommend checking that out. If you don't fancy doing any networking yet, if you're still waking up, it's a great time to catch a coffee or a tea, whatever your preference is.
Or
and
pizza.
We will, or
Blender. Try Blender to design something.
Yep. Maybe you're already downloading Blender as we speak.
Yeah.
And yeah, we will be back with the next talks at the top of the hour. So that's midday CET time. Yeah, any other announcements? I think that's it, right?
No, that's it. We are now going to put like a nice pizza back. And we are going to disappear from the picture like magic. Let's see if that works. See you later. And we're back, right? Can you hear me? Can I stop the pause? It's 12. How does this stop? Banners behind. Yeah. Hi, everybody. So guess what happened?
Hey.
Hey. Hi, Martin. So
Hi.
yeah, what happened? So Einstein, like at this one store where they were doing stuff with Blender, he found cookies, but he also found Martin. And the thing was that they didn't know how to get to where they want to go. Like the conference is like really hard to find, which is really good because then they found Martin who can explain that.
Okay. But anyway, I think we should get on with the show and do the thing later. So let's start the timer now. And off we go. Let's see. Can you see this? Yes, perfect. Because I, from this moment on, can no longer see my own picture. Anyway, so I'm restarting my timer to start now. So my Python Pizza talk is I can show you that on a map. And hi, I'm Martin. I've been using Python since 2014. My day job is writing booking systems for ferry operators using Microsoft Dynamics Navision and software around those systems with Python. I've done that for 20 years as a full-time job and since 2016 as a freelancer. And since my clients don't have any experience in data science, I try to raise awareness for Python as an Excel replacement. Spoiler alert, this is going to be very fast, but there's a GitHub link for the slides and the code at the end. So, and there's also needs to be a click. So the task for the day is your boss gives you data. That could be custom accounts, turnover, passenger counts, and the data includes zip codes. And she wants you to help her understand that data. And usually the question would be, find out where we make money. So you say, I can show you that on a map. There's a little problem with this. You have no idea how to get started. And there's added bonus problems with this as well. You have no budget. You can't spend any money. You, as this is a company, have to use Windows. The IT department's virus scanner prevents pip installs, and the company data is secret and may not leave your work computer. And so the agenda for today is you have to learn the workflow and... Right, okay. So we have to learn the workflow, get the tools installed, and you have to run the notebook. So step number one is geocoding. You have a zip code and you want a longitude and a latitude value. And there's many online services for this, but most cost a fee, have rate limits or other usage restrictions. So one thing you could be using is pgeocode, which is a pip installable library that works with data from geonames.org. It's free. You can tweak it to work offline. It's a single Python file. You can read the source code and it's easy to change. With this, you you can feed this a list of zip codes from the same country and get a pandas data frame with that geo information. So this is how this looks like. You have you set it up, for example, to use Germany, and then you have a list of zip codes that you want to put into this. And as a reply, you get town names, latitude and longitude. Those are the two values we really want. If your data has zip codes from several countries, then you would just group them by country and query this for each country. Now that you have latitude and longitude, the next step is to group this data. And there is a great library from Uber here called H3. It's open source, it has Python bindings, and it's very fast, it has great API documentation, and also lets you select the resolution, like how detailed your grouping would be. An example. I can get an H3 index from a hometown with a resolution of 5 by calling it with the latitude 54, longitude 9, resolution 5. And what I get back is a 16-byte string, and that's unique to H3. I can store this one in my data frame for later grouping. And just to see that this works, if I have the string, I can then ask H3 to convert that back into a geo boundary, and I get a polygon back, which is good. But if I put that on a map, I can see, wow, that worked, because that really is Flensburg. So to explain the workflow again, you add the H3 index As a new column to your data frame, you group the data by the H3 index. You add a new column called geometry to this data frame, and you fill this with the polygon data you retrieved via the H3 index. And now we are almost done, because now we're coming over to step 3, preparing a map. And what we're going to do is that we're going to convert the pandas data frame we have into a geodata frame. Do that very simplified. A geodata frame is just like a normal pandas data frame, but it has a column geometry where you can put stuff in like polygons. And once you've done that, a geodata frame has extra methods like explore to show an interactive map, or save to save an interactive map to HTML. That's the workflow. Now let's get the tools installed. On a fresh computer, you would download for Windows a current Python 3.9. You have to use 3.9 because not all tools have already been updated to 3.10. Then you create a virtual environment, and also you go into your user directory and clone the repo that you see on the last slide to have those files there. You activate your virtual environment and as a good thing, update pip, because you always have to update pip. The next problem on Windows you're going to encounter is that Windows usually doesn't ship with a compiler. So if you pip install some of the binaries that you need for this, it will crash. So what you're going to do is you have to download these 3 extension packages, and a good source for this is the University of California, where Christoph Gohlke has a website that keeps compiled versions of the most important scientific libraries for Python for Windows. So just go there and grab it and install those 3 manually by typing pip install and the file name. Once you're done with that, you can pip install -r requirements, the rest, and now you can take a break, because this will take a few minutes. But as I've done this before, let's continue. Now, when the cursor comes back, you can now start Jupyter Lab, and after a short wait, you will see the yellow message and the browser opens. And with this, you can now open the Python Pizza Map example notebook in your Jupyter Lab, and it will run. So congratulations, you now have a working Jupyter Lab environment capable of showing maps. Now, when you want to use this offline, you have some problems, because you will have to move this data onto some USB stick. So to prepare for that, you now create a folder, you enter it, go into that folder, and you pip freeze all the requirements into a file. Once you've done that, you can then pip download all the requirements with the parameter no daps. And you can also download pip, because you can't update pip when you're offline. You copy that whole folder to USB for good measure at the current Python installer, and doing this also has saved all the manually downloaded files for you. But if you look in the requirements offline text file, you will see that it comes now with the file names where you downloaded these files to. And you have to manually fix that and remove the red part, so that it just says in the requirement text, has the file name, but nothing else. And finally, a reminder that PyGeoCode library keeps a copy of the zip code data it has downloaded. So you will find a folder PyGeoCode in your home directory, and you can also manually copy this. So once you've done that, then you can move all this stuff from the USB stick onto a brand new machine that has no internet access. You install the Python, you create the virtual environment like before, you move into the offline folder, you pip install the requirement offlines with the find links dot, which means local directory, and the no index parameter, so it does not try to go on the internet. And you run Jupyter Lab as a test installation. And finally, now you get to run the notebook. You can run the example, and you will now get something like this. an interactive notebook where you can now scroll through. You can redo the examples you have seen in the short presentation. And in the third step, there is a short example that imports some turnover data that does the 3 steps of the converting this to a map, and as a final step then creates the map, and there you have it. There is your map, and with this, what I showed you now, you should be able to do that at home for yourself. And well, this is the last slide. So now you can show things on a map. Here's the link for the codes. You can find me on Twitter if you have questions about this, or on Discord today. And I hope you found that useful. So I have to thank you for your attention and hope you're going to enjoy the rest of the conference. And back to you, Teresa, or who's on duty, because I have 8 seconds left and no more content.
Thank you,
Hey.
Fantastic.
Yes, thank you very much.
So did that work for you?
Yes, Einstein, I think he sees the bigger picture now, so he's already,
Yeah.
and his driver, right? I mean, yeah.
It's meant to give you like an overview, like how you can do it yourself. And I have tested this repository at work, so I have made sure that with this instructions you can actually run it, because it's on Windows. It's really hard to get started, and some people really want to play with maps, but they don't know what to do. So this is what you can do. Then you have something to play with, and then you can Google for stuff and learn things and have fun with this and show this to other people.
Thank you.
So thanks. Bye.
Off to our next speaker, Mika, and I have the stream. Let's see how things can be done with a bit smoother this time.
The lambda?
Yeah. Perfect.
Okay, off we go.
Hi everyone, welcome to my talk Behind the Lambda. First, a little about me. My name's Mika. I'm a software developer here in Berlin. You can find me on Twitter at Autophagian or at GitHub at Autophagy. And I'd like to begin with just a quick example. Let's say we have a list of ID strings and we want to sort this list by the ID number. If we pass this list into the sorted function, we can find that it returns a list sorted by the string value, which isn't the behavior that we want. The way that we fix this is that we change what key the sorted function uses. Here I'm saying whatever the value is, drop the first 2 characters, which is ID, cast the rest of the string to an integer, and use that as the sorted value. And we can see that it returns a list sorted ID1 for 1022, like we want. What I want to talk about is this thing. It's called an anonymous function. Called that because the function isn't named. It's not attached to any definition. These are present in tons of languages. For example, in Java, here is an anonymous function that takes in an integer I and squares it. Here's the same thing in C++, a little syntactically different, but does the same thing, and one in JavaScript. And the equivalent in Python. But in the previous examples, they all used arrows of some kind to denote an anonymous function. But in Python, we use this keyword lambda, which might be a little weird if you've never actually seen this word before. Why do we use this keyword lambda? Where does it come from? Seems kind of strange compared to other languages. It comes from something called lambda calculus, a branch of mathematical logic. The little character in the bottom left there is the lowercase Greek character lambda, which you might recognize if you've played any of the Half-Life games. Lambda calculus is a system for expressing computation based on nothing but pure function abstraction, no other primitives like integers or booleans or anything allowed. It was developed by this man, Alonzo Church, in the 1930s, way before what we consider computers were ubiquitous. Lambda calculus is what we call a universal model of computation. This means that anything that can be computed can be modeled in it. We have another name for systems that can be universal models of computation. We say they're Turing complete, named after another model of computation, the Turing machine. Here's a cool real-life version someone built. A Turing machine is a model developed by Alan Turing that says it models computation based on an infinite tape deck, a machine read-write head that looks at what the value of the tape is at one point, and then can change it based on a set of rules. Lambda calculus and Turing machines are isomorphic. Anything that you can model with a Turing machine, you can model with lambda calculus, and vice versa. This is why the thesis that showed that the halting problem, which is whether a program can determine whether another program will halt or terminate, is called the Church-Turing thesis, because both of these scientists and both of these models proved this was not possible. Lambda calculus is quite simple, actually. It only has 3 terms in the whole system. First are variables, which we're probably pretty familiar with. Second is function abstraction. This means a lambda function that takes in a variable x and returns some other lambda term m. And finally, we have function application. This means that the lambda term m is applied to the lambda term n. And this is all you need to build a universal model of computation in lambda calculus. Here is a really simple example of a lambda function. This is called the identity function. It's a lambda function that takes in some expression x and returns whatever x is. We can model this in Python really easily by saying lambda of x is x, and hopefully you can see the similarities between these two. In lambda calculus, the only primitive data type is the lambda function. There's no such thing as booleans, integers, no such operators like addition, multiplication, which kind of begs the question, how do you model computation with only functions? We do this with something cool called church encoding, which is a process where you encode primitive data types like booleans and numbers, and operations like addition, subtraction, using nothing but functions. So let's do that. Let's encode Boolean algebra with only Python lambda functions. First, we have to define our predicates. Alonzo Church defines the predicates for true and false as lambda functions that take in 2 arguments. This might look weird if you've ever written lambdas in Python before, but there's a limitation of lambda calculus which says that the functions only should take 1 argument, and this is how you model multiple argument functions in lambda calculus. As a function that takes in 1 argument and returns a function that takes in another argument, which returns a function that takes in another argument, until you have all the arguments you need, which you then operate with. So for true, we take in 2 parameters, a and b, and we want to return the left-hand side, whatever a is. Conversely, for false, we just return b. And if we get one of our predicates, we can see that Python tells us it's a lambda function at some memory address. And this isn't super helpful for the purposes of this demonstration, so I will write a very quick function that takes in one of these predicates, and if it's true, returns the first argument, so we can make it return the string true, and if otherwise, return the string false. And although I'm using a string value here, this is just for making the presentation look better. This is not actually involved in any of the modeling or computation. We can test this by asking it to print a false function, and it returns false. Okay, with our predicates encoded, we can now begin to encode Boolean operators. The most simple one is not, which takes in 1 predicate and just inverts its value. So if a is true, we want to return false. If a is false, we want to return true. We can test this out. So not of true should be false. Cool. Okay, let's try something a little bit more complex. Let's try the OR Boolean operator. This is a Boolean operator that takes in 2 predicates and returns true whether either or both of them are true. So if a is true, we don't care what b is, we always return true. But if a is false, then we want to return whatever the value of b is. So let's try this. So OR of true and false should be true. But OR of false and false is false. Cool. What about exclusive OR? Exclusive OR is like OR, but if both a and b are true, then it returns false. So it only returns whether they're both different, essentially. So if a is true, then we want to return the inverted value of b. Otherwise, we return whatever b is. So XOR of true and true should be false, but of true and false is true. Okay, what about our final Boolean operator, AND? It takes in two predicates, A and B, and returns whether they're both true or not. So if A is true, then we want to return whatever the value of B is. But if A is false, we don't care what B is, and we always return false. Print AND of true and false should be false. But AND of true and not false is true. And we can chain these together. So we can do AND of exclusive OR of true and false, and exclusive OR of not true and false, returns false. And so here what we've done is we've modeled Boolean algebra in Python using only lambda functions, never actually touching any primitive data types like, well, actual Booleans. Anything that's computable can be represented under church encodings. Natural numbers, including the operators that you would want on those, addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, lists, anything computable. So now in the future, when you have to do something like this in Python, hopefully you now know where the lambda keyword comes from and have seen something cool that you can model with only functions and nothing else. Thanks for listening to my talk, and I hope you have a great rest of the conference.
Wow, fantastic. Now I feel like I definitely understand lambda a little bit better. I'm wondering, did they get any further with Einstein and getting to that conference? I know they were having some problems finding the way, but now the map.
Yeah. So the map, so I think the driver is really smart, right? So the driver managed to, so he was running Emacs on his car computer, and he managed to do everything that Martin showed earlier. And yeah, so they find a conference and they decide to switch places, right? So they change clothes, and now the driver is dressed like Einstein, and Einstein is dressed like the driver. And that is how they go to the conference. And so Einstein goes in the audience, right, and sits down to watch the talk. And guess what happens when Einstein, the driver, gives a talk?
I could not guess, but I think we might have to wait because we have the next talk on. But I'll be thinking about it.
Yeah.
So let us introduce to the stage. Oh, sorry, we both clicked at the right time. Apologies. Hi, Gajendra. How are you today?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you, Jessica?
I'm very well. We're sharing your screen, but it's actually the StreamYard tab.
Yeah, correct.
That's being shared.
Just a second. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, perfect. Brilliant. All right, then over to you for security considerations. Awesome.
Yeah. Thank you, Jessica. So my name is Gajendra Deshpande, and today I will be presenting a brief talk on security considerations in Python packaging. So in today's talk, briefly we'll discuss about the vulnerabilities in Python packages and Python package index. Then we'll discuss some tools like Bandit, Safety, and SamGrep. Then general guidelines for secure coding practices in Python. Now we know that Python is one of the say topmost languages in the world today. So in TOB index, it has recently reached #1, and also in Stack Overflow, it is ranked #3. And you can also see in the GitHub stats on github.io that Python has been ranked 3 with so many number of active repositories. So in terms of active repositories, it is #3. So this makes it vulnerable from the hacker's point of view. So let us see how open source and security are concerned. So there's a misconception about security of open source software. So the major reason many people cite is that the code is open source, everything is available, so hackers know the folder structure and architecture of the software. But generally, open source softwares are considered secure because there are a lot of people who are involved in making the software secure. But security issues are mostly due to the lack of understanding of the secure coding principles by the developers who use these packages. So the point is that the open source software itself is secure, but the additional plugins or the modules which are developed by the third parties or third persons, they are they may be having the vulnerabilities. Okay. So the importance of secure package is that insecure package will make your application vulnerable and prone to external threats. So compromised and unauthorized disclosure of information may result into personal and company reputation and money. Unsecure code may damage the systems of the users. Sometimes it may also lead to the physical damage. So these are the few articles which have been published recently on the internet, and they show the different vulnerabilities present in Python Python packaging index. So there's a dependency confusion attack found in PyPy repositories. Then JFrog detected malicious PyPy packages stealing the credit cards and injecting the malicious code. Then several vulnerabilities have been detected by developer.com. Then potential remote code execution was possible. Then supply chain flaws were found in the Python packages. Now let's see some tools which will actually help us to scan the Python code and identify the vulnerabilities. So there's a tool called as Bandit. So it can be used to it can be used to find the common security issues in Python code. So to do this, Bandit processes each file, builds the abstract syntax tree from it, and runs appropriate plugins against it. So once Bandit finishes the scanning of all files, it generates a report. So you can install it by using pip command, and you can run Bandit on a specific code repository. So to run it on a specific code repository, you have to specify code path, either local path or remote path. Even GitHub path will do. Now you can also generate a baseline report. So what baseline report does is it allows us to ignore the known vulnerabilities, such as, for example, in the testing phase, you can ignore the clear text password, especially in case of unit tests. So these can be taken care. These are not the major issues, so you can ignore those things using the baseline report. Then there's a procedure to write the Bandit tests. So here you have to identify the vulnerability to build a test and create a new file in the example. So consider the vulnerability you are testing and mark the function with one or more appropriate decorators. Then create a new Python source file to contain your test. Then function that you create should take the parameter context, which is an instance of the context class you can query for information about the current element being examined. You can also get the raw abstract syntax tree node for more advanced use cases. So here in this case, it is a context.py file. Then extend your Bandit configuration file as needed to support your new test. Then finally execute the Bandit against the test file you defined in the examples folder and ensure that it detects the vulnerability. Now there are some Bandit plugin ID groupings. So we have got different categories of IDs. So if it is a B1 series, then it is miscellaneous test. B2 series deals with application or framework misconfigurations. B3 series deals with blacklisting of calls. B4 series deals with blacklisting of import. Then B5 series deals with cryptography related issues. Then B6 series is related to injection flaws. Then B7 series deals with the cross-site scripting. So on this slide, you can see the details of different plugin IDs. So in each category, many test plugins have been mentioned. Next is the safety check. So safety checks your install dependencies for known security vulnerabilities. So by default, it uses Open Python Vulnerability Database, that is the safety DB, but it can be upgraded to use pyup.io's safety API using the key option. It supports Python 3.5 and above. You can also install insecure package. There's a package called as insecure package, which will help you to check whether your safety package is working fine or not. So there are some commands you can directly use safety and check. So this will check the current virtual environment for the vulnerabilities. Then you can also specify requirements of txt file. So it will check the vulnerabilities for the requirements or required packages in the requirements.txt file. Then you can also supply the standard input. You can also specify the freeze command. So what pip freeze does is it considers the list of packages which have been installed using pip command. So even that can be passed as a parameter. Then you can also check for a specific package if there is if it is if it has a security vulnerability. So when you run, you will see this output basically. So this is before installing insecure package. Now after installing insecure package, now you can see here that it shows that there has been a vulnerability. So SafetyDB is a database of known security vulnerabilities in Python packages. So the data is made available by pyapp.io and synced with this repository once per month. So most of the entries are found by filtering CVEs and changelogs for certain keywords. So the important point here is that you should not consider this list as a blacklist or package to be avoided. So it will give you some indication whether the package is maintained well, whether the security vulnerabilities have been taken care. So just because it appears in this list, you should not be avoiding it. So then we have got SafetyDB. We have got two files here, insecure.json file, which just gives the package name and the insecure release version as a plain text. If you want more details, then you can use insecure_full.json file. This will give you the description along with the URLs. So we have got several tools under SafetyDB. One is Safety CI, which enables us GitHub integration. Then safety command we have already seen. Then if you want to run against Django, then we have got Safety Django. Then if you want application for Mac OS, then there is something called as Safety Bar. Then pre-commit hookup is available. It checks dependencies against the SafetyDB. Then we have also got pip env check, which relies on safety and SafetyDB to check for the known vulnerabilities in the locked components. Then the last one is the samgrep tool. It's an open source static analyzer. It works with more than 17 plus languages. Of course, Python is supported. Apart from Python, it supports Go, Java, Ruby, and other softwares. It's not the vendor controlled one. So there are 1,000 plus community rules have been written, and it enables you to write your own rules. Then rules look similar to code, and it addresses OWASP top 10 issues, that is Open Web Application Security Project top 10 issues. Then it eradicate classes of bugs by enforcing code guardrails at every stage of the development workflow, and it hunts vulnerabilities by iteratively exploring a code base with lightweight queries and REPL workflow. So you can actually visit the playground link here and see how it works, and you can start playing with the code. Then finally, the general guidelines are: if you are a package maintainer, then ensure that the package you are maintaining is secure and practice secure coding. Then as an application developer, follow secure coding principles while writing code. Then use tools to check vulnerabilities before using them in your projects. Periodically scan your environment for the vulnerabilities. Scan and verify packages using PGP keys. Then use Twine for improved security and testability. Scan packages before upgrading. Then ensure that you install code from a trusted source, which is very, very important. So thank you for listening to my talk. If there are any questions, I can take up.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. For anybody who has questions, if they could log into the Discord, and then we will, hopefully you'll be available in Discord for folks to be able to reach out. Is that cool?
Yeah, sure.
Excellent. And yeah, that's very good. I think security is definitely something very important. And thinking about security, I wonder how secure was that conference, Teresa, that Einstein was going into? Did they have a security check?
Yeah, the conference was really secure. The problem was more that they didn't actually have a code of conduct. So because they didn't have a code of conduct, then there was someone in the audience who asked a very, so the scientist, so the driver presents, right? So this person in the audience really wanted to impress everyone, and then asked a really, it felt like I could like find the most difficult question, you know, to lock Einstein up. And so he wanted like Einstein not to be able to reply, so decided to be that person that asks, you know, a question that the speaker can't answer. And so he stands up and interrupts the conference by posting his like very difficult question, right? But the thing is, the room fell silent, and then Paloma came in, right? And yeah, we just have to see what happens after. Thank you.
We'll see.
I am invading it. Sorry.
I'm going.
Hi. Hello, everyone. Well, this is a talk about open source. Apparently, it's quite famous now in this conference now. But it is about everything you need to be proud of your repository. But why? Well, because open source standards, they basically ensure not only the quality and the shareability of a project with the necessary proper documentation to make it welcoming, understandable, and to keep a clear communication going through the process. But most important for me is that open standards have this power to guide the technology development by gently enforcing space for diversity and equity. And if you share my love for standards, and if you have a messy project or that like no one can understand, or if you just want to show off how cool you are because you have the most compliant repositories, this talk is for you. Oh, hold on. Let me, before we digging into it, let me first introduce myself. My name is Paloma Andrade. I'm a Brazilian with a Mexican heart living in Berlin, and I identify myself as a Latin woman with the blue hair as the Caribbean Sea. And although I have been involved with open source for more than a decade, I only understand the role of a maintainer 1 year ago after joining South Labs, where I had the pleasure to be in the open source program office. And there, during my internship, I create this web application called check-my-repo. It is an automated tool meant to be a good tooling for either other open source program office, but you as a user as well, or under any organization. It is built upon another tool, also open source, called RepoLinter. And what it does, it goes through all of the repositories you have under a user or an organization, and it checks if it has all the documents that says, oh, this is a really cool repository and I have everything I need with the best practices, from README to license. Why? Because when we automate this verification and make sure that can sleep when we're creating project, but right now, like I'm beginner developer, I have more than 50, like almost 100 repositories. It is crazy to manage that by hand or just by heart. So when you automate that verification, it helps you oversee how compliant is the projects you're dealing with. And this is the tool, a little overview of it. But now I want to show you in real time, how can you do? Oh my God, this is the web application. You go there, you see the total of repositories, you send it to your GitHub, and you can see what is good, what is failing. Shamefully here showing what everything is failing. But now let me show you how you can have a check-my-repo to call my on. You go here to the South Labs /check-my-repo. You go to fork. You choose which user you want to fork under. I would choose my personal one. You wait for the forking time. Real time, in 10 minutes. I felt bold. You finish that, you have all the project fork into your own user. As you can see here, fork from South Labs. You go to settings. You make sure your actions are enabled. Everything enabled. And then you go to pages and you say, oh, I want this to come from GitHub pages. you save it, and voila. You have under your name, everything checking. It will take 24 hours to check your verification. As soon as you fork it and you have your GitHub, it will still show Sauce Labs pages. But after 24 hours, you will have I have to present it again. You will have your repositories on it. Cool. So this is the two. And now, in my 5 minutes left, I will show you or tell you why the heck does a healthy repository matters. Well, for some people, open source is just a technical definition, right? It's just like a code, you put it available in public, you can modify, distribute, basic definition. But for me, and for others, this can mean much more. This can mean the base of collaboration. And because open source is not just this verb, it is an a workflow, a philosophy, an approach to software development, so much more. I like my personal definitions that it is an ecosystem that is both done by technical, but most importantly by people. Just putting the code there in a public repository will not achieve the ideal of making it shareable. And when I say this is done for technical, but always people, you need to consider who is this other that it's not me, and how will I include this other in this project? That means that we have a huge problem in open source called information imbalance. Mostly just the small people, the small group that I'm more close to will have access. That will not make a good open source project, right? That would be like just for me and my friend. I wouldn't need to foster open source community around it. And there's a few things when you use the best practice, the check-my-repo helps you to check, that helps you to minimize this information imbalance. This clear information should go available for everyone through the whole project. And communication to someone directly, I'm emitting a message, I'm receiving a message, is already complicated enough. But when you're dealing with, checking time, 3 minutes. When you're dealing with asynchronous communication all the time as it is in an open source project, you need to assure those standards. And that means that you give the opportunity to others not only to have simple contributions, but to actually have the ability to influentiate the project. That brings diversity, which nowadays is shamefully just 3-4. The last statistics was 3.5% were women, for example. If we don't have the information imbalance, if we have this openness, understanding how our procedurally, how we do things are done, like having one public issue tracker, not having this information just for me, or daily communicating the project status, or how can I do things, or how is this project going to happen in the future, we can make sure others can participate, others that it's not me and think different than me can participate in this project. So which are the basic elements that check-my-repo helps you check, and how you can accomplish this wonderful thing? Well, there are kind of 11. One of its binaries, it just checks if you don't have any passwords, so this is about security. License is the fundamental of what defines open source, so it helps you say to the other, hey, you can do that, and by default, I legally allow you to do whatever you want with this project. And when this is telling in advance, it helps a lot with miscommunication, but with also legal things. The README, which is the first thing that it's at the minimum, where how you communicate the project friendly, and the other will feel welcome or not to contribute to your project. And the change log is how you make it easier to understand this development or the lack of maintenance if I want to be part of it at large. Contributing ownership and test directors will be guidelines to help me how do I contribute? And that saves a lot of time for maintainers, just like the ownership saves a lot of time on how to get in touch with the proper person, but also avoids the project to die. And there's 11 elements. You can read that in the Check My Repo page, but don't stop there. You should also check Chaos community, Chaos project that helps you achieve metrics for open governance, for example, that helps you achieve diversity in leadership as well. So if you want a Check My Repo to call your own because I convince you, go to this repository at saucelabs/checkmyrepo and have a Check My Repo to call yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I will definitely be checking my repository later. Hopefully it is close enough, not too many important changes needed. I really loved the sentiment, though, that you brought with your talk around making your repository more available for others. And yeah, and it's unfortunate that at the conference that Einstein was going to, it wasn't a very inclusive environment, because they were allowed to ask these kind of questions, which we've all been there. But if you have some questions for Paloma that are not trying to catch her out, she is a wonderful person to chat to. Please find her on Discord and have a chat with Paloma there. So thank you very much.
Synchronously in Discord.
See you in Discord.
Yeah, so you know what happened, because this was an in-person conference, which has its own complications, right? So like with the remote conference, you always have the microphone in front of you, but here it's like someone has to run with the microphone. And the room was like a maze, you know? It was a maze. They couldn't it couldn't just go to this, person, They, in the end, was like the person had to go on stage, and they really were they wanted to show off, but then they had to solve the maze. And then they actually had to check the next talk to see how to get to the speaker so that they can ask the question.
That sounds very tricky. It'd be good if there was some way to do some sort of maze escape.
Like advent of code
algorithm. I don't know. But, oh, wait, what's this? Hello, Kristian. Looks like you might have something for us.
Yeah.
All right. We'll hand over to you. Looking forward to your talk.
Awesome. Thanks much for having me over. Thanks much for the invitation. Am I on audio? Good.
Yes.
Great. Welcome to my talk about graph traversal. I labeled this as my favorite algorithm because you can literally use graph traversal to get out of a maze. Yeah, and I put here something on the screen that shows you how not to do it, because you could try getting out of a maze by randomly choosing the directions to go, and that means that you will end up moving back and forth, test out randomly the blind alleys, and not really end up anywhere in a finite time, and that delays everything. One could try something smarter, like another algorithm that you could use to get out of a maze. Would be to grab a wall next to you and then go along that wall, always keeping the same wall to the right side, but that might also lead you into a trap, because if there is a circle like here in the maze that we have on the screen, then you also don't get anywhere. No, the proper way to do this is to use graph traversal, and I would like to show you an actual implementation of graph traversal in Python, because it's a very generic algorithm that is applicable to many situations. For instance, advent of code, or calculating train connections and stuff like that. So let's get this awful random algorithm off the screen, take a look at the graph traversal code, and check whether it is actually working. And we see, yes, the figure runs to the exit right away, arrives there, and I can spend the rest of the time how this actually works in Python code. So what we have is that we want to find a path. Here, if you look at the right side of the screen, we have a start and an exit. These are positions in this 2D grid. They could be, if you approach this more generically, you could call them nodes in a graph if you insist on using the word graph, but I'll stick to the word position. And then we have a function that we can call to find the adjacent positions. In this case, these are all the possible moves to the up, down, left, and right. And with that, that is all the information that we need to get the algorithm started. And the trick is here that we use a queue data structure that is here implemented as this Python list. So in this list, we store tuples of 2 items. One of them is an actual candidate position. And at the moment, at the beginning, we have only one candidate that is the starting position. And then we also store the path that we have already walked, because in the end, we would like to know not only that a solution exists, but also how we got there. And in this candidate list, we will, over time, collect all the possible paths that we could walk, which could be quite a lot. But this algorithm is one of the fastest exhaustive solutions that really guarantees you to find the solution if there exists one. And then we have to make sure that we don't go back and forth. So we keep track of the visited positions. And for that, I use here a Python set, because that is time efficient and is also typing efficient. I don't have to use a lot of screen space to use that. And then the real calculations start. We have a while loop here that checks if we still have candidates left, any places where we did not go yet. And if so, we take the oldest candidate, because that is guaranteed to be the shortest path. And we take a look at the position and the path that got us there. And we check whether that happens to be the exit already. And if we have the exit, then we know that we are done. We can return the path and then do whatever we want. For instance, have our figure move across the maze or the conference yard, or wherever it is we want to go. However, if we have not found the exit yet, then we have to go on looking for the position from the position that we are looking at. And this is where this callback function comes in. We call it and iterate over all the positions that we could possibly go. Here in this example, I've implemented this in a way that the figure does not bump into the walls. So we only get positions that are really walkable, which includes all the pineapples and melons and bananas. And we also get a variable that contains the direction. And then each of these new positions has to be added as a new candidate. So they get appended to this queue. We also make a copy of our path. So this square bracket with the colon inside, this is actually one of the most important parts here, because we really need a copy. It doesn't work if we append to the path list, because that might be used in several places. And we must not forget to note that we have been in some position already. Otherwise, we end up in an endless loop. And this works. This finds the exit position. It may, however, happen that there is no possible path. For instance, if you start here at the bottom left, you can only go in a circle. And once you've exhausted all those available positions there, then the candidate queue will be empty, and this is why I put here this this exception that gets raised. Then you know that there is no exit to be found. And this is a nice algorithm. I like it a lot. I've implemented this a couple of times, and we spent some time at home unit testing that as well. I've uploaded this particular implementation on GitHub, so you can check it out if you're interested in getting out of a maze yourself. That is the algorithm that I wanted to get across. Thank you very much, and I hope you will enjoy the conference further.
Thank you very much, Kristian. Oh, sorry, let me just remove your screen, otherwise we see so many duplicates. So that looks like it would definitely be helpful for navigating a route around a conference studio. That was tricky. So I think you've probably helped out Einstein and his driver. And have you already got your pizza lined up for lunch?
Yes, I'm going to my mum. Let's see what's on the menu.
Very nice. Okay. Well, hopefully pizza, but if not, I'm sure it'll be delicious. So thank you very much, and catch you later. Folks, maybe we'll reach out to you on Discord. So before we all break, I think I heard some folks already have their pizza. Not me, not yet. But is there any update on Einstein's situation? So what happened?
The solution was really easy. So okay, the whole room went silent. So the guy got to the microphone and asked this tough question, and the solution was really easy. The driver looked at him and said, "Oh man, sir, your question is so easy to answer that even my driver could take it." And then he points at Einstein, who was dressed like the driver, you know.
The classic switch around. Oh my goodness. Okay. Very good. Very good. So yeah.
I'm just gonna show you.
Okay, pizza incoming. Hope everybody else has got theirs ready, or whatever alternative they have on the menu. It's looking good. Oh wow. Yum. Fantastic. Do I see pineapple on there?
No, it's mice. Sorry, corn. It was corn. So it was a vegetarian.
Still very tasty.
Yes.
So we're gonna have a break for around an hour's time. So it gives everybody time to have some pizza, have a drink or something, take a rest if you were out at a Christmas party last night, and we will be back with more fantastic talks at 1 o'clock CET time. So that's not this hour, but the next hour.
Don't forget to go out on a walk. I heard it's really nice outside.
It's pretty grey in Berlin, but I don't know, maybe it's nice in Hamburg.
Oh yeah, it's really sunny.
Or where other folks are.
Oh, Georgie.
Yeah, hi Georgie. Oh, sorry, pressed it at the same time again. Still getting used to the StreamYard controls. And don't forget, if you haven't signed up to the raffle, you can still sign up to the raffle. You can talk to people on Discord. We also have another networking event happening in the afternoon. So if you've not signed up for that, please do. And yeah, please just remember, if you're giving feedback or you're chatting with people on Discord, to do it in a respectful manner. And we will catch back with you in an hour's time.
Yep. So hungry.
Hello, everyone. My name is
and I'm on mute. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you've had a great lunch break, got some pizza, made some friends on Discord, had some time to relax and geared yourself up for more talks. And this afternoon, we're also going to hear the story of a little robot. And the little robot gained sentience and decided that it would really like to be more human. But before we go any further with that, I'm going to introduce our next speaker, Peggy, to the stage, who has a fascinating talk related to AI and the environment. And the little robot that we're going to learn about today also is very eco-conscious and wanting to do its best that it can and learn more about the world that it's found itself in. So buckle up, get ready for the next round of talks. Remember, we've got networking at the next break. You can ask questions on Discord. You can join the raffle if you've not done so yet. We'll be announcing the winners at the very end, at the closing. And with that, I will welcome Peggy. Hi, Peggy.
Hi.
And I will hand over to you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much for inviting me. I'm really pleased that I have the possibility to speak of my theme. I speak a lot at the kitchen table with my friends, and now I have the chance to speak with you all about this, my idea. And I hope I can give you also some inspiration to look a bit deeper into it and get also into discussions with not only with your friends, but also at work and in the way you're using AI with Python. Okay, let's start from beginning. It's what do we want actually? So actually we want to have a good world with sustainable development goals all fulfilled, you know. And I think AI can make can give a lot of possibilities to it for less hunger, about well-being, for health, for education. There's so many things AI helps and can help even more also for science and development and everything. But if we take off this point, so about does AI actually help for the responsible consumption and production and using of energy, then this seems to be a problem if you go look a bit at it. So when you think about the cost of an advanced AI model training, for example, then you will say, okay, it costs a lot of time. You need a lot of money to pay for it. And also you need a lot of high quality data to store and to collect and to store. And of course, you need a huge amount of energy. And this amount is so, crazy. And it's so accelerating. It's hard to imagine. I just take a few numbers I found for the talk, because it was kind of short term for me to prepare. But I'm sure if you look a bit around and get into the point, you will find much more. I didn't find like a general overall number of how much energy is used for AI worldwide, but I found some examples which I think show quite good where this development goes to. So if you take, for example, the Megatron machine learning model, it needed for language processing, it needed 512 V100 GPUs to compute, and this about 9 days. So if you count now, each of these GPU takes about 250 watts. That means for the 9 days, you need, in the end, something like 45 terabytes. It's about more than 25 kilowatt hours. And that means this is 3 times as much an average household takes for 1 year. And it's just like one model. And if you go look at another example, like, and this is actually just, there are even more natural language tools and processes which take much more energy than that one. And if you take another energy consumption example, for example, this AlphaZero, it is that cutting edge AI DeepMind Go playing program, where the last event when the computer finally won the Go game. And to make this happen, between 2012 and 2018, it increased for 300,000 times. I mean, when I try to show this in a graph, it's impossible. I should hit the button now for 300 times, 1,000 times to come to the end of the arrow. So I tried somehow to visualize it, but actually it's beyond imagination. How this consumption of processing power is exploding. And somehow, we have to realize what this actually makes also for the energy consumption. So there are people like Alan Peltz-Sharp, who is founder of the analyst firm Deep Analysis, who says that data centers are going to be one of the most impactful things on the environment in the future. So this is something we should realize and somehow deal with, or even think about if this is, is it really worth, how important is AI, and in what fields it is actually very important? Do we need all this? And the projects we're working on, do they actually help really a lot of people on the long term while the environment is destroyed, or is it counterproductive at the end for our global surviving? It sounds dramatically, but somehow it's right. And so the question is, so if we say, okay, we accept that we have to deal with these big questions, is there any idea what we can do about it, how we can dive a bit into it and learn about it and find some sort of ways out? So I found some paths we could go, and one I think which is quite interesting is so to learn and connect the processing power we need for training models directly to the energy, an estimation of the energy it's used to make it happen. And there are still a lot of ML frameworks who don't have power models for energy evaluations. And for example, in TensorFlow, Caffe2, PyTorch, and also others, they still lack energy evaluations. But there were some scientists who working to create guidelines for the ML community. I have sent, I collected some papers and stuff. At the end of the talk, you can see them. And I think this would be a very interesting thing to connect. Whenever you design something, think about and get a more or less estimation how much your development will cost an energy, not only on money, but also in energy. And that means also for the environment. I found even an estimation tool on which is online, which can help you. I have also at the end of the talk, I have this on a slide, so you can get a bit of inspiration out of this. And I think it would be interesting to discuss this kind, what could be guidelines, and discuss a bit what is already there in ideas, and get into communication about this possible connection, and how to get into it in daily life, in daily work with AI approaches and implementations. And then I found also 11 possibilities to reduce the power consumption, beside of using what I found also, that's saying, okay, change the cooling possibilities and these kinds of things, which is then has a problem, because then the water is warming up, and this is also not good for the environment. So I think it makes sense to think already in the design of the AI model, to think about how much power it will consume, and how can I make it smarter, not only smarter in the way of faster or better working, but smarter in the sense of energy and processing power consumption, which is actually at the end the same thing, because it's correlating. And it's always, I mean, I think it would make sense to go into estimations on this, and always think, okay, when I make it better now, this model, and train it again and again, and with more data, what is the best thing I will get out of it? What is the estimation? How much processing power it will cost? And is it really worth, So because just to start thinking about this in this way would be already a way to get into responsibility. So I found also some ideas to make the model smarter and less power consumptive. So it's like making smaller models and moving less data, because the data processing, the bigger the data storage is, the more power you need. If possible, think about how much computing is really necessary to make it run, make it really better, and start to batch, to reuse parts of the program which are already working, and think about also smart data formats to make computing faster, and to have less data combined less data information combined to the data which is actually necessary. And also think about where your AI development is actually necessary, and if you can also spare it, or can you use compression, makes a very good data preparation, that you don't process data in a way it is not necessary, and focus on the events, that analyze everything, but see that you can just take out events on which are really necessary for the computing, and focus on them, so you have less data to process. And I also find it charming to use analog circuitry, which is actually, it sounds a bit old-fashioned, but I know this from hearing algorithms and hearing aids, because this is my research field, that is always very fast, and they don't use so much power, because because the algorithm is already inside of the hardware integrated. And then use photons instead of electrons, and yes, it's actually optimize the hardware using for the process you needed. There's also a link at the end of the talk. So this is actually a bit off topic for you, but not for me, because I'm into the ice and the ice melting, and this is just my personal, let's say, effect I have on it, and it's all about like the glaciers which are melting worldwide in a really very fast manner, and this is just one impact on the environment. This further energy consumption will have, yeah, actually people don't really think about it, that the ice stores about 3/4 of all the fresh water in the world. There was just like a water fight again, and this was one of the big I say resource of in the world people will fight about. And ice covers about 11% of the world's land area, which is actually quite a lot. If you imagine, it's like, yeah, imagine your town, 11% is ice is just melting, and it has a huge effect on the world climate. And yeah, if you really let it go, that our processing power and energy consumption is just rising, like I showed you before with this arrow, like we say in German, durch die Decke gehen, yeah, explosion of the ceiling, then, and also ice would melt, it would the sea level would rise of about 90 meters, which is 300 feet, and this would mean big floods all over the world. So this is just one my personal attachment to one of the effects of climate change. So yeah, to come back to the beginning, so we have to be really very, very careful, especially in NI, how and what for, and in which way we're using energy. We have to decide, we will actually decide about the future of our planet, and we have to be responsible about the consumption and production of AI applications, so that we can give a good, can do something good in all field of sustainable goals we have here, and to go on with it and not destroy actually all the potential of AI by too much energy consumption and the eating of the planet just to make it go. Yeah, this is the references I recommend. Yeah, so I think, so there's something interesting also, this annual competition, low power computer vision challenge. I didn't hear about this before. I would recommend to take a look at this. It seems to happen every day, also every year, or also this year. And there is also this machine learning emissions calculator online. So if you make an AI implementation development, you can try to estimate the consumption, which gives you an idea how much is the impact of your development. And also a bit more about these 11 ways to reduce AI energy consumption you find in this article, is also this link, which will be all published, I think, also on the event page. Yeah, well, I am already coming to the end of my talk. I don't know if we still have a bit time for questions and answer.
So thank you, first of all, Peggy, for a really insightful talk. I saw already a few comments around it making people really think about these things and how maybe that can be something that they introduce to their own work. If folks do have questions for you, maybe they would join the Discord. So I'm not sure if you've joined the Discord channel yet. If not, there was information in the emails. So if you could join the Discord, and maybe folks can reach out you there. I know, Peggy, you're also, for instance, in the PyLadies Slack, because you've also given a couple of really insightful talks at PyLadies Berlin. But yes, thank you so much, Peggy, for the talk. And that gave a lot of insight also to the little robot who is now thinking that they want to be more efficient with where they're running things, maybe do some smaller algorithms for themselves and check themselves using this tool that you suggested to be able to see how much energy they're consuming. And the little robot was so determined to become a human, or be more human, because that was their one true desire, that they decided that they'd go and rewrite their internal code. And as most of us, when we come to a challenge of writing something or rewriting something, they were also wondering which language to use, because there's many options out there. And they'd heard lots of great things about Python, but they'd also heard about some other interesting languages in the world of programming that they could use for rewriting their internals. But they need some help on making that decision. And I'm hoping that our next speaker is going to be able to give us some insights for choosing languages, or specifically between two. So just a reminder for everybody, because we're just running a little ahead of schedule, so we do have a couple of minutes. So just give another reminder for folks that we have the networking at 4:30, and there's still the raffle. And if you can join on Discord, and you can speak to the speakers, but also other attendees, ask them how their pizza was. Did you manage to have a pizza for lunch, Peggy? Or did you have something else?
No, I didn't have pizza. I was thinking about it, but I missed that one. Can I still order one?
You can still order one, yeah. You can have it during the after, because you've done your talk now, so you can have it during the other talks.
Oh, I'm so grateful. I will have a look. And then can be any restaurant I wish.
Yes.
Yep.
Perfect.
Yeah, exactly. If you just send us an email afterwards, and we can sort out some sort of reimbursement. Yeah, there's lots of choices in Berlin for pizzas. I guess in Hamburg too. Teresa's looked particularly good.
Yeah, but all of the nice ones open at 4. So I have to order pizza again today.
Oh, okay. So you're having double pizza, right? I see.
It's that day of the year.
Should we maybe invite Bojan onto stage and see? Yeah. Did you also have pizza?
Yeah. Hello everyone. Not yet. I plan to have lunch after this. Yeah, but I'm also in Berlin, so I have the same problem, I think. Yeah.
Too much choice.
Too much choice. Yes.
Yeah.
Which again is like, the little robot's problem of what language we should use. Yeah.
Is there a language running on protons theory? I was really curious about that thing with using protons instead of electrons. I have to read up on that to kind of understand how that works. But I think that's something for the robots to work on, right?
Maybe that's something that they can investigate.
Yeah.
During their research into becoming more human.
Yeah. Cool.
All right. Yeah. So maybe we'll say bye to Peggy. Thanks so much again for your wonderful talk.
Thank you
for joining us.
We also say bye to Teresa. Thank you for joining us.
You're also disappearing, are you? I think we have to kill a couple of minutes. I didn't want to tell more of the little robot story because I think that the next talk is really important and crucial to the decision-making process.
Hopefully,
yeah, hopefully.
It's a bit of a controversial one, I mean, I have to say. So I'm very excited about this. I'm very excited to speak about this, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I think you might have some people riled up in the in the audience.
Definitely, yeah. The job, my job here is kind of to bring everything together, and of course, I mean, people have opinions about technology, right? Yeah.
So I'm learning.
Yeah, and the opinions are facts this year.
Sorry?
This year, the opinions are usually facts already.
Yeah.
So we're living in the age of when opinions are facts. So.
Yeah.
I guess everyone's wondering what we're talking about. So I'm just going to bring your slides up.
Well, I didn't design. I wish I designed this very nice visualization, but it's not me. It's one of the open source packages we'll talk about. But it looks very cute, right? I mean, the Python is a snake, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not sure how a real Python looks like, actually. Do you know? Yeah?
Yeah. I mean, this looks close to the other interpretations I've seen.
Yeah. Now that we think about this, is it a poisonous snake, Python in general? I mean, I don't know, actually.
That is a good question. I think
it's a constrictor. No.
No, that's a boa constrictor. Right?
I know. It's not a Borg. I only know Viper and Borg constrictor, that they have like very suggestive names. Is there anybody in the audience that knows a bit more about Pythons as a cute little animal?
Python fun facts.
The constricting.
I do have. I have one Python fun fact. What is? Sorry, let me just find this here. It was quite funny. I looked it up. It's definitely gonna not be worth the wait. But anyway, what do a Zulu owner and a Python data analyst have in common? A zoo owner and a Python data analyst. What do they have in common? They both import pandas.
Okay. That's a good one. That's a good one.
See, I told you, totally worth it.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
I'm here all week. Okay.
Okay, I think it's time to start.
Yeah. All right, I'm going.
All right. So should I start? Yeah. Okay, I'll start. So yeah, as I mentioned before, this is a bit of a controversial topic. My job here today is to inform everyone that the language war is over. I mean, some of you might think, what language war? I mean, maybe I'm a bit older, so maybe I was witness to more battles in this, but I'll tell you more information in a second. Maybe first of all, who am I to speak about this? So I'm a CTO of VAM, which is a startup here in Berlin in the legal tech space. I have my own consultancy. I did some research on XAI and ecology specifically. And I'm an author of the O'Reilly book, Python and R for the Modern Data Scientist, which is, of course, the topic of today's discussion. And I'm currently writing my second book, which is The Elements of Data Strategy. I mean, that book is a bit more on the management side of data, but maybe somebody might find it also interesting. And of course, I'll provide the links to all of this in a second. Well, this meme I found is super funny because this is exactly the type of look I get when people ask me which language should I use, R or Python, when I want to learn data science, of course. And this is the look people gave me when I tell them, yeah, you can learn both. And I have no idea why this is such an unpopular opinion. I mean, of course, things might have changed a bit. But before this, actually, there's a few like housekeeping things I want to say. Obviously, this is a Python event, and I love Python. I mean, I've used Python for a long time, and I'm not going to try to convince you to leave the language. And the language war, this is about this maybe in the last 15 years. You know, I mean, Python kind of started to become popular for data with pandas. I don't remember which year that was, but ever since then, Python and R kind of were battling for the same people, and two different camps, you know, which one is better? A question, which one should I learn? I mean, you can imagine from the title of my talk, you should learn both. And another question which I get is, are there other languages? Of course there are. I mean, one which is always worth mentioning is called Julia. But I do think Python and R are here to stay in the next 10-15 years. They will be around. And me being a data person, obviously this whole talk is from a data perspective. I think if you're a software engineer, things might look a bit different. I think Python has some advantages there, definitely. But why would you care to be bilingual? And of course, an easy answer to this is you're more flexible. I mean, you can approach the same problem in different ways. So that makes you much more productive. And that's I would say a boring point. More exciting one is that it teaches you a new way of thinking. people who know several languages, they tend to, human languages, they tend to think in concepts, not words, which I think is very, very interesting. And a lot of my talk is based around that idea. Obviously, if you learn another language, in that case R, you have all the open source packages available there. Some of them you can't find in Python. And very importantly, you get access to a completely new community. You should just check out the rstats hashtag on topic on Twitter. There's some absolutely great people, great events in the R world. And finally, I found a reason to put something from the origin of species of Darwin and connect it to programming languages. What Darwin did, he investigated the beaks of some birds on the Galapagos Islands, and the shape of the beak, it was directly correlated to what they were eating. And that's absolutely the same with programming languages. So what they're used for, obviously, and their origin influences how they look right now. And of course, Python, it's a general purpose language. It's used for all kinds of things. Of course, there's very specialized applications, but mostly you can see it as this glue around software systems. R originally was made from statisticians, and this is the for us, by us idea. So statisticians made the language to serve their purpose. And for good or worse, some of those effects are seen to this day in the tools. Another important idea which helped evolve R a lot in the last years was the whole tidyverse topic. There's a whole family of packages which make R extremely flexible. And of course, the company RStudio have invested a lot into the language, into the tooling around it. So I think R is in a very good shape. In the book, we were wondering what is how do we compare the two languages, and one idea which I had was that even if you try to do the same thing, in this case you want to train a model based on some data, depending on the type of data you have, whether that's image, text, time series, or spatial data, the steps are wildly different. You can see for images you have to resize, change the color. For time series you need to remove noise. And this makes the task very complicated. And I would argue for some of those formats, some tool is better. For text, for example, I lean more on Python. For time series, more for R. But if you want to see more details on this, you can check this out in the book. But the second way of thinking, where R would be great is thinking about workflows. Any data person kind of neatly falls into one of those categories here. Some people, for example, are more focused on exploratory stuff, doing reporting, visualization. Some are more focused on deployment, the data engineering things. And of course, R and Python, they have different strengths and weaknesses in each one of those. The first reason why R is great is RStudio. Again, it's a company, but they create the RStudio IDE, which is a cross-platform IDE. You can run it everywhere, even in the browser. It's extremely feature-rich. There's everything you can imagine is in there. It has several brilliant extensions, and it's really made for tailored. It's really made for data work. For example, you can have your visualizations in the top bottom corner. You can inspect your variables. You have the command line. It's just a brilliant tool, which I think any Python person would love. On the Python side, we were lacking in this in the last years. Another cool package, which goes again to this idea of new way of thinking, is dplyr, where in several lines of code you can manipulate data in a very, very cool way. For example, in this code here, the input of one function, the output of one function becomes the input of the next one. And this is just a very weird thing to do. This is something you do on the command line with a pipe operator. And we don't have that in Python yet. There's some attempts at this, of course, but they're not that popular. And dplyr is just a brilliant way of manipulating data. Moving on to ggplot, which is actually one of the biggest reasons why people want to move to R. It's again the same idea. You kind of can split the same visualization in different layers and add them on top of each other, the data from the points, for example. Yet another amazing tool which is available in R is Shiny, and I do know that there's something called Streamlit in Python, which came out, I think, 2 years ago, which does a very similar thing. But you can create beautiful interactive applications, not just dashboards, based on your R code. And finally, this is where I think the future goes a bit, where you can actually use Python within R. Our studio spend a lot of time on this with the reticulate package, where actually you can work. For example, you can import your data with Python, and on this pandas data frame, you can do ggplot. And in the book, we have a brilliant case study where we did exactly this. So we took a data set from forest fires in the US, and we did the visualization in R, but we did the machine learning in Python, and we put this all together in Shiny. And this is actually how the architecture of this application works. And I think there's still some rough edges around such tooling, but I do think this is something beautiful, right, for the future. And I think to conclude, maybe, and spend the last maybe minute or two on this, I would really say be bilingual. You win so much. As I said, you learn to know a new community. You have access to new tools, but the most important thing is you just have a completely new way of thinking about data. Again, the ggplot package with the layering, Shiny for interactivity, dplyr for data manipulation. It just things which a Python user can benefit tremendously from, and solve good problems, of course. And maybe the last slide I have is a few resources. You can check out my company. You can check my consultancy company as well. You can check the book. And the whole topic we discussed on Data Frame podcast, me and my co-author Rick. So you can see what we talk about there. And of course, feel free to reach out to me on Twitter, LinkedIn, for any feedback or questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. Lots of insights there.
Yeah, for
Be
10
bilingual.
minutes. Yeah.
For 10 minutes, yeah. Definitely. But you give us lots of resources to check out future things. So I definitely will look into that. I think in the chat we also had some more interesting Python information.
Yeah,
so
now we know.
Now we know everything that you ever wanted to know about Python. And yeah, the little robot's very happy with that. Bojan, it's thinking best way is bilingual. Then you can speak with lots of different friends, be they human or be they computers.
Yeah.
Lots of options. So yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a great rest of the day and enjoy your pizza.
Bye-bye. Yeah.
And the little robot now is thinking, great, I'm going to rewrite my code. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to stay bilingual. But they're thinking they would like to understand a little bit more about humans and the human situation.
Should I give you a human sample?
I think that would be good. Yeah, some samples.
Here's like a human sample.
Hey.
Hi, Laura. We're very excited to have you over in Germany, especially for the event. Sorry that we couldn't all sit together.
It is what it is. I unfortunately caught a cold just days before the event.
Yeah, very unfortunate. Not for me, although I also had a cold almost all week, but I didn't give it to her, I promise. But luckily, you've recorded your talk. So
yes. So I was concerned that I might have had a very bad throat when talking, so decided to pre-record it, but still wanted to drop by and say hi to everyone. Hey, thank you for putting this together and having me.
Thank you for being here. Great. All right. Well, then I think we can queue up the recording and looking forward to your talk.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. My name is Laura, and in this presentation, I'm going to chat with you about PySurvivor, an emerging space within the Python communities where we celebrate survivors of adverse circumstances. I'll start off with the following observation. I have seen within my work as an organizer and developer that there is a need to develop strategies and language within text spaces that allow people to better navigate and understand hardship. I've noticed that overrepresentation of a group with highly similar experiences can be great for fostering an environment of camaraderie, and it can make it easier for people to relate to one another more easily. But when there are disagreements or different ways of responding to the same situation, in particular with this situation is a stressor, then groups with highly similar experiences may develop an expectation for people ought to respond to a stressful or difficult situation. In particular, if the group doesn't happen to have representation for those who have endured hardship or trauma or acute circumstances of stress for a long period of time, may respond differently when presented with stressors than those who haven't. This can create opportunities for misunderstanding between team members, disputes, as well as differences in the way people advance and contribute towards their field. Over time, what might happen is those who are underrepresented might have less opportunities to collaborate or might feel like there are less opportunities for them to contribute. Now, according to my own experience and based on my understanding of what it means to be a survivor, I'll outline it as a person who has had one or more of the following experiences. That this is not an exclusive list. And so to me, a survivor is someone who lives with a chronic illness, an illness that requires hospitalization or medical intervention. This can be a physical or mental illness. Is someone who may have additionally or not additionally suffered ongoing or acute abuse, either at a young age or any time during their adult life, who has been directly or indirectly impacted by war or violence, who forms part of a group that experiences or has experienced colonialism, and who may experience aggravating consequences from the situation throughout their life. We can think of this as a snowball effect, where a person having suffered or endured a particularly difficult situation might experience additional consequences, like having to manage symptoms as a result of the situation, having learned how to cope differently than those who didn't have those experiences, and so on. Now, what are some ways a person responds to a stressor? Some people might choose or might react by taking an immediate action. Some might want to discuss with others. Some people prefer to do a little bit of internal pondering or thinking. Some people might like to remove themselves from the stressor. There might be some who prefer to argue, and there's those who prefer to distract themselves from the stressor. Now, how does hardship affect the way a person responds to a stressor? Exposure to acute or prolonged hardship can change a person's response towards a stressor in two ways. One of them is by magnifying feelings and thoughts. For example, if a person who was not exposed to a series of very difficult situations might react to a situation as annoying, versus someone who is reminded by a particularly difficult situation as a result might experience feelings of high stress, feeling overwhelmed, feeling sad or angry, even if the feelings are not reflective or proportional to the situation. Another area where they might be experiencing some magnification is within the area of thought. And this can come up as a rumination when a person engages in thinking, high anxiety over a situation. And the kinds of thoughts that go through someone's mind might relate to self, negative image of others, or negative image of the situation. A different kind of response or different kind of way hardship may affect these responses is when a person experiences involuntary ways of reacting to a stressor that might include a response of fight, flight, or freeze. This is when the body's nervous system takes charge, and a person might experience difficulty moving, for instance, when they enter into the freeze state. Now, in what settings can this play out within open source spaces like the Python community? So this might come up during event organization, where people might experience some stress because they have deadlines coming up or they're trying to have their event run as smoothly as possible. It can happen during code review, where there might be disagreements over how to implement or design a solution. It might also come up during creating an issue or a pull request, particularly when there is a lot of electronic communication. And of course, this includes things like discussions over Slack or Discord servers and via email threads, where it is particularly difficult to parse and read into a person's body language or tone. What are some of the consequences of misunderstanding someone's response to a stressor? if a person is responding in a way that doesn't seem appropriate to the situation and others don't understand where that's coming from, there might be concerns of needing to remove the person from the group or giving the person a warning. This person might experience decrease in opportunities to contribute. The person who is reacting might experience feelings of intense fear, sadness, or anger, or those around them might experience those feelings. Some loss of self-esteem or harm to self-image might occur. And also among the worst kinds of impacts is where there's an impact to someone's identity, namely when they think that there's something wrong with them or that they cannot change the situation. Now, this leads to the question, who is responsible for communicating well? Well, that includes all of us. But the bigger question is, how do we communicate better as survivors and non-survivors? Some of the things that I've noticed seem to work include fostering an environment of mutual respect, where each party does their best to communicate respectfully towards one another. Another very important one is when the disclosure of a struggle or need comes up, particularly when someone expresses, hey, I happen to have a disability or a condition that makes it very difficult for me to react to this particular situation, then an effort is made to understand and accommodate them, and placing heavier emphasis on empathy and compassion as opposed to judgment. One way to also reduce stigma is by talking about survivor stories and by placing most of the emphasis on the process of learning and not just the victories, since many of the ways survivors can respond to a situation can take years, months, or a long time to heal. Sometimes it can feel a bit overwhelming or demoralizing when we don't see ourselves making as much progress, or feeling like the small things don't count that much, but it's so important to acknowledge our process as opposed to just the winning. And of course, recognize the importance of caring for one's health, doing things like setting boundaries between members of the team when things are getting difficult, or making space for doing things that are nice for ourselves. So this leads me to PySurvivor, which is an emerging space within the Python community that I am particularly interested in getting started. My particular interest comes from being a survivor of adverse circumstances myself. For me, I experienced quite a lot of violence from a young age, and this has resulted in difficulty communicating with others, and also it has impacted the way that I learn and the way that I process information. So within my experiences, what I hope to do is to create opportunities to, one, talk about the impact for survivors and how we can find ways to communicate better with other open source developers, with other organizers, and with the members of the Python community at large. But also so we can make some time to acknowledge the things that we do create, even if they're not as big or impressive. So my vision is I would like to write about survivors' process, learning and creating with Python. For instance, if you're starting a Python project, if you're using Python as a hobby or for work, if you're contributing to open source or supporting marginalized communities through instruction and events, I would love to hear from you, and I would love to write more about the groups that you support. And also, I would like to facilitate get-togethers with survivors within the Python community and learn from one another. So my hope is to do things like organizing get-togethers, potentially even incorporate a PySurvivor talks circle within PyCon, for instance, where we can chat about the ways hardship has impacted our ability to engage in open source, and the kinds of things that we can do to contribute and learn together. So what I'm seeking are Pythonistas and survivors interested in celebrating their journey with the Python programming language. If this is something that is of interest to you, I would love for you to get in contact with me at pysurvivor@gmail.com. Some of the things that I would like to do, as mentioned before, include writing stories about the things that you learn with Python and organizing get-togethers and potentially incorporate them onto some of the larger conferences. So we can make some space for, one, chatting about hardship, and also two, to learn from one another, how we can learn from those experiences and create something new. So that's it.
So that was a great talk from Laura, sadly not live. but very interesting. And if you want to reach out to Laura,
For me,
please do so on Discord. Sorry, let me just remove her slides. And I'm going to introduce our next speaker, Arati, ask if she's had any pizza. You're on mute, but you should be able to unmute yourself. Hey.
Yep, I'm unmuted. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Should I get started?
Did you have some pizza today already?
Am I in front of everyone?
You are. You're in front of everybody. So
okay.
As much detail of that pizza as you're comfortable with. Yeah, you're on stream.
So no talking about pineapple toppings.
Yes, not if you don't want to start a riot in the comments.
Well, since last Python Pizza remote Python Pizza conference is pineapple pizza friendly.
Oh, good.
So even Kristian from Berlin is eating pineapple pizza every now and then, I heard.
What?
I am among friends.
Wow,
yes.
I find that hard to believe. But glad to hear.
If it's not true, he will have to now, just to make it true.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's start.
Excellent. All right, welcome, Arati. So our little robot, just before we begin, they sat there now with all this data, all this information about these different humans, but it's just overwhelming, and they're looking for a way to search through that data. And with that, I'm going to bring your slides up, and I'm going to hand over to Arati.
Good afternoon. I am excited to talk to you about how you can better search Grafana dashboards. My name is Arati Rana. I am a backend engineer at SoundCloud, and next year I will be starting as a site reliability engineer. So the story begins. Once upon a time, there was a long train that needed to be pulled over a high mountain. Lots of large locomotives refused the job. One little engine, however, decided to give it a try. Like this little engine, the search engine we are going to look at is able to do much with little. For those who are new to Grafana, basically think dashboards and data visualizations. As for queries, they power the visualizations. My interest in this topic came while updating our team's Prometheus setup. Prometheus being monitoring software. One of the steps in the process was to check whether any alerts or dashboards depended on the job label. That's easy to do for alerts because they are all defined in code. So you can search for them on GitHub, for example. Searching Grafana is, or I should say, was not as straightforward. Now, this isn't an isolated issue, and it's not just about Prometheus migrations. This is a problem that comes up periodically during our work. Suppose you have a metric called job error total, and you decide you want to rename it to super fancy metric. If all you do is rename the metric in your code, your dashboards are going to look like this. Not good. How do we fix them? Well, we first have to find them. For that, you might have to search across hundreds of dashboards. Let's look at existing options. A note first, though, I want to point out that as tempting as it is, the Grafana search bar is a non-option. It's only helpful if you're searching through dashboard titles. Option 1 is if your dashboards are backed by a database like SQL. You can go ahead and run a query along the lines of what you see on the right. But of course, you first need to connect to the database and go through all the extra steps that requires. So that was option 1. Option 2 is what I used to do. Open every single dashboard you can think of that is vaguely related, click through to the edit mode for each of their panels, then forget you have 85 tabs open and wonder why your computer is slow. There has to be a better way, I thought. And there was. I built a small application called Grafana Search. The reason it's small is because it lets GitHub do the heavy lifting. Grafana Search's only job is to first query the Grafana Search API to get a list of all the dashboards. So you see that first step here. Second, loop through the list and query the Grafana dashboard API to get the JSON model for each dashboard. So that's the second step. And still within the iteration, as a third step, create a file for the JSON model. And that's pretty much it. Even if you're still learning Python, you can get this up and running. The key is really in the third step. Those files get written to the Grafana Search repository itself and get added to source control. So you guessed it. Where do they appear? In GitHub search results. So that job error total metric we were talking about, here is how you search for it in GitHub. You specify JSON for the language and the code only option. You type job error total into the search bar, and that's it. Here we see there are 3 dashboards that reference job error total. Let's take a look at one of the search result files. What are these files exactly? They capture the JSON model of a dashboard. This is basically a representation of the dashboard down to the smallest detail. And so it also includes the queries used to define its various visualizations. Here we see a query that references the job error total metric. It's highlighted here. Now that we have found all the dashboards where the old metric name is used, we can replace it with the new metric name and make our dashboards happy again. My UI UX sprinkle on top was to provide a link field at the top of each file with the dashboard URL. This means you can go directly to the dashboard instead of having to search for it by title in Grafana. I added a timer to the CI/CD pipeline of the project. So every hour, files get updated and pushed to GitHub. So I mentioned the use case of renaming metrics already, but here are additional benefits the project provides, or could provide. Security. This is what our production engineering team has to say about the database querying option we saw earlier. Directly messing with SQL like this is a security nightmare, and the user experience is not great. Second, browsing dashboards. When looking into infrastructure costs for my team, I used the project to find dashboards that referenced S3 or costs. Third, easily compare changes by examining a file's history in GitHub. Finally, Grafana search can also serve as a reminder. What's the first thing you do when updating a metric? Probably look for it in GitHub. All the Grafana search files that come up will remind you there are dashboards that still use the metric. So what's next? I would like to open source the original Grafana search project. When I do, I will tweet a link to it, so stay tuned. I'm also working on taking the project a step further. What if Grafana search could help make dashboards editable in code? But that's a talk for another day. In the meantime, I invite you to send me any feedback or questions you have. You can find me on LinkedIn and on Twitter. Thank you for listening and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Fantastic. Thank you, Arati, so much. And also for putting the code open source so everybody will eventually be able to engage with this. Also very useful for when you're kind of handling an incident and need to find things quickly, I would imagine.
Haven't run into that use case yet, but I can imagine that as well.
Possibly you will as part of the SRE team next year.
So don't scare me.
Fingers crossed everything's going well at SoundCloud. So, all full percent uptime. Excellent. Yes. Well, that was very insightful, also very helpful for our little robot to have a little search engine to maybe process through its data as it's learning about humans and trying to figure out how it can become more human. We actually will say bye to Arati and thank you and enjoy the rest of your afternoon. And we will maybe just have to have a couple minutes pause because we are waiting for the next speaker.
We are celebrating the event that we were scared that is going to happen.
Yes, yes. So if you are Essa and you were going to speak at 1 minute past 4 o'clock, if you could get yourself over to StreamYard as soon as possible, that would be great. And you should have in your email the StreamYard link. I've just sent it again. In the meanwhile, the little robot's like walking around, trying to discover what is it that humans do? What makes them unique? It's very hard during this pandemic time because lots of people aren't out and about doing what they usually do. And is trying to, get the essence of what is being human. Yeah, I don't know. Teresa, do you have any ideas of where the little robot might want to look to see? Would you recommend checking things out in Hamburg?
For humans?
Yeah.
We have some humans here in the office.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't know. They're very shy. Very shy.
Okay.
So
that's a good learning.
Yeah, there is like a really shy human. One is called, let's see, M.A. Maran. Come here. So this is one human. This is one human. Is this like a good human to learn from? We have another human too. Can become. So we want to see the other human.
Is there a human that plays the drums? I see you've got a drum kit in the background.
Drums and he's a bouncy human. This is a bouncy human. It's like on a bouncy ball.
Oh, okay. Bounce. So humans can bounce. Wow.
The
little robot, they are learning so many things.
Yes. Humans can bounce and they're very, very multitasking. The humans, they can do so many things. They can talk. about Python, they can talk.
And about many other topics. So yeah, I think the little robot's going to go off and do some extra research and try and discover a few more things around what humans do. In the meanwhile, I wanted to ask you, Teresa, as an organizer of PyLadies Hamburg, what kind of tasks do you end up having to do as an organizer? What are the kind of things that people do when they're an organizer of a community like PyLadies Hamburg?
Write a lot of stuff on Slack.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if I wanted to become an organizer of PyLadies, maybe in Hamburg, maybe in Berlin, maybe somewhere else, maybe there is none in my hometown, where would I be able to, or how would I get started?
One could join the PyLadies Slack and would reach out to say, hey, I'm in this city. I would like to join the organizer team, or sometimes you don't have a team in that city yet, and then you start one. One can also apply to start a new chapter.
So you actually started the Hamburg chapter, right? When was that?
Yeah, I was inspired by the Berlin one. 2018? 2018, yeah.
And what was the first event that you ran? Do you remember?
Yes, we ran a book club. We ran a book club where we discussed the weapons of math destruction.
Yes. Oh, I love that. That's Kathy O'Neill? Or
yeah, Kathy O'Neill. And then because we did a book club because I basically saw that Our Ladies was doing book. See, R and PyLadies can inspire each other. Our Ladies was doing book club, and then I thought like starting with a book club is less complicated than preparing a workshop and you don't know who shows up. So
yeah,
book club is like at least maybe everybody reads the book.
Yeah, and you're not sure
who
or what interest there is for a specific workshop. So when I joined PyLadies Berlin, they were already existing. So it was actually already running for quite a while, and they were already doing regular meetups with like workshops and various like panel discussions or talk evenings. So when I joined, there was already a lot going on. But it was really open space to like bring new ideas. So I kind of like came forward and said, hey, I'd like to do something in this format. I can get us into this location, because at the time we were in person, and managed to persuade the location to order us pizza. Actually, so the first PyLadies event that I organized, we had pizza for the food. And of course, on Meetup, there was about 60 people that said they were coming. But in reality, it was maybe only 20. And I had not learned the lesson that that's a typical meetup thing. And I think everyone learns this at some point. But having then ordered pizzas for like 60 people, we ended up with a lot of pizza at the end of it, and having to like go around and hand this out to folks. Kind of, yeah. It was a lesson learned for sure. A lesson learned that I then ate pizza for the next 2 or 3 days out of the fridge. But they're really good fun. I really enjoy being part of that community. And I think there's something very special about the events. And they're open to everybody, right?
Yes, almost. I mean, predominantly, yes, in principle. But it is actually, the intention is to help people coming from underrepresented groups in tech. So, yeah.
So there's a nice focus there, but I think what's great is that we have lots of different people join.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's still, I mean, the worst mistake I once made with pizza is when I organized something is that I kind of ordered pizza according to my preferences. I totally forgot that there are people that like pizza salami.
Oh.
So I didn't order any salami pizza.
And that didn't go down well, I guess.
There were some people very disappointed. I was like, oh, I never buy pizza salami. I'm like, just so, yeah. Yeah, so that was, oh, we might have someone popping in all the way from Thailand, maybe. Is it?
Oh, really? It's a special guest.
Another special guest, yeah. Also PyLadies, let's see. Maybe.
Yeah, I think
we have 5 minutes.
The Pizzagate was like my main faux pas at a community event of just like overestimating how many people would turn up. But they do happen, and I think I learned something new from every event that I take part in as a participant or as an organizer.
But I think the statistics change now, right? There's like, with the remote, there's even less people showing up. Maybe.
To be honest, I haven't been on Meetup in a really long time, so I have to keep reminding myself that we actually were using that platform. So predominantly, if you want to find me and some of the others, I think Slack is definitely the best place to be on.
Yeah. So we were asking earlier for tractor jokes and nobody.
We didn't get any tractor jokes, but we did come up with the story of a little robot wanting to be human. But the payoff requires some of the talks.
So George is here for 3 minutes. No.
Okay, maybe Heike, if you're listening in on YouTube, could you please also join us?
Oh yeah.
So if you're a speaker, awesome, and please join just 15 minutes before into StreamYard, so Teresa and I know that you're ready to go.
We can also start the networking earlier, but yeah, otherwise, if people are not coming, but they should be coming. George is having connection issues, so. I really like the joke with the zoo.
I thought it was a good one. The rest on that site were absolutely dreadful, so but it was the only one that was appropriate.
There's the one with the pirate and data science.
Yeah.
It was not a very good joke. No.
Okay.
So we then.
Yeah, I think we're unfortunately here. We're waiting unless anybody wants to do a very spontaneous talk. We might actually just take a break a little bit earlier, give people a break also before the networking begins.
Yeah, and if we just pop up online, yeah. So everybody can go and do things like coffee before the networking.
Let's maybe just wait 1 minute more just to see if Heike is also joining.
Yeah.
I know that she had a really great talk about algorithms to help you organize your day. And I know that both I and the little robot were looking forward to this because they were also feeling very confused on how to organize themselves, and we're rather hoping there was a way to programmatically make life easier. And there was that sense of promise in this talk. So we will see. If not, maybe the talks that have not made it in today, they can be recorded and added to YouTube so folks can still watch them at a later date.
I have an idea. We could watch the pizza, how to make pizza for a developer. We can watch twice today.
But it's Trix talk also, right?
Yeah.
So it's not going to be a spoiler.
The next talk is. Do we have an hour missing in our schedule? That means we have. Yeah, we have an hour missing in our schedule. So we have an hour break.
Makes sense why folks aren't here.
Pull requests were done. Review was, as usual, impeccable. So
yeah. Sorry, folks.
Yeah, so we have an hour break. Thank you, Ellen, for taking ad hoc break. We meet at 4.
Times and time zones are hard, apparently.
Time zones, yes, time zones. There we go. So gonna do.
Okay, so let's just to confirm then, we will be back at 4.
We will be back short. Yeah, shortly before
time.
4. CET time. No,
45 minutes.
No.
Okay.
Then we probably have speakers. Nice. I go offline.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Sorry for that small bout of confusion, but I hope that extra break gave you more time for pizza and plenty of time to grab a coffee and get ready for our next talks. Also, apologies to Isha and to Heike, the two speakers that we were accidentally calling on stage an hour before their talk time. They are backstage now, much appreciated, and our apologies. And the little robot is still doing his research, still working away, and they are now looking into what they've discovered that humans like to do is charitable acts. So they're doing lots of research looking to different charities that they could support, but they're unsure which one would be a good one for them to actually contribute to. So with that, I'm going to bring on stage Esha and introduce her and her talk, which I think will hopefully give us some ideas. So welcome.
Hello, thank you for having me here.
Perfect. And your screen is now shared, so if you would like to switch it to your slides, exactly.
Yeah,
Perfect.
so can I start? Yeah, so hello everyone, good afternoon. Thank you for joining in, and I hope you all are having a wonderful afternoon. So this is Isha on behalf of Team InstaGive, where we are working on developing a charity recommendation engine based on web articles read by the user. So yeah, moving ahead, I'm so proud to quickly introduce you all to the team I am working with right now, and also to our mentors who are guiding us throughout this project. So yes, meet Kanchan and Ritika. They are my teammates, and we are working together on this project. And we are final year undergraduates from Cummins College of Engineering, Pune. Then meet Vidya Munde Mueller ma'am. So she is our mentor, and she's a social tech entrepreneur and adjunct faculty at Schiller International University. Then meet Avare Stewart ma'am. She is a senior data scientist and also our technical mentor on this project. And then Dr. Mrudul Dikshit ma'am, who is our Dean Alumni and Assistant Professor at Cummins College, Pune. So moving on, so about myself, as I mentioned earlier, I am a final year undergraduate student pursuing electronics and telecommunication engineering from Cummins College of Engineering, Pune. And apart from it, I am a self-motivated, ambitious, and passionate student who is keen towards learning and exploring the field of data science and machine learning. So so about this project, so we are working on this project, which is a part of our curriculum. And this project is an international collaboration which we got through Mrudul ma'am and through Cummins College of Engineering, Pune. So about our college. It was started in 1896 by Bharat Ratna Maharshi Dondo Keshav Karve. So our college is an all-girls college, and it basically looks forward to women upliftment in technology. So the vision of our college being women empowerment through life enriching mantras of education. So this leads our college to be India's first engineering college exclusively for women. And apart from this, it also has a very strong association with the industry and is recognized for providing quality recruits in the industry. So let me quickly introduce you all to the concept and how the product cycle actually works overall. So InstaGive's AI recommendation engine, it basically works in a cycle of read, extract, process, value, task, and give. So this basically ends up in contributing an efficient integration of technology and social services. So our main aim is to encourage end users to donate and volunteer by participating in similar contributions and through sentiment extraction. So for example, say we have a user, Sasha, who accidentally stumbles upon reading a web article on the internet, which talks about how insects might disappear in the next century, or ends up reading about a few biodiversity web articles. So what our model does is it will basically extract the information regarding the motive of the article. So it will basically extract all the keywords and the necessary sentiments, and this hunk of data will be processed and it will be matched with the available data sets of different charities. So once that is done, the cause of sentiment will be recognized, and InstaGive will immediately, the InstaGive's plugin will immediately pop up on Sasha's web page, recommending a list of NGOs that work towards reducing the cause of the sentiment. So InstaGive doesn't only stop here, it will further recommend Sasha similar articles and NGOs working towards it, and it will encourage her to take one more step and decide to contribute for the cause by accepting the volunteering recommendation given by the InstaGive engine. So hence, like, this is how InstaGive will basically provide a traffic generation platform for various social service organizations. So yeah, moving ahead. So this is the real life model of our engine. So as you can see, there is a web page which gives the information about how insects might disappear within a century. And as soon as this information is being read by the user, keywords and sentiments will be extracted from this web page, and it will be matched with the data set of charities. And as soon as that is done, a plugin of InstaGive will pop up on the user's web page suggesting various NGOs through which the user can immediately donate. So this AI model, it will basically help us to classify the text, extract keywords, and generate different patterns that are present in the web article. And further, it will generate these plugins which will help the user to connect to different charities for donation based on the content that they have been reading on the internet. So as I mentioned, it is a full-fledged data science project. So this is the technical roadmap, and the steps involved are obtaining data sets, pre-processing and extracting features, then splitting the data into training and testing sets, and analyzing the model. So here we will be using Python and also various libraries of Python like NLTK, which comes with a host of text processing libraries for sentence detection, lemmatization, stemming, POS tagging, etc. And also libraries like NumPy will be used in the sending step after obtaining a sufficient list of verified charities for several social causes using APIs from trusted sources. And along with this, we will be also using PyTorch and TensorFlow Python libraries, which will further eliminate the need of writing the code from scratch. So so thank you. With that, thank you so much for listening and having me here, and feel free to contact us and get in touch with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wow, that's so interesting. And I wanted to put up this quote from the YouTube chat because I don't think I could say it better myself. But I think this is a really great way to get people to be able to give faster and in a more efficient way to charitable courses. Really, really excellent. And how long have you been working on this? I was just wondering.
It's been 1.5 months since we have been working on this, since we started working on this.
Wow, fantastic. And I know that you stepped in last minute for your colleague. I was unable to attend. So
yes,
really
she was
excellent.
unable to attend. Yeah.
You did
thank you.
Excellent
Thank you
job.
for having me here, and this is an amazing event. Thank you for joining in, everyone.
yeah, we're super happy to have you. And that's also helped the little robot with some of their research on humans. And now they are going to go away and use your plugin and like be able to give lots of charitable causes, donations.
Yeah,
Of course, they're also mining crypto on the side. No, they're not doing that because that's not very good for the environment. But they're finding some money to put into the charitable causes. So yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Did you have pizza today?
No, but I'll be having it for dinner.
You're gonna have it later. Okay. All right. Well, enjoy the rest of your day.
Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, bye-bye.
Excellent. Okay, I'm going to invite the next speaker onto the stage. Hello, Heike. How are you? Have you had your pizza already today?
Hey, Jessica. I actually haven't had pizza yet, but I will work on this.
You need to get on that immediately after giving this wonderful presentation that you're about
Pizza
to give
for
us.
dinner, definitely.
Well, there will be some inspiration in in fact, our final talk of the evening for how to make pizza as a programmer. So if you hold on to then, you might get some tips. But yeah, you've got a presentation coming up, and it's something that I think is definitely very interesting, and also very interesting because our little robot, he's going around collecting all this information, wants to become a human, wants to figure out what humans do, and he realizes that lots of them have like routines that they're doing, and that's something quite unusual for a robot to be able to process. So they are wondering, how can I do that? And are there any kind of programmatic ways that I can create routines or help with building a routine, just like humans do? So I'm going to bring your slides up.
Cool. Yeah, let's help this little robot to
I think we should.
learn something new.
Yeah, I think we should. So thank you very much, Heike. I'll leave the stage and hand over to you.
Thank you, Jessica. Yeah, after this amazing big goal that the ladies achieved, I want to draw your attention back to something smaller for your everyday life, because we all start small every day anew. So this talk is actually inspired by a book. I hope you can still see me. This one here, Algorithms to Live By, Computer Science for Human Decisions by Brian, Kristian, and Thomas Griffith. This book comes back to me every now and then if I maybe have some questions I want to solve or some struggle in life. Algorithms and mathematics can actually help. You won't believe it. Because actually we assign more and more authority to algorithms in our everyday life right now, right? But algorithms have been around much more longer than these phones and computers. People started with algorithms like recipes, right? So they wanted to improve their life. They wanted to solve problems. Back then, they didn't have computers, actually. The algorithms were there before. That's how it all started. So let's look into some of those recipes a bit deeper, because that's what an algorithm is, right? It's a recipe. You go to step by step to find a solution. And but why should we actually apply this algorithmic life in our life? If we have those computers and mobile phones already, right? They do this. But actually, it's a bit about intuition versus numbers, I think. So you can actually have a very good intuition, sure, but you maybe want to improve your decision making when you're a bit under stress or you want to save some time. So mathematics can help us very good in this, I think, and give you a bit more of a strategic approach to life when you have some questions that are a bit unsolvable. Also, I think for me personally, being on autopilot can sometimes help when I'm under stress or if I'm tired, emotions kick in or something. then it's actually good to know I can follow this pattern, and it actually helps me under stress, or it improves my decisions. So that's actually something good. That's where I apply algorithmic or mathematics in life, and where it both comes together. Maybe something that the little robot is familiar with. But also, I think if my head is very full of information or suddenly very blank because I forget something, there's also tricks to better remember things, or to learn faster, or to remember faster. And this is all algorithmic, right? So don't forget to change the slides here. I want to show you today the optimal stopping point, which is kind of one of my favorites because it has a lot of interesting stories around it, and something about scheduling. So, so the optimal stopping point has actually many names. One is like the secretary problem, also because it came up actually to be a famous mathematical problems when someone was looking for a new secretary, so a new hire. That's why it's called this way, but I don't like this name so much. I like to name it the optimal stopping point because you can apply it to a lot of problems, not only to looking for a new hire, right? So it's a search problem, actually. And it's a lot about uncertainty and impatience to balance this out. So when do you stop looking actually and start acting? When do you stop looking for maybe a new parking place for your car, right? Because you want to get home, but you could find a lot of them. You drive around, but maybe some are closer. So you start or still look around and keep driving and maybe lose the old one because you think you're going to find one which is closer. But the thing is actually, you need to calibrate yourself first. So that's the first step. You need to set a baseline. So you check out the flat market, or you check out how many parking spots are there actually in your neighborhood right now. So to get a bit of a feeling of a baseline. And it's very important you calibrate yourself first and don't make a move. So first is calibration time. Don't make a move. Don't bring your wallet to the flat hunting scene or whatever. You need to calibrate first. It's very important. And then next step is you can act. So you can take your wallet, you can go shopping, you can actually bring your papers to the flat hunting, and because you know the baseline, and now you can actually make a move, but never go below your baseline. So you calibrate it yourself. Basically, you know what nice flats are you looking for, how big they have to be, or if they need to have a balcony or not, because balconies are very rare. So maybe you go without. That's your baseline, basically, right? So it's a lot about the look and leap. Timing, you need to get right. But how do you get the timing right? That's actually the important question, right? So the magic number is 37%, actually. So that means you don't act before you reach the 37%. But 37% of what you wonder, okay, yeah, that's actually true. You need to evaluate the market first. So how many flats will you look at? How many streets do you want to go around your neighborhood to find a parking lot? Yeah, you need this number to actually see how much is the 37%. This is important. But then you can actually, with a calm mind, relax and take your time to evaluate and calibrate yourself or the problem, and then you act on it. So that's the magic number of the optimal stopping point here. And that's how you can apply it to your life. Yeah, I hope it can help you. And the little robot. So the other one, the scheduling, I think this is something everybody knows. It's Monday morning and you have a lot of tasks on your plate already, and you need to somehow shovel them into the week. But some maybe cannot be done before others are finished. So you have to actually start thinking about the order of things. That's like maybe at work, right? You have your agile development team and you have tickets, you need to solve them, but maybe they depend on each other or on people who finish other tickets first or whatever. And that's where it becomes a bit, complicated, to be honest. So this is the scheduling topic is a sorting problem, but it's all about getting a structure into the thing, basically, So I think we all kind of managed to go through this week, more or less happy at the end of it. But I think there is a bunch of advices I could give after reading about the different approaches. So one is, that's the approach, it's called the getting things done. So you do things right away as they come in, first thing first. So you don't procrastinate, you do the little ones first and then the bigger ones follow. And there's also the wait and schedule first approach, which means you actually wait until you know what do you have to do for the whole week, and then you schedule. So, and there's the approach to do the most difficult ones first in the morning, and then maybe the easier ones later in the day, because then you get a bit tired and you're very fresh in the morning. So this is an advice I got out of it. But everybody needs to learn this for themselves, right? So maybe you have a different approach. There is also the one that is more like you make your plan for the day and you put the things in first that you like to do. So you schedule all the other stuff around it that you don't like to do. So you know you have tasks in between that make you happy, that maybe are also fun stuff because it's your free time. And then you have steps of maybe not so nice things and very good things. So this is also one approach people do. So there's many solutions, and I think there's always something that would fit you better. So, but still, the case is that you have a lot of tasks on Monday morning, and maybe you are still overwhelmed, but to make you a bit more at ease, the case is actually that only 9%, and that's the magic number here, 9% of all scheduling problems are actually solvable, because a lot of them are so huge that even in modern computer science, the algorithms would run forever. So they're intraceable, basically, or they're unknown, because fresh stuff is coming in, like in an agile team. You have new bugs or new features, the client requests, they come in all the time. And then you have actually an unknown problem. So it's also not solvable. But to go back to the computer science or data science approach a bit more, I want to name a few of those. So one is the first optimal algorithm, one is the earliest due date, and one is the shortest processing time. This is related to what I just told you a few minutes ago, but if you want to look it up, maybe that's a good approach. I think I like the shortest processing time the most, because then I actually start with small tasks and then do the bigger ones a bit later when I'm basically warmed up. That's the one I actually like. And the one where you sort your things, the tasks around the happy tasks or your free time a bit more, is also a good one. But what do we do if it becomes untraceable, actually? One approach is also like putting weights to your tasks. So if you have tasks that are more important to you or less important to you, you can put weights on them, and then the problem becomes also more scalable, and you get to your goals a bit easier. So that's about it, what I wanted to show you and give you on your way. Let me quickly show you also my reference here. So this is an amazing book. I can really recommend it if you want to know more about algorithms that you can apply to your daily life.
Thank you very much. So maybe just leave that one on the screen just for a minute so folks can see those details if they want to reach out to you. I think you're also in Discord, right? Okay.
Actually didn't really manage to get in because I needed to verify something and then I got out of it.
No worries.
But people can reach me also on the PyLadies Berlin Slack channel.
Fantastic, yeah, and I forgot to mention that you're one of the PyLadies Berlin organizers. You do an excellent job supporting the community there. So thank you, and thank you very much for this talk. Very fun. I love algorithms. Very useful for the little robot.
I think it's like really inspired now, right?
Very inspired.
It's like computing a lot now.
Yeah, they're like got their day organized, routines, thinking about scheduling. Maybe we could have done with the algorithm for scheduling earlier.
So the robot already updated the website.
Oh, wow. Well,
with
the little robot
together,
is our friend.
So the robot is also working on time travel. So with time travel, so the site, the schedule was always like this, according to plan.
Yeah,
perfect.
And they definitely can remove the confusion from our faces in the video.
2 weeks from now, that video is going to be gone too.
Excellent. All right. Well, thank you, Heike. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon and your pizza when you get to it.
Most definitely.
And we next having Laura come up, and you're gonna give us a little bit more information on the networking session that's happening next.
Yes. So this morning we had a series of very quick speed networking sessions. And so we had like 5 minutes where each participant got to speak to another person. But we also had a counting problem. So initially I designed some of the tables to have like 2 chairs instead of like 3 or 4. But then when we had odd participants, it would be put automatically into a table of 4. And so that means that people didn't have enough time to chat with one another when they hired 3 or 4 people. So this time what we're having is a series of tables with a theme. Some of the themes that we have available include Python and data science. We have Python and developing or contributing to open source, Python and event organization, and a career advancement within Python. So the idea is we have all these theme tables, no time limit, so people can talk for the full 30 minutes within a table if they prefer. And the idea is as soon as you pick a chair, your camera and microphone are available and you can hear and talk to other people. So I'm just going to go ahead and post the link to the event on the chat if you haven't signed up. There we go. So if you haven't signed up, we posted the link on the chat. I will have about 30 minutes to chat with other Pythonistas, anything related to Python. All right, so that's it for me. And I'll see you at the mentorship session.
Thank you, Laura. See you in the mentorship session, and hopefully see lots of other faces in there as well. So that link's in the chat now, so you can click on there and join the Remo to meet other Pythonistas or maybe other people just curious about Python. We are going to start again with our next talks at double checking 5 o'clock CET time. That's at the top of the next hour. So whichever time zone you're in, you've got half an hour break, or you can join us in the networking. And in that time, the little robot will have processed all of this fantastic information to continue on its journey to becoming more human. Hi everyone, welcome back. I hope you've enjoyed some networking. I was dropping in there, had some really interesting conversations. It actually brought to my attention that we have quite a few first-time speakers at Pizza Python Hamburg. So it's really, really amazing opportunity to come and talk in front of a really open and friendly community, as hopefully you've seen today. So I definitely would recommend, if you are thinking about giving a talk and you're looking for the opportunity, Python Pizza is one of those. You're also very welcome to join us at PyLadies and give your talk to our community there. Or there is also PyCon, who have their CFP, and PyCon DE have their CFP open as well. Someone who is not a first-time speaker, but a very, very good one, is joining me as Martin. And
hi Jessica.
Hi, great to have you here. I'm going to
Thanks.
bring your slides up. There we go. Excellent. Okay, and yeah, our little robot friend is doing well, and they've been processing all this information, but they have a bit of a problem. They're struggling with getting around, with navigating space. And they have, of course, all of this data, spatial data, and they're wondering how they might handle it. So I'm wondering if you've got any ideas, Martin, for that.
Yeah, sure. In 11 minutes, I can tell a lot. I have a huge notebook here, and I will run out of time. But don't worry, I will finish at 5:11 my time. So I will talk about spatial data analysis using Python and open data. And I didn't make slides. I just made this notebook, which is actually available on GitHub. The address is here. Yeah, I will put it on Discord later. Just github.com, Martin Kristian, Python Pizza Hamburg 2021. So if you want to do everything I do, there are some requirements. First, unfortunately, we still need Python 3.7. On some platforms, the latest Python works, but for all operating systems, 3.7 is the most compatible for all those modules. And if you have a Mac with an M1 processor, you are out of luck still. Needs a little bit more time to port everything to the new processor. So you have to run, how is it called, this emulation there. Okay, so let's get started. I use, by the way, Conda, which is highly recommended for most geo modules. You could do pip install for everything too, but I do not recommend it. If you saw Martin Borus talk earlier today, he used pip with these pre-compiled modules from Christoph Golke. That's, of course, working too. So let me show you Shapely first. Shapely is a great module for geometric processing. So it's based on GEOS, that's the geometry engine open source, and it supports those features here, point to multi-polygon. That's something always being used in the geo community. So let me create a hexagon quickly, just a polygon more or less, and I calculate it. But in the definition of the multi-polygons here, the first and the last point in the polygon must always be the same, and it must be counterclockwise. So let me add the last point again, so it's redundant. So if you look at the chord, we see the first point, this 10, 0, is here again. That's really important. This means the polygon is really closed. So let me import the polygon module from the polygon class from Shapely Geometry. And I construct it just using these coordinates. And then we can actually display it in the Jupyter notebook directly. But it's actually scaled, so there is no, if you have multiple shapes, they will be scaled differently. So be careful with that. I always say it's something for debugging only. So we can calculate the length, area, and so on. But let me create a second polygon, again, first and last point. It's actually a triangle. And as I said before, this triangle looks really big, but in reality, it's much smaller. So let me plot it quickly with matplotlib. We see here is the hexagon, and here is the triangle. So if we process geometry with Shapely, we do have some interesting operations like intersection, union, difference, symmetric difference, and I can actually do the difference, and we see this looks correct. So let me move the triangle a little bit to the right, so to here, and let's do the difference again, and you see, no, it's not Pac-Man, it's just this triangle, part of the triangle intersecting this, and if we take the difference, we have this small hole there, and we can also do the intersection. Then this one is actually the triangle here, so this part. And if we do the union, of course, we would have this shape. So this really works great. The symmetric difference is multi-polygon. So we have actually 2 polygons here. This is not a hole in the polygon. This would not be a valid polygon. So we actually do have 2 polygons. And you can look at something called well-known text, WKT. It's a text representation of every shape. And for the multi-polygon, we see here the coordinates. So we have actually 2 polygons. That's the first, and here is the bigger shape. So that works. So we can do some binary operations. I just do it very quickly. You can try it yourself if you want. But most important, you can convert it to something called GeoJSON using the mapping function. And this is a format called GeoJSON, and it can be put on maps, for example, the volume map. And you see, if we actually do that, we have our wonderful polygon. Here is longitude, latitude 0, 0, and here is our hexagon. Of course, there is some specification, H3. Martin Borus showed it earlier today. I'm not going into details here. We can also create them. So if you are interested, you can download his slides. So let me start with a second module, GeoPandas. Actually, GeoPandas is more or less pandas with a geometry column and some more functionality. So first, let me load this cities 5K dataset. It's from geonames.org. We have really all places with population bigger than 5,000 there. So let me remove some columns because it's a little bit taking space here. So a name, latitude, longitude, type, and population. We see this works and can do some queries, name Paris, name Hamburg, whatever. And we can actually get something, and we see there are multiple Paris here. If you would take Hamburg, then we see there are only 2 Hamburgs, so at different locations and so on. So what we can do, let me go back to Paris, because I want this specification here. I can remove everything, and there are some codes, and I can just take the places, and let me create a GeoPandas data frame. So what's the difference? The difference is we have a geometry column, and here we have the shapely object in it. In our data set, we have points. Every city is a point. So I can remove the longitude, latitude, and I can actually search some things and calculate. Here we can plot it, and I can calculate distance, for example, from my place, and we get distances to all places. So I can sort it. I can do many things. Let's not go into too many details there. I want to do something else. Actually, we could plot it on the map, have these markers, and but let's do some live data with earthquakes. The USGS has some earthquake data, and I'm going to download that into earthquakes, GeoJSON, and then I load it into GeoPandas. And let me just do some histogram, and we see, luckily, we don't really have many strong earthquakes, so most are really weak. Actually, the data was from the past 2.5 weeks, so for past week, and with the magnitude bigger than 2.5. So that's it. I can convert the timestamp to a more readable time UTC and so on. I can plot it, of course, and we see here these earthquakes. But of course, if we take another data set with all countries from natural Earth and we plot it together, then it's a little bit more fun. So here are the earthquakes, and now the spatial analysis part begins to be fun. We can, of course, sort by magnitude. We could actually plot them and display the higher magnitude in other color. But the fun thing I want to show you before my time ends is the spatial join. So I take again this admin 0 countries, and then will be plotted again for fun. You see we have all the countries here, and now I can do a spatial join. I can say, okay, I want all polygons containing the countries with earthquakes, and that's just one line of code. So I take my country polygons and the earthquakes with the operation contains, and I get back all the countries where there was actually an earthquake. So I can really do some fun stuff here. This takes a while. My time is running out, don't worry. But we have here now the countries where actually earthquakes occurred. And then we could do another spatial join using the earthquakes and then a second parameter, the countries, and do an intersection. And then we actually get a new column here, and we have the countries from our polygon data set from the countries, natural earth, and combined it with our earthquake data set. So I have some more things in the slides, but for the last thing I want to show a big announcement. Actually, it's half announcement. I'm the organizer of the GeoPython conference, and there will be a GeoPython 2022 again, June 13 to 15, hopefully not online only, hopefully really in Basel again. And the details will come soon. If you're interested, you can join the GeoPython Conf Twitter page. The web page is in progress, probably in January will be finished. We still have some details to do. It's difficult to make physical events at the moment, as you know, but would be nice to see many people there. Okay, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I really enjoyed GeoPython, even if it was online this year, I have to say. Excellent conference, Matt, and you do a really great job of organizing. So I really recommend to everyone who can join either in person or online to attend. Really great.
Thanks.
And I think you've helped our little robot to find their way more with spatial data. So they'll be taking some of those tips that you've just shared and running the internal programs to find their way to Basel, maybe for June. Let's see.
Do you think that the robot will like Basel? Like, have you heard good stuff about the city?
Yeah, I'm sure robots like it here. Actually, we do have robots at our place too, so the robot will not be alone.
That's nice.
Oh, friends. Okay, even better. Human friends and robot friends to be found in Basel. Excellent. All right. Thank you again, Martin, and hope you have a great rest of your day.
Thank you, and thanks a lot for organizing this wonderful conference.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. So, next talk.
Right. Yes, next talk. I'm excited about it. So we so far have left our little robot friend trying to figure out how to get around, trying to figure out how to be charitable, trying to be more human, you know, trying to figure out what the world of these human creatures is about. And now they are going to learn some more from a speaker who is going to help us understand software architecture and how to make it shine. And they have an incredibly Christmas-esque background there. I'm very jealous, to be honest. I still need to decorate. We'll hand it over to
I hope you remember the outfit from last year. So Anastasia is never letting us down at Python Pizza conference.
No, top marks for outfits and talks.
Yeah.
Hello everyone, my name is Anastasia, and today I'm going to tell you something interesting about domain-driven design. I'm joining from sunny Berlin today, and I'm ready for Christmas. So today's talk is about how to make your software architecture shine with domain-driven design. Few words about myself. I'm a lead developer at Scout.me, based in Berlin. I'm also a proud organizer of PyBerlin meetup. And I have around 11 years of development experience in different areas: game development, business development, well, everything that you could imagine. And then from those 11, I have 7 years in Python. So you can imagine how lovely Python is for me. It's my still preferred language. And I have a question about architecture for you today. What is a good architecture? Is monolithic architecture good? It's one system with multiple interdependencies, but at the same time, it's big, and then you can add something into it. You don't need to break it in the different fishes. So it's a big fish conquering the world. And if you split it, it would be a lot of small modules. It could be good, right? So the monolithic could be good depending on the problem that you're trying to solve. And if you go further, after the split of the monolith into the small services, can microservice architecture be a good architecture? Maybe, but how about this one that you can see on the screen? Is this a good architecture? Well, it doesn't look so great because there are super many connections, dependencies between different services, databases. Well, all the layers are interconnected. And then the next question would be how to make architecture great. Probably you know the answer. It's all over the talks. In every talk you can hear it. It's low coupling and high cohesion. What is the cohesion? It's about how well the elements within one module are belong together, and then how well they serve the common purpose. And then on the other side, there is also coupling. Coupling is about how much one module depends on the other modules, and then how much it interacts with them. So if you have low cohesion and then high coupling, it's a really bad scenario because you kind of have a microservice-like or maybe service-based architecture, but at the same time, you have all the components talking to each other, and then they don't solve one common purpose, one common goal. So then the cohesion is low, the coupling is high. Despite the fact that they are distributed, it still doesn't solve the problem. And then how to achieve this perfect state of architecture? The answer could be domain-driven design. Could be, I'm emphasizing that. Do you know domain-driven design? Probably yes, you heard something about it. But then do you use domain-driven design? Actually, there is no magic. It's super simple. The concept of domain-driven design has possibility to identify domains, to make a very nice split as a foundation for the future architecture. So what is the domain, you might ask, since the domain-driven design is focused on the domains mostly. The domain is a word in business that you're working with, the problems the domain wants to solve. This could typically involve rules, processes, existing systems that needs to be integrated as a part of the solution. So the domain could involve also ideas, the knowledge, the data. So it's also one problem. And then because of that, it's so good because we're focusing on the problems, we're focusing on different areas, on the solutions. And then the coupling should be low and the cohesion should be high. Then let's take a look into an example. I took the ice cream shop as an example for this small project, and then I will guide you through the project based on the domain-driven design. So the first iteration would be to define the project, what we are building for. You can also do that for a feature or for maybe already existing project, and then just go through the project and then the ideas with this set of tools as domain-driven design can offer. So for example, we want to build the ice cream shop, and for people who love ice cream and then who want to get the ice cream ASAP to their homes, or maybe a pickup service. Let's take a look at the Miro board that I created for you. We would start with the event storming. Event storming, it's also a tool which helps you to analyze the user journey, to think about the events which are happening to fulfill the need of the user, and then to reach the end goal, the ice cream is being delivered. As you can see, there are different sticky notes in here, which are showing the events, the domain events, also showing the actors in the system, and also the external system. In this case, as we're taking a look at the ice cream shop, we have different set of events. And as you maybe noticed already, they are not super technical. They are describing the events which are happening one by one, but it doesn't mean the event has to be only backend is talking to front end, or this function is being called. It's more of the high level overview of what the system does and what is happening outside of the system. So then it focuses on the actors, and then it goes to the very end when the ice cream is being delivered. If you take a look, there is a journey starting from the need of the user, that it's super hot outside, and then the user really wanted to eat an ice cream. So the user found the shop, the way to scan the code to get this ice cream now application, and then to find the favorite flavor of the ice cream. And then there are different ways of the payments, or maybe pick up, order, and done. The recommendation, the application is already used, everything went well, the user is happy, got the ice cream. So what can we do after? We try to split to the different domains. If we scroll down, I already did the split. It could be a different split, and also this example is a bit small, so it's not super detailed. If you have a bit more details on the view of the problem, then you might end up with more domains or a different split. So the green boxes are the domains, and the domain in this case means the small purpose, the small goal of the system, the small sort of subsystem. It could have also subdomain. For example, the order processing is a big domain. As you can see, it's like really, really big. You can split that to subdomains. Depending on the heuristics that you will choose, the split of the domains would be different. And I highly recommend you to read more about domain-driven designs, also the book, and also about heuristics that you can choose, grasp more of an example how it is used. And after all, you can also take a look at the C4 model, how it goes. How can you go from the high-level overview at the context of the system, then zoom in, take a look at the containers, then components, and then break down to the code. A few more suggestions from my side. Of course, to read the domain-driven design book. Then if you want to split the teams based on the domains that you have chosen, you can read the team topologies to reduce the complexity and overload of the teams, because they could be also coupled in the same way as the domains and the services are coupled. And to build the high-performing technology organizations and then provide some metrics, I would highly recommend you to take a look at the Accelerate book to read more insights and the statistics. And thank you for listening. Would love to hear back from you. You can find me on Twitter or on the meetup page, and you're all invited for PyBerlin. Thank you.
Thank you, Anastasia. Not only amazing outfits, amazing talks, Miro boards. Wow. Just
yeah.
I need to talk on Miro board organization there, I think.
Yeah.
Really great.
Jessica, before you go on, I would like to address this comment. And what do you think your robot is going to learn? If no,
I think now it's learning that pizza can be eaten at any time of the day in any time zone.
Yeah.
And also as a taco. maybe.
Breakfast taco. So we need to reach out to Carol to ask her how she does the breakfast tacos, because I'm really curious now.
A video, a recipe video for breakfast taco pizza.
Yeah, definitely.
So yeah, the little robot is like overjoyed, by the way, because they are just learning so much from all of our wonderful speakers. And one thing that they have noticed, they noticed one particular human, Tristan, and they noticed that this human likes music, but a very specific kind of music. But the little robot is very overjoyed because it seems like they will also be able to create this music that the human likes so much. So with that,
without further ado.
Hi, welcome to my talk, AI is the perfect heavy metal composer. My name is Dr. Tristan Behrens. I work as an AI expert. I'm a hands-on advisor for deep neural networks. I did my PhD in artificial intelligence in 2012, and I'm also an AI musician. So sometimes, if the mood is right, I would say that I am a musician trapped inside a body of a computer scientist. If you find what I'm doing interesting, please feel free to reach out. You can contact me on LinkedIn. You will also find me on YouTube and on Instagram. I would be happy to say hello. So what you see here, a word cloud. This is a representation, a very high-level representation of a data set. So at the beginning of this year, and later I'm going to tell a little bit more about that, I gathered a lot of heavy metal music as MIDI files. So I scraped the internet and I found a lot of songs in the heavy metal genre. What you see here is that I also went through the motions assigning sub-genre labels to the MIDI files that I got. You see here, a big word means it's very presented. Small word means I don't have that many samples. So you see that I have samples from thrash metal, heavy metal, black metal, death metal, power metal, doom metal, also speed metal, sludge metal, hardcore, post-hardcore, and so on and so forth. So quite a lot of material. And if I remember the numbers right, I have 7,000 heavy metal songs. So it's a good start. And as always, when you do deep learning, you need a lot of data, and I think 7,000 samples of heavy metal music are already quite a lot. But you might wonder, assuming that you have a lot of music, for example, as MIDI files, which is a symbolic representation of songs, so it's not the WAV file, it's not an MP3, it's symbolic, you have notes and where they are, and you also have tracks. The question would be like how to do deep learning with that. Deep learning, usually at the beginning, you do some encoding. And this is just an example. So what you see here on top is music. Well, if you are talented and if you are into music, you might even hear what you see there, the so-called piano roll. And what you can see here by the colors is 1, 2, 3, 4 different voices. It's the soprano, the alto, the bass, and the tenor. So these are 4 voices in church music. So this is singing music. And this is a piece of a chorale composed quite a couple of years ago by Johann Sebastian Bach. So this is like the Hello World. And the main idea of this slide is me telling you that if you have music, which is multidimensional, so you have pitch, you have time, and you also have multiple voices at the same time, polyphony, what you have to do is you have to map it to a sequence of discrete tokens, as you can see here on the bottom. So these are discrete tokens, and this is just one voice of this chorale that you can see here, the red one. And you see, if you look closely, there are not on events, there are also not off events and time delta. So what this is a representation of a music that we see on top there as a sequence of tokens. So the whole parallelism is dealt with. We have multiple voices at the same time. We also have multiple notes sometimes at the same time. Well, in this case, usually. And this is a straightforward implementation, straightforward encoding. Well, and for my heavy metal music, well, assuming that I have this encoding, I just took all the files that I have and I encoded them in that way. So every file every MIDI file ended up as a collection of text files, and those text files are actually human readable. So you can have a look and see, well, this is some kind of music. And if you have text files, well, you can do language processing, natural language processing in the shape and form of large language models for language generation. So you think about, and it's easy to do so, you think about natural language processing, for example, in the shape and form of transformers. Attention is all you need, a paper that hit in 2017 and definitely changed the world. And if you look closely, maybe you saw this picture before, this is GPT. GPT is a family of large language models designed and trained by OpenAI, which are for language generation. And language generation is so easy if you think about the idea, and also so effective. The only thing that is challenging here is, well, usually those neural networks are big and they require a lot of data, but how they are designed, the architecture is something that you can understand over a weekend. And what GPT does, very straightforward, it takes a couple of words in a sequence, so maybe a beginning of a sentence, and it just predicts the next word. So a couple of words in, next word out. And you think about it, and I think it's very easy for you to understand. If you do it multiple times, you can generate a lot of text with that. Same, for example, for programming. Maybe you've heard about Copilot, which was made available, well, this year. It's the same thing, not natural language, but programming language. So you have a deep neural network based on GPT that just predicts the next token in programming. Very helpful. Well, and in my scenario, you've already seen the encoding. The encoding is a text file. So I train GPT-2 on those text files, and then I end up with a deep neural network that is quite good at generating music. Well, and how did I do that? Well, usually I would sit down and implement all those deep neural networks from scratch. But this time I decided, no, let's take a solution off the shelf, just use it, and maybe I will be very happy with that. So what I did is I went to Hugging Face. Hugging Face, great company. I like it a lot. And they have a couple of modules available. So pip install transformers is the thing you would like to do. And this gives you a lot of functionality, especially functionality for training large language models, including the GPT family. So it turned out that coming up with an implementation for deep neural network for language generation, not necessary. I just installed Hugging Face transformers, and then I took all the text files that I had and threw them into that implementation. It took 4 days of training on 4 GPUs until, well, the neural network converged and was, well, generating convincing pieces of heavy metal music. Speaking of which, what you see here, music composed with AI, this is a sequence of 1, 2, 3 albums that I have composed this year using the neural network that I have just mentioned. The project is called Hexagon Machine. The name Hexagon Machine comes from a tiny little discussion that I had with a deep neural network. Also, the names of those albums, Robot Uprising, Digital Dawn, A New Order, they all came from me discussing with an AI what would be a perfect name. On the left side, Robot Uprising is the first album. It took me 50 days to compose, and 50 days from the idea, well, I would like to create an album using AI, to putting it on Spotify. And the most time in those 50 days was spent on actually producing the music. So doing the composition with the AI, getting the data set, training the deep neural network, getting everything up and running in the shape and form of a tool. Those were at most 2 weeks of work, where, well, the most time I spent encoding the data. The deep learning part, I think it was like 1 or 2 days. And then, well, taking pieces of music that come from the AI, arranging them, changing the structure, adding different instruments, telling a story with the pieces that AI provided, 50 days. The second album in the middle, Digital Dawn, just took me, I would say, 2 weeks, 14 days, full-time working on that, because there everything was up and running. No more deep learning required. I just took the same neural network that I've already trained and got wild. And finally, New Order has just been released on 3rd of December this month. This took me a little bit longer because I was working on different projects by then, so I did it almost entirely on some weekends. It's quite a lot of fun. And what I saw there is, well, for all these 3 albums, it was the same neural network. And I mean, really, the same neural network that I trained around Easter, and I used it for those 3 albums. So if you like, please feel free. All this music is on streaming platforms, including Spotify, but not limited to. Be so kind and have a listen. And of course, don't hesitate to send me a line. Tell me what you think. If you like to get more inspiration, reach out. Thank you very much.
Excellent. I don't think it's only the little robot that's learning a lot today. I think I am learning a lot today also.
About the robot, right?
About the robot. I think the little robot, before I met them, had already met Tristan and been creating multiple albums. So excellent. Yeah. Wow, really, really interesting talk. And that's definitely going to help the little robot on their path to understanding humans better.
What do you think is the little human robot, robot not human yet, going to learn about our next speaker, from our next speaker?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think our next speaker is hopefully going to help the little robot in a slightly different direction. Hello, Mary.
Hello. I'm doing great. It's good to see you both.
Or maybe not maybe in a similar direction. Maybe you have also some music advice for the little robot. But I think Mary's also going to give them a little suggestion on, most of us, we have to work at some point. So the little robot's thinking about maybe finding a new job. What's going to be next?
Yeah. How do people choose jobs, right? Okay. So, we click the button at the same time. You do it.
We're really good at doing that. Yeah. After you, my dear.
Have fun, Mary.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
All right. Well, welcome everyone. My name is Mary. I am a work-life coach, which means I work with people in transition points in their professional careers. And I've worked in the tech sector myself, and have also worked with a lot of people in the tech sector, from data scientists to software engineers. And I've worked with anybody from entry level to kind of C-suite. So I know quite a bit what it means to go through transition points, and I work with people to feel more agentic, connected, confident as they move through these transitions. Some of the big transitions in our lives, in our career lives, include changing roles. It could be opening our own businesses, but one of the biggest transition experiences that we share, and probably all of us have experienced and will experience at some point, is changing careers or changing jobs, or thinking about finding a new job. And people do that for a variety of different reasons. It could be because the company that you're at is not growing anymore, or you feel like you're not growing there. It is also, can you see? It could also be that your life circumstances have changed and you want to do something different. So there's a couple of different reasons for it. It can also be a really stressful time because of a variety of different reasons. And some of those reasons, it can be really emotionally challenging. One of those reasons is it can activate a lot of fears of rejection and self-worth. For some of us, we've been at a job for a while, and it means that there's a lot of change in our lives. People are usually less likely, or people don't often like change. We like the places that we're at, but then when we want something different, there is the experience of moving forward, and that can cause some anxiety and can really influence how we think about the work that we do and kind of the transition that we're in. It can also feel like a test and kind of bring us back to feeling like we're at school and we need to get things right, and it can create a lot of pressure. And that pressure can come from getting it right. It can also come from the fact that where we work is really important in our lives. We spend about 1/3 of our lives at work. So the work that we choose and where we're working and what job that we're doing can have a really, really large influence on our lives. But it doesn't have to be this challenging. It can also be an amazing opportunity to grow in confidence and encourage. And over the next couple minutes, I want to tell you more about how to get to that place by sharing some reframes of how you can think about the job process. The first thing is when you think about finding a new job, I would encourage you to really think about the why and get honest with yourself about the why. Is it because you're not growing? Is it because your life circumstances have changed? And make sure that why you are doing it is really clear to you, and that you're not falling prey to the grass is greener on the other side kind of fallacy or bias, that where you go will be different. Making sure that why you want to change is actually feeling really deeply in tune. It'll help you to, when negative experiences or kind of hard emotions come up, to really get clear about why is it that you're moving forward. The next step is to really, before you look at any job descriptions, before you talk to anyone, figure out what is it that you want first and foremost, because we can often look at job descriptions that fit ourselves into it. And one way that I would suggest doing it is actually a very simple way, is actually create 3 columns for yourself. What is the new job must have, what it would be nice to have, and what it can't have. This is your lens for the rest of your kind of job search journey. This is how you can filter job descriptions, how you get the sense in your interviews, what is it that you want to be actually doing, so that you can ask the questions, and then at the end of the process, once you decide on the job, you actually know what you want at the beginning. This can evolve over time as well. This is a great starting point. Some people, though, they don't know what they want or what they don't want. We can often get kind of covered up by shoulds and shouldn'ts, can'ts, and have tos. But there are different ways of getting to what is it that we want, kind of a roundabout ways. And some of those are asking questions such as, what are you jealous of and why? What do you help the most at work? What could you be truly excellent at? What's that one thing? These are the ways to kind of get a sense of the what do I want without trying to figure it out right away. So once you have your why and your things that you want, you're ready to kind of start the job search process or kind of the interview process. There's a lot of resources out there of how to ace interviews and what you need to prepare for it. But I actually want to talk about a larger overarching theme, which is the experience that we often have in the job search process can be really challenging because how we often think about doing anything, but applying for jobs is one of them, is that we often think of it as we do something and I need to succeed or fail at it. There's only 2 options. And any time that you don't succeed, you have failed. That doesn't leave a lot of room for appreciation of how far you've gotten. It also invalidates the work that you have done and can feel really discouraging over time if you constantly feel like you're failing to get the thing that you actually want. So I would invite you to actually reframe the job search process or the entire experience into a doing and an iterative process of learning. There isn't any room for failure or success here, so it's a double-edged sword. But it continues iterating on what is it that you are learning. So I would invite you to focus more on the process that you are going through. Every single time that you send a resume, maybe don't hear back, or you've talked to someone, ask the questions of what did I learn? What do I have control over? How can I improve? Those are opening up questions rather than kind of closing question, which is did I get, achieved, accomplish it? So it's so important to focus on the process, not the outcome. That way we give a lot more grace to ourselves throughout the experience. Given that, obviously it's going to be hard. And as humans, oftentimes we try to avoid the hard emotions. But the more we try to avoid them, the more impacted we are when they come our way. So one way to really help yourself is to anticipate that the challenges are going to up. You're going to feel rejected. You're going to feel nervous. And how might you take care of yourself in the midst of that happening? And one way to think about that is to think about how would you treat your best friend if they came to you with the exact same situation that you are in? How would you treat someone if they kind of send out a bunch of resumes or talk to a bunch of people they haven't talked to anyone, or they feel nervous about managing different conversations? Thinking about how your best friend would, what would you do for your best friend or someone that you deeply love is a really helpful way to think about how we can be really close with ourselves, because the only relationship we have for the entirety of our lives is the one that we have with ourselves. So taking care of ourselves first and foremost is really valuable and important. And last but not least, you will definitely need to make a decision at some point, whether that's a decision to stay at the job that you're at or deciding between different offers. And this is where people get really stuck. They feel like they need to make the right decision because of the impact that it's going to have. Something to remember is that the quality of the decision is different than the quality of the outcome. And we can only really control the quality of the research and the quality of the resulting decision that we have. And this is according to Ron Howard, who's a Stanford professor, who is considered the father of decision analysis. So the only thing that we can really control is how we make the decision and how we continue to make the decisions over time in our lives. The outcome is not something that we can really control. So you can always turn the job search into an opportunity. It doesn't have to be a dreary experience or one that only has negative aspects to it. And some of the ways to do that, kind of the steps to do that, is ask why first. Why are you doing it? Why are you changing the job? Figure out what you want first and foremost before you go and search outside of yourself. Focus on the process, not the outcome, to allow more compassion of the process, and treat yourself like you would your best friend. And lastly, that you can only really control the decision and the decision making that you are doing, and nothing else. Thank you so much. Please do keep in touch. You can reach me at my website, lifeworthlivingcoaching.com. Also on LinkedIn, Mary Bajorek. I would love to connect and hear from you. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Mary. That was really great, really insightful. Also very helpful for Little Robot. It's going to take on all of those great tips, and they're going to apply them, see if they can get themselves a job. But also going to take quite a few of those tips myself. Thank you so much for sharing. Really great.
Thanks so much for having me.
Perfect. Okay, so we'll say bye, Mary. Have a great rest of your afternoon or whatever time of day you're at. And we're going to welcome Bojan onto the stage. So there we go. Hi.
Hi,
Have you had your
everybody.
pizza?
Absolutely.
Yes. Good stuff. And what are you going to help the Little Robot with today?
I'm gonna help people who are thinking about learning Python or programming in general. Gonna give them some tips and general help. Something I wanted to hear when I was starting learning Python.
Sounds great. All
Yeah.
right.
Hopefully it will be interesting to people because previous speaker was amazing.
A tough act to follow, but we have full confidence and we're really looking forward to your talk as well. So we will hand over to you.
And the little robot is learning Python, so this is perfect.
Hello, everybody. My name is Bojan, and I've been doing Python programming for the last 10 years. During that time, I did a lot of mentoring, and I, first of all, wanted to share a couple of things, how to make this easier for you. And first thing first, you're amazing. If you're thinking about starting with Python programming, that's great. First of all, there's plenty of job opportunities for Python developers. Second of all, Python is beautiful language. You're going to enjoy working in Python. Third, it's amazing community. Now, Python is the only community I'm part of, but people are very, very helpful, which leads me to a first point. Don't be afraid to ask questions. Ask them out loud on Twitter, don't ask them on Stack Overflow. Usually Stack Overflow is Googling, not asking. But people are always very helpful in Python, and somebody will always jump in to help you. If you're too afraid to ask questions in public, reach out to me on LinkedIn. I love helping people. Second of all, you don't have to memorize things. Google is good. I'm a senior Python developer, and I use Google all the time. A big thing I see with people when they come from university is they try to memorize everything. Don't do it. Memorize something beautiful. Find a poem you like, memorize that. For everything else, there's Google. Second of all, don't try to do too many things at once. Myself, I don't know how to multitask. I can do only one thing at a time. So don't go with full stack at once, trying to learn JavaScript, databases, and all that craziness. Eventually, you're going to have to learn databases for front end. I really hope you don't. Also, when choosing what you're going to write in, you might see some tutorials telling you about Vim or Terminal or text editors. Just ignore them. You want to focus on learning Python, not the other stuff. Vim is amazing, and if you are going to do some stuff on web servers, there's Linux there, you're going to have to use Vim. But for now, just focus on Python. For that, I recommend either using PyCharm and Community Edition of PyCharm, because you don't need professional features. You can later test them, or VS Code. Why? Because they are amazing. They're going to offer you autocomplete. They're going to scream in big red letters when you make a mistake, and you want them to tell you. If you're not following PEP 8, that's the code and styling stuff in Python, they're going to tell you your development environment is going to do a bunch of stuff for you. And you really want that in the beginning and later, because you want to focus on the core stuff. You're learning Python. You're not going to focus on learning 10, 20 other stuff at the same time. Now, next stuff. You're going to hear people telling you about Git or version control in general. Now, that's amazing stuff. Imagine if you had the time machine. That's exactly it, but for your code. You create a snapshot, and if you mess something up, I mess code every day a couple of times, you just click a button and you go back in the past. Everything is erased. So version control is great, Git is amazing, but don't get too stuck on that. You know what it does? If you know how to do commit and rollback, that's enough for the beginning. There's plenty of features, plenty of stuff, but don't get lost in the woods. Let's just focus on Python for now. Next stuff. You're going to hear about Docker containers and stuff like that. That's an amazing thing. It will allow you to basically enter one command and you're going to have a server running on your machine without installing stuff and all that. For now, let's treat it like a magic. Your DevOps or any other person is going to help you set up that stuff. You're going to get Docker Compose up and everything is working. You don't have to focus on that. Just ignore it for now. Next, there's cloud. There's servers. There's Linux. There's a bunch of stuff. That's where your code is going to run when you start writing web servers and stuff like that. For now, ignore it completely. Just focus on Python. There are plenty of ways to run your code. For now, let's just make it run on your machine. Also, make a GitHub repository. If you're learning Python, there's a very great chance you want to get employed as a Python developer. and potential employers, they love seeing your code. Show them your GitHub repository, show them how you think. It's going to be great. Also, ask for feedback. That's how you're going to learn the fastest. Reach out to somebody and ask, hey, can you do a code review? I love doing code review. I'm weird like that. Get used to learning in public. You can write a small article or blog about something that you learned, because there might be already a bunch of articles about certain subject, but you are the only you. Share your perspective on that. And trust me, when you write about something, you're going to get much better understanding of it. Also, it makes you more prolific, and you're going to get your job doing beautiful Python stuff much easier. Now, Python itself. There are plenty of versions of Python. You want to be using version 3.6 and onwards. Why? It has some cool features. You're going to learn about them. If they are older, you don't want to worry about that. Somebody is going to mention you virtual environment. Now, PyCharm, I work in PyCharm. PyCharm has plenty of nice ways to set up new project, and it's going to offer you, do you want to create virtual environment for this? What does virtual environment mean? Well, you're going to use different versions of packages for different projects, and you don't want them messing out. Basically, you want to have stuff contained for your project. That's what virtual environment is. It's more complex than that, but basically it means stuff I do on my project is not going to mess with the stuff I do on another project. Also, Python has an amazing thing called pip. If you need any package whatsoever, you just type pip install name of the package. Bam, magic. You got all set up. Also, plenty of cool people will share code, and they will add a requirements TXT file that lists all the package versions. You just type pip install .r text file, and you got everything up and running. It's very easy to get set up, but also it's very easy to get lost in the woods. Focus on the Python, make it easier for yourself, and don't try to learn too many stuff at once. And always feel free to ask for help. It's an amazing community, and that's all. I think I managed to get it in 10 minutes.
Very inspirational. Thank you so much. I think I would have also very much liked to have heard that when I was starting my Python journey. It's some really great insights there as well, and I think a very positive message. A lot of love for the talk also in the chat, so you can go check that out. And also, are you on the Discord channel if folks want to reach out to you?
I'm not on Discord, but I can jump in. Probably the easiest way to reach out to me is on the list of the talks. You have a link towards my LinkedIn. I'm pretty much always there. Send me a message, ask me, can you review my code? I need help with something. I'm going to help you because I'm crazy about Python and I love helping people.
Fantastic. And if you see someone called Little Robot writing you, then you know who that is.
Will do. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for joining us. So next talk.
Fantastic.
Do you think the little robot is already ready for the upgrade?
Well, the little robot has been able to learn Python already during the duration of Bojan's talk.
But he was like on
really,
2.7, right? For a long time, right?
Yeah, well, the little robot didn't know about 2.7 and 3 point whatever. So the little robot is just kind of catching up. And yeah, now they realize that there is actually a 3.10, which is new.
Hello.
And, yeah, hi.
Hi.
So probably he doesn't know about 3.10.
No,
Possibly
nothing.
not.
So that's like.
No. Are you going to tell us something about 3.10?
Yeah.
I guess so. Can I teach the whole robo about Python 3.10? Maybe.
I think
really
amazing.
Good.
Yeah.
So let's add you.
I didn't click
at the same time. You didn't click?
I didn't. It was late. This time.
All clicking.
Okay.
I'm going to click to add the slides.
I'm gonna click too.
Okay.
Over to you.
I will start to present it. Hello, everyone. Good evening. Have you got your pizza? I guess, I hope so. So I'll be talking today about Python 3.10. Welcome to pattern matching. It's kind of the year of Python 3.10. The release was in October of this year. So that's the coolest feature in my opinion. A little bit about me. My name is Laís Ochoa. I have been working with Python for about 4 years. I work as developer advocate for Ivan. I really love the Python community. Big shout out for all the organization of the Python Pizza Hamburger. And in my free time, I like dystopian kind of books. I like tea and I love Carnival. I'm from Brazil, so maybe that's why. A little bit about what will be this talk. So I will talk what was happening in Python 3.10, about the concept of pattern matching, and my final thoughts. One thing that you have to keep it in mind is that pattern matching was not the only feature of Python 3.10. We actually had context manager with parentheses. Now you can use it. Also beta error messages for beginners. I think it was very useful, and also people really like it. As you can see, is the favorite one. And type union operator. In this poll that Pablo Galindo, he asked people what kind of feature they are excited about it. Actually, the favorite one was beta error message. But we're going to be talking about the second favorite one. For me, the first one. And what is it pattern matching? So either it will or it will not be a match. If you are like some dating apps, actually you can get a lot of matches there, but it does not mean that they're going to be your match or one match. So if you are working with pattern recognition, pattern matching is also different there. You usually have a threshold of what is the percentage of you considering something to be a match or not. For example, if this image matches 90% of what is expected, then it's a match. But in this case, in pattern matching here in Python, we're going to be focused exactly in this. Either it will or it will not be a match. So it's only possible one time. Going over how I'm going to explain this, I took this game in German. It's called Shakespeare Zeug. And imagine you have different objects and you want to try to find out how do they fit in this box, for example. So you want to store a circle only where is the circle is there, and so on and so forth. So this is the perfect example to talk about pattern matching, because you can only, for example, take a square exactly in one of the place. It will not fit in any one of the others. So that's why I took this example. But let's see an example written in Python. So let's suppose we have a triangle as a string, and we're going to go and try to match this in our code. So it will work like this. You have a match, and you have the subject, which will be form, and you go over these cases until you reach a case that your subject is equal to some pattern. And if this happens, then it will be true, and you enter in the executing block. Just for you to have some idea, it will look a bit like this. So in the match, you have the subject. In the cases, you're going to go over until you find the pattern. And in case it's true, then you execute the block. If it's not, you're going to continue until you exhausted all the options. It could also be that you have no match, so nothing really will happen. The output would be none. Here's a code with and without pattern matching. So you can see here in the first place, we have this, we expect a list called elements, and we go over the cases here. And we can even like do things like the second case, where I identify that the length of this list would be 2, And the second object, I will bind into this obj. So I can reuse that inside the executing block. So it has existence until there. If you try to do that without pattern matching, you're going to be using the if else conditions. And you can see here that I have to do more checks. I have to check if the length is equals to 2. I have to check, I have to access the second element of the list. And this kind of, if you write a bit more, it can get a bit more complicated and hard to visualize. So in this case, the first approach using pattern matching is much cooler and much cleaner as well. Another way that you can use pattern matching is to have guards in your conditions. So it's kind of, in your cases, you can also have a condition with if. So that's basically what guard would be about. So here I can only execute check the pattern if it's equal, if the size is lower or equal to 10. So it's kind of have a condition, and then if it's okay, then it will check. If it's okay, if it's also true, then it will execute the block. If not, we'll continue. But this is not only this. Another cool thing, and probably I think one of the coolest thing, is that the composable partners, you can have a partner inside the partner with the pattern matching. What does that mean? It means that, for example, here, I don't need to specify what would be my second element in the list. I can actually have different patterns there that could be acceptable. So here, for example, we could have bottom, top, left, and right. They are all directions in this game, and they're all valid. Although I would not know exactly which one, I can always bind here and use it inside the executing block. So this is very cool that you can see here. We already went over conditions with guard, and now with composable pattern matching, that you do it with the pipe one. So it grows up the complexity of what you can use. It doesn't not stop there. One thing that's very useful is that you can match objects. So here, for example, I create a class called circle, and I have some attributes there. What I can do, I create an object, and I want to pattern matching this. I want to match with other, like what is desired hazard object here in certain conditions. So I can specify some attributes to have some specific values, and only if they are true, it will have a match. So for example, here we have circle created with pinky color and size around 10. So in the first condition, color is equal to red, and it will check. Is equal to red? No. So it goes to the next one. You don't need to specify all the attributes. Actually, you can just focus in the ones that matters, and it works as a charm. But a lot of people, they are also using JSON. For web development, you know that you have all these nested dictionaries that come from JSON in Python. So another cool thing that you can do, you can use dictionary pattern matching. And just to give a very simple example to you understand what does it mean. Here I have a dictionary with year and location, and I will do the pattern matching with it. So if you go over here, I didn't need to specify again, like I didn't need to specify location. For me, it was not important. I just want to check the year. So I can go direct to the key and check the year. And is it year 2022? Not yet. We're still in 2021. So it will not enter in this condition here. But if you go to the next one, the location actually matches with this one, and it's Munich. And that's how it looks right now. It's really cold right now here, and this is knowing a lot. Another interesting thing, actually that's it, because I just want to give you like a short overview, how does it work? And I know a lot of people have thoughts about, should I use it? Which is included in the Python 3.10. And I know a lot of people, there are all these features that come to the language, and you don't know which ones you're gonna use it and which ones you would not use it. But actually pattern matching is being used kind of in different languages, and that was an inspiration to do it in Python. And it's very useful. I would say try to use it and see if you like it. But if it doesn't work for you, then you can always use the if else and whatever works for you. But keep it in mind that in some cases, it will make your life easier. So why not just to try? for this talk, you can always go over the PEPs and get into deep what it was about it. There is a tutorial here with all the specifications and examples and stuff like this. So it's really cool if you want to learn a bit more. And I want to say thank you. If you have more questions, just contact me. And thank you.
Fantastic. I didn't know, I was going to say maybe leave that screen up a bit longer, but I suppose folks can also find you on Discord, right?
Correct. I'll be there. So see you there.
Yeah, excellent. Lots of information. I really been looking for a case to use this since I saw you give this talk the first time. It's not come up yet, but I believe it will.
Whenever you see anything else, you can ask yourself, should I use pattern matching here? Should I not use it? And then give it a try. I know sometimes we are comfortable with what we know, but why not to try?
Yeah, definitely. And especially maybe for folks coming from other languages where there is already this built in, maybe it's something they've been looking for. So yeah, such great talks. I agree, Maren. Thank you very much, Leisha, and hope you have a great rest of the afternoon. We will see you a bit later on because you're going to announce the raffle in the closing. So
is the robot going to help?
For anyone who did not yet, I will post it again in the forum. Today we're going to raffle 2 books from Luciano Romaglio, The Fluent in Python. And yeah, feel free to put your name there and hope good luck for the lucky ones.
So yeah, Laisa, are you going to use the robot for the raffle or the little robot? Or...
I didn't. Actually, I took the code from Jessica.
So yeah, of course.
Yeah,
it's
so
powered by the little robot.
But
fantastic.
Yeah, I will run not in Python 3.10, but maybe I should try to run.
Yeah,
small pull request.
I don't think there was any pattern matching, so maybe you need to rewrite it.
Until I will force the program to use pattern matching just to show you.
Yeah. Okay, well, we want to inspect the code to make sure it's all equal. Excellent. Right. Well, the little robot is feeling super knowledgeable now. And they are now kind of thinking, you know what, it's a bit lonely. They've gained all this knowledge and, you know, learned all these things of how to be human, but they have other friends that they would like to bring online who would also be able to kind of get on board and maybe join in a party together, maybe like have some music because they know heavy metal now. So yeah, they're looking to learn how to encourage others to get online with them. So hopefully we've got a speaker waiting.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi. Yes, I'm also Christmassy. I'll join the club.
I love it.
All right. So happy to be here. Yes, I'm excited to teach the robot how to save the world. So
nice.
No pressure.
Okay. No pressure. Good luck.
All right. Good luck.
All right.
Enjoy.
Yes, thanks so much. Hey everyone, I'm so thrilled that you're here. Thank you so much if you're joining live here in the middle of the night. Just kidding, 6 p.m. in Berlin. My name is Kristian Sepelak, and I'm a graduate student focused on ethical AI and data science for public policy, and I'm based in Berlin. So the topic of my talk today is you should get your parents online, why digital literacy will save the world. So today I'm going to talk about the global state of digital saturation, stories from around the world, critical current issues, and then lastly, our part in this situation. So just to set the scene, nearly 60% of the world today uses the internet. So this is 2021 statistics. Here's a visualization of kind of how that's progressed over time from 1990 to 2019. So you can see that even in 2019, a large chunk of the world has over 50% of their population online. So we're truly in sort of a novel time where nearly everyone on the planet has the opportunity to connect. And of all these internet users, the average amount of time that they spend is nearly 7 hours per day across all their devices, which is more than many people sleep. So that's a significant chunk of their day. And now I want to talk about what this evolution has looked like in different parts of the world. And I want to start with Dallas, Texas in the United States. Yes, so in 2017, a middle-aged man received his very first smartphone and has added LTE service to his family's phone plan. Not fully understanding what LTE was, he left it on for over 3 weeks and was rewarded with a hefty bill. When he called the phone company to complain, he simply explained that he had no clue what LTE was when he signed up for it, and the phone company actually accepted that as a valid and reasonable defense, and they refunded him the difference in his phone bill. Now, the secret to the story is that the man in the story is, of course, my father, my dad, and I grew up in Dallas, Texas, in the States. So just a little bit of information about the context in this situation. Dallas is a large city and one of the fastest growing metros in the world, or in the country. And it's a hub for business and the home of many top tech companies like Texas Instruments and Raytheon. So definitely not a place where you would consider having low access to technology. And next, just a snapshot of the context in the States. A 2021 survey said that 16% of adults, which translates to roughly 32 million Americans, are not comfortable using technology. Here's a separate study which has listed, each row represents sort of a question about digital literacy. And those who could not respond or responded completely incorrectly are represented in the red and gray. So you can see that there's a significant portion of folks that do not have full digital literacy or capacity or comfort with technology in today's day and age. So next, I'd like to go to the absolute other side of the world, to the country Myanmar, which is the smallest Southeast Asian country. In 2017, at the very same time that my dad was getting his first smartphone, more than half of the minority Rohingya Muslim population was being raped, killed, or forced out of the country in the largest forced migration in recent history. The military, which would later stage a coup in 2020, was a chief instigator of this violence and the related anti-Muslim sentiment. They are actually the first known government administration to use fake accounts, doctored photos, and deliberate misinformation to control their people. And here's an example. So here on the right, we have a photo created by the military leadership in Myanmar, which claims to show conflict coming from this Muslim population, when in reality, the photo comes from 1971 in a completely different country and context of the world. So on the left is actually, the real circumstance. So Rohingya Muslims are fleeing for their lives to all corners of the earth, and in what is today being called a genocide. So now a little bit more about Myanmar and why this happened, how this happened. Myanmar is a country with not only low digital access, but low levels of digital literacy. Those who are on the internet mostly do so using a mobile phone, which usually comes preloaded with Facebook. And for many, that is their entire experience of the internet. Just Facebook alone, they have no knowledge of anything outside of that social platform. So now I want to go to one last example, and we'll head to India. So in 2019, a researcher created a dummy Facebook profile with the intention of accepting any and every single recommendation from Facebook. Any group, any person, they would accept it all. And within 3 weeks, their newsfeed was inundated with violence, doctored photos, and misinformation. And the researcher herself said that she had never seen more dead bodies in her entire life combined than in these 3 weeks alone. If this was one person's experience in 3 weeks, think about what it must be like for millions of users who are on on Facebook every single day and have been for years. So a bit more about this specific situation. So if you can see on the slide, this picture on the lower left-hand corner is the Prime Minister of India and Mark Zuckerberg hugging like their best friends. So Mark Zuckerberg is obviously the founder of Facebook. The anti-Muslim sentiment on Facebook was enough to create a meaningful spike in violence towards this community. And here we see the issue is not just that hate speech exists online. It's not just that there are hateful people in the world. It's that the algorithms on these platforms amplify and exacerbate this issue by promoting these incendiary posts and also not distinguishing fake accounts from real ones. So in other words, because Facebook is a private company and they are trying to earn money, they promote content that keeps you the most engaged. So what is more engaging than inflammatory content? What gets you more riled up, more wanting to post a comment than fake news or something that is incredibly offensive and inflammatory? So Facebook actually ends up promoting these incredibly offensive and incorrect posts just so they can earn more money on their ads. And just to put all of this in context, the world's social media users will spend a total of 3.7 trillion hours on social media in 2021. So if we said that most people spend an average of 7 hours online per day, this is the global total population, a good chunk of that is on social media, and Facebook is the largest platform. So is this the end of the world? Good question. Many researchers actually think that it is. And of course, here's a little photo here of myself explaining all of this to you. So far, we have talked about how calls to violence are amplified by algorithms, doctored photos, misinformation, violent content, all spreads with the help of fake accounts, and how it often results in authoritarian coups and genocides and so much more. Here are a few more examples that I won't dive into today, but sort of represent how much of a recent and critical topic this is right now. And what all these examples have in common is people have been manipulated by content and algorithms on social platforms, and it also demonstrates their low ability to discern between this misleading content and the truth. So while there's so much that has to change before we have an equitable and safe future online, something that we can all do now is help ourselves and others understand these technologies and be able to decide for ourselves. So what I'm talking about is digital literacy. We've established that manipulation on social platforms is not just happening in communities with low access to technology. It's happening here, to your community and to mine. It's up to us to not only educate ourselves as technologists, as Python people, but to share with those around us who are being left behind. And I so want to bring us back to the beginning of our presentation where I talked about my dad. Now in 2021, my dad texts me nearly every day using a chat app called Lime, and he recently took his very first selfie. Yay. So now, while this is still not enough to prevent the harm that fake news and hate speech causes in this world, he is the closest person to me who I can help. So I want to encourage you to do your part. Get your parents online, help them understand this new world. If you're able to go beyond this relationship, that's amazing, but start there and start today. Thank you so much. If you have any comments or questions or concerns, feel free to reach me on Twitter at CLSEP. Thank you.
Thank you. Very great. Very awesome. Yeah, really poignant and very important, I think, for the place where we are and the time where we are in the world. So yeah, this has also helped Little Robot get multiple other friends, including Electric Toothbrush and PlayStation 4 and some of their other friends.
I think also the Little Robot now just deleted their Facebook account.
Yes, yeah, they just deleted Facebook.
They're on Twitter only now.
Yeah, only Twitter. Yeah, exactly.
For now.
For now. Yeah.
And yeah, so great. Thank you, Christine. Thanks for joining, and we wish you a great rest of your day.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye-bye. So I think this talk that is coming up now is really what the little robot was needing, like to get to become a human, really like this understanding of the human brain, right?
I think so. Yeah. They have like all of this data on these learnings, but they're trying to put it all together. Yeah.
Exactly. So who do we have here?
Oh,
hi there.
Hello.
Hi, great to see you. Wow, this was a deep talk right there before me. So, wow, that was something. I'm so glad I'm not on Facebook anymore. I got off this year already, so
yeah,
I feel not that bad. Yeah, but
we
it was.
We still have Twitter, WhatsApp. There's some.
Yeah. Well, we are
some
trying,
fights.
right?
We're trying. We're working on it. Okay.
Great. So we'll leave. We'll depart, and we'll hand over to you, Jerry.
Thank you very much. So, hello again. Thank you for having me. Today we learned a lot of things, and when you are a developer or a scientist, then that's basically what you do every day. We learn all of the time, and it's a side effect of our job, and we are in this default state of learning. And yet sometimes we feel the need to improve on how we learn. And maybe because you're learning a new language, or you just start being a developer, or you want to become a developer. I work for a coding bootcamp, and that means I'm in the business to help people to learn. And this talk is about what I learned about learning in the last couple of years while doing courses for web development. On the first day of every course, we give some tips to our students. And that's something that we can all try to remember again and again to do something good for our brain. So those things are like, drink enough. So if you have water with you, now is a good time to drink, so you stay hydrated. And you should eat light during the day. You should do more exercise, at least I should. And you should find some rest. You should sleep well. Those are all things to create a healthy environment for your brain. So try to remember that from time to time, especially when you are in the mode of learning new things. And there are other things that we see in our courses that are helpful, and they can be grouped in things that activate your brain. We like to do interactive sessions because otherwise just listening to someone multiple hours doesn't work. So you can try that for yourself, and if you are not in a bootcamp, you can force yourself to be more interactive with active learning or active reading. That means that you get yourself a goal or something you want to find out, and then work on that while reading something. With that, you should take handwritten notes, and that in general is very helpful to activate your brain while you are learning something. So even if you just doodle around or draw those things you are thinking about, that's already very helpful. When you learn to code, you should write more code than you read about writing code, or you should or watch videos. So best is writing and not watching or reading. And if you can do code reviews for other people. In the bootcamp, of course, it's easy to get the chance, but also in other ways, in open source projects, you can see other people's code, and you do that when you're doing code reviews with the purpose of finding out things like what don't I understand here, or do I find any mistakes, or just see how people do things differently than you would do. So those are all things to activate your brain, and that's something that you should strive for. And when we talk about activating your brain, then you might think about this book here, Thinking Fast and Slow. It's from 2011. And if you've not written it already, then you should definitely do that. It's also a great Christmas gift, by the way. And on the first pages, Daniel Kahneman explains that your brain has two systems. One is a liar, and the other one is the slow thinking, lazy part that avoids work. And the liar talks to you most of the time, and that's what's happening when you just consume and don't actively try to force your brain to to start thinking. Your brain just tells you, yeah, it's fine, I get that, I can follow those things, but you don't really learn those things and you can't replicate them. So that's a good read. There are more things that work well that I want to share with you. And by the way, you don't have to remember all this. I will share this later. One thing that's good is variety in exercises. You can do little small things when you start learning, like code wars or other small online games. And you should also do large projects where you set yourself a goal. You should work on your own on things, and you should also try to work in a group. So go out and find people that also want to learn. That's very helpful. And if you don't find a group, then at least you could learn publicly. Just write about how you don't understand yet and how you struggle and how you find out things, and you can get feedback and help others with that. So variety is a good thing. Another thing that I like a lot is drill, because it sounds so horrible. Other people call it deliberate practice. There's this article, this one, How to Get Better at Painting Without Painting Anything. And it's really about painting. It's not for programming. And what it says is, if you repeat something very often, you don't necessarily become better at it. And I have an example. When you grow older, then you start signing things, and you sign like hundreds or thousands of times, and your signature doesn't become better. But when I grew up, there was this point when I noticed that I will start signing things, and I sat down and I tried to find the best signature that I could create, like this, with a nice swing at the start and that. And that's drill, that's deliberate practice. Sitting down with the goal of improving, doing something, and while you're doing it, trying to improve what you do there. So that's something you can take away. And another thing that I found recently, and you probably know this diagram here, maybe from this great talk from Mariana, the Python core developer. It's about documentation. There are 4 types of documentation, and documentation basically is transferring knowledge. So when you're reading documentation, you're learning. And I think you can also do it the other way around. You can set yourself in a mode when you're learning, and you can decide for yourself, I just want to do a tutorial. That means I just want to follow easy steps. And that's something that you should do in the beginning. Don't go for those crazy hard things, complex systems that you want to build, but just follow along to get familiar with syntax. And then later you can go to how-to guides to reach some special things that you want to go to. And for deeper understanding, then you start reading articles that explain things in a deeper way, why there are special decisions in a language or a library. And of course, there's reference if you want to look up certain things. But start with tutorials when you start learning new things. Then there's this last thing I want to briefly talk about, and it's fairly new, but I hope you already know about it. If not, then you should definitely look into that. That's this awesome book. It's from Feline Hermans, and you should look her up and watch her talks. It's very entertaining, and you learn a lot from her. And this book is it's very scientific, and it's about how the brain works and how you can learn programming. And I just want to show one little example out of that. That's the last thing for today. And then you should, of course, buy this and read this, and it will help you a lot. So it's about how the brain works. And there's one example at the beginning, and it says, like, try to remember those 6 characters in 5 seconds. And it's something like this. And of course, it's for most of us, it should be very hard to remember. And that's because we don't know anything about it. We can't grab it at all. It's the same thing when you start learning programming. You don't know the syntax. You don't know all those signs and why are here brackets and things like that. And you don't understand anything. So when you start learning something, then you should get first familiar with syntax. So what you can do is just purposeful, write a lot of code. Why not do drill and write a lot of functions somewhere, or just with this tutorial thing? That's perfect to get into syntax first. The second example there something like this. This is when you know the syntax. Then it's not that easy, but it's more likely that you can remember this in 5 seconds. You can handle this now in your short-term memory. The syntax now is a long-term memory, and this is in the short-term memory, but it's still hard. And then the next step that you want to reach is this. This means, this is super easy. This means that you not only know the syntax, but you know patterns in there. And if you see it, you immediately know what this is about, and it's super easy, and you don't even have to think about it. That's where you want to go. And if you take that to programming, it's if you're a senior developer, you know in a function what it does. Like you see a function and you already see, this is something with routing. There's a request and a response, and you know what it means. Or you see, this is something iterating over data and changing it. So that might be an exercise for you to go for. Look up what are typical patterns so you can recognize them, so your brain does not have to think about it at all. And then you can think about the hard things that are still left for you. So I highly recommend this for yourself, and maybe this is for your family. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you.
Very interesting. I loved how you had things appearing all over your camera.
Yeah, it was the first time for me with OBS. So I wanted to try this.
It was quite mesmerizing, but you had lots of interesting insights also in the talk. So
I hoped it worked. Yeah. Okay. So
yeah.
Thanks again for having me.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. I think the little robot has a good place to start now.
Absolutely. I think the little robot is very satisfied. It's going to look into a bit of memory management there for like long-term, short-term memory span and where this information has to go. And the little robot is now sharing that information with its friends and planning a party. But the little robot doesn't really know very much about small talk, which obviously you and I, Teresa, we're clearly really great at it. So we were hoping to have something to help the little robot in a friendly way be able to kind of like come up with some sort of phrases or quotes that they could use in conversation. So let's invite Bojan to the stage here. Hi.
Hi. How do you do?
We're well. How are you?
Fine, thanks. It's first time for me to participate in such meeting, and I'm a little bit nervous. But I think that everything will be fine. Thank you.
Everything's going to be great. We're really excited to have you here, and also, congrats on coming and doing this for the first time. That's really amazing. If you want to share your slides now, and we'll bring them onto stage with you. And don't worry, everyone in the audience is really excited to hear your talk and looking forward to it. So just take your time, not more than 10 minutes, but take the time that you need and enjoy it. Okay?
Okay, thank you. So I could start, right? You will see my screen. That's good. So today I would like to build friendly quote API with Django REST framework from scratch. And before we start building this API, I would like to and think that it's important to review how the API and web works. And I would like to say some words about API and Django REST framework. API is a formal way to how computers communicate directly with each other, and Web API allows transfer data over the World Wide Web, and they're structured and in a representational state transfer pattern. This approach separates backend from frontend, and nowadays Django is used more for backend rather than for full monolithic website solution. And Django REST framework is mature, customizable, testable, and well-structured and written in wonderful Python. And those are advantages of direct. So go further and talking about HTTP, I would like to, and it will be interesting to mention about some history. And here I would like to say that in 1960, internet was created. In 1980, a lot of important research institutes and universities used internet to share that data. And the biggest institute was located in CERN. It's a European organization for nuclear research. And in 1989, the scientist of CERN, his name is Tim Berners-Lee, invented HTTP. HTTP is a standard to share documents over the internet, and here describes that every action corresponds to request method. So let's go further and create from scratch our Django REST framework. First, it's necessary to create a project. Then it is necessary to create applications. It will be two applications, one application with model, and the separate one is API application. So when we create a project, there will be added several files, several modules. Each module relates to separate functionality. Make migrations and check that our run server and check that our application works as expected. Let's create application for representing separate functionality. When you create this application, there will be added in different modules as well. And I want to say more about models and views. Models, it's a model for creating database models, and because Django has its own ORM database, and it will be possible to check that the data is existing. And also here will be created views, and every view creates a request response application logic. Also, when we create models, it's necessary to perform migrations to, and here you will find migration folder. Every time you perform migrations, new file will be added to this folder. Okay, and after you create each application, you will need to either add it to settings to project. Here I had added. Also, here we will add a simple model for our API code. And it will consist of 2 characters fields, phrase and answer, with maximum length of those fields. Also need to perform migration of the changes in models. Then you need to install Django REST framework and start a new application. API application is a good idea. It's a good practice to have a separate API application for this. And also add REST framework and this application to install app. Also, after this, you need to add URLs. Each URL is an endpoint, with resources. And you have general one that requires to add the project URL, and more detailed. It will be added to application URLs, and it will be added by a router, a default router, which will create all requests method. Okay, let's create views. Gutierrez Funderburk has several options for views. They could be generics, view sets, mixins, and for this project was chosen model view set. Here we will add, it will, here query set, it will retrieve all objects from a database in Django, and we'll add code serializer. What is serializer? It's options to transfer data for consuming and displaying it at endpoint, and it should be added to API like a separate module. Okay, and here I would add that you could add all fields or fields that you want to add, not all fields to describe. Okay, let's go and test our code API by this endpoint, by this URL. Start run server. Here I see that my run server with Python manage Py run server is started already, and go to our browser. Also, you could use Postman, for instance, or JMeter to test this. But I use the browser as a simple way. And here I already tested once, and I want to show you that I could add new one with a post to create new one with a post method, request method. So here you see that it was created new one with ID, a new ID, and our new new quote, our new quote. So now we have two quotes. Okay, and thank you very much for attention. Here you see the project location. If it will be interesting for you to run and to try to do this by yourself, you could do this. Thank you very much. I was glad to participate in such meeting.
Thank you so much. I can remove your stream there. Yeah, really interesting. Thank you for coming, and thank you for making this project and sharing it with us. That was very interesting run through. I'm going to have a look through that myself, and I think the little robot will be using this to come up with some quotes for Pi.
I think that's not the only thing. I think the little robot is really impressed about what these humans can do on their first try, you know, like their first talk ever at a conference. And the little robot is like, the stakes are really high this time. Yeah. GPT 40 is now needed.
Yeah. It's like, how can I compare with such amazing speakers?
Exactly.
So.
Thank you for coming.
Okay. Thank you, Jessica, Teresa. Have a nice evening and Merry Christmas. Holidays.
Thank you.
Likewise.
Also to you.
Thank you. So for the next talk, we have something that the little robot didn't even know, that there are different ways to do pizza.
Well, the little robot's been getting an idea because it's been learning everything from this conference and from these speakers. And it kind of noticed a lot of folks mentioning pizza, particularly yourself and myself. I'm wondering, what is this pizza thing?
Yeah. Shall we check it out?
I think we should. I think we need to know more.
Yeah. Last talk.
So you want to make pizza at home? Just follow the following instructions. First of all, you need to have some sourdough starter, which I have been having them for a long time. So if you don't have, you can ask your friend who has a sourdough starter, or you just start your own following some instructions online. And then I would need to have some flour. For pizza, making a pizza today, I would just maybe have around to start with, I'll go with maybe half a cup of flour, and then with half a cup of water, and then with a little bit olive oil, and a little bit of salt. Let me stir it and I'll show you what it looks like. So this is the mixture. Obviously it's too watery. So what I would do now is to add flour until it becomes kind of like a dough. So yeah. And then I will show you how it should look like when you're done with adding the flour. Okay, so this is how it should look like. Just like, you know, if you have made bread, it's like a dough ball, normal dough ball. It could be a little bit wet than your normal dough ball for making other bread, but just, yeah, keep it like that. And I don't measure, I just add, you know, flour if it's too wet. If it's too dry, I add water and oil to make it a little bit more wet. So then this one needs to be, you know, put to poof for around a day, so 24 hours. I will cover it with, you can cover it with washcloth, or in my case, I will cover it with a plate. So let it poof a bit, and then tomorrow I will come back and then show you how to make the pizza. Okay, this is the next day. We are about to make the pizza. So now we are prepping the pan. Unfortunately, I don't have a circle pan, so I'll have a square pizza. So it's a cast iron pan with a cast iron handle. So because later we'll put this in the oven. So, oh, by the way, preheat the oven at this stage. So just make it super hot, and yeah, for now. So put olive oil on top of this. So I still have a little bit. I hope that's enough. Yeah, so it's fine. Usually I like putting a lot of olive oil, but I think it's about the end of this bottle, so I'm just gonna leave it like this. Then to help to spread the oil a little bit more evenly, I will use this. So hopefully we'll have enough oil. So after that, the magic of not having your pizza stick to the pan is to put a little bit of corn flour in it. So sprinkle some corn flour. Also, what you can do at this stage is to add some seasoning to the bottom of the pizza to make it more yummy. So I have some black pepper, just a little bit left. Italian herb here. That's quite a lot. It's fine. It's just more flavor, isn't it? Okay, and then we would change to do our pizza. Okay, so this is the pizza dough that, like, remember it was quite small yesterday, so it has been puffed. So now we just try to take it out. So I used the spatula to help me out. Don't worry, we are not going to do the fancy kind of Italian pizza spinning, whatever that is. We're just gonna try to layer it on top of the pan that we have prepared. Okay, so this is the dough. It's fine. It's a bit wet, which is perfect. So okay, we're just gonna let the gravity pull it long and wide and flat for you. Yeah, it's a bit ugly, but that's fine. So when it's kind of pulled through like the right size, at least for one side, I'll try to lay it down. And yeah, it's a bit sticky, but that's fine. Try to spread it out as well. Also, what can help is that, like, for example, if you have a tear or a hole inside the dough, you can just patch it, you know, pull some of the other dough and patch it. It's fine. It doesn't need to be beautiful, and also it doesn't need to be like perfect in size. It just need to more or less cover the whole pan. It doesn't need to be perfect. I still have some gap in it, but that's fine. I'm trying to stretch it a little bit on the pen. This is the scary, messy bit, but afterward it's gonna be easy. This is a bit thick. I'm trying to, try to make it even as possible. And then, okay, so I gotta wash my hand, and then we gotta do the pizza sauce. So we're back. So this is how the layered down pizza dough looks like in our prepared pan. So next thing that I would like to layer some pizza sauce on it. So this pizza sauce is just some passata, and some minced garlic. So this is what it is. So usually I won't be able to use all of these. This is so much, so I would save them for another pizza, or I can save it for making pasta sauce or something like that. So usually I just put the tomato passata in a jar or something, and then put some minced garlic in it, mix them well, and then after I'm done, I could put this back in the fridge, so I can lay that from edge to edge. We are not having a crust in this pizza, so for people who don't like pizza crust, this is good news. So we don't have a pizza crust for our pizza. Right, so it's more like a deep pan pizza if you ask me. So yeah, maybe the Italians won't be happy. This is really a traditional pizza. So after this, I would like to put some Parmesan on it. I'm using the already grated Parmesan from the shop because I'm lazy, but you can grate your own Parmesan. It's exactly fine. So just put some on top, because no one will be complaining too much cheese, so just put some on top. And for the toppings, pizza toppings, I have some mozzarella cheese. I have some basil. Usually I will have more beautiful basil, but now it's winter, so the basil I have outside has died. This was left, and then I may have some new ones soon. So also we have olives, optional, because we just have olives at home, so we just could add that in. So I gotta layer the toppings randomly. So yeah, that's actually, you can put anything you like. I've put ham in it before, but that's not for vegetarian. If you're vegetarian, you can put cheese, olives, all this stuff. So this pizza is not vegan friendly, obviously, because we have a lot of cheese. But if you are vegan, then just replace it with vegan cheese. Then that would be your vegan pizza. So after we put the toppings, what we can do is to start to heat up the pan before we pop that in the oven. So what I'm going to do is to now, it will be quite loud, so I'm not going to film the whole process, but I gotta heat up the pan, and then for around let's say half an hour, then I will pop the whole thing in the oven with a higher setting, put it closer to the grill on top, and then it will just grill the top for another, you just have to eyeball it at this time. If you see that the cheese is melted and that stuff, then it's good. So yeah, I would show you what's the finished product at the end. Okay, so you can see it's still piping hot, so I'm not going to do anything with it for a moment. I'll just let it kind of cool down a little bit, and then so if you have properly prepped the pan, it should be fairly easy to just pull it out and put it on a plate to cut it. But yeah, so this is basically how you can make a pizza almost fail-proof way, and it's super easy. You see that I don't measure anything. I just do it, eyeball it a lot of times. So just practice, and then you would kind of have a feeling of how to make pizza very easily at home when you crave for pizza. So that's it from me. So see you next time. Bye.
We can leave that there for a bit, right?
Yeah. I'm feeling rather peckish now, I will say.
Anybody ordering the evening pizza or baking it?
Wondering where Truck is and if she wants to come over to Berlin and do a in-person cooking class. Looks amazing. would be good. Yeah, so Little Robot, really enjoyed the conference. Thank you all speakers for helping Little Robot learn all of these wonderful things about humans, and they're going to have a party later with all their friends that they've got online and make them pizza and teach them all of the wonderful things that they've learned. And hopefully you're going to do something similar. But before you go, I'm not sure what's happening here. Before you go, I think Teresa has just logged herself off. Before you go, we still have a couple of things left before we end out the day. So the first thing is we want to give a big thank out to all of our sponsors again. So we wouldn't have been possible to be able to like run all of the platforms that we have, also to semi-arrange a lot of things for meeting in a hybrid setting and then unfortunately not be able to do them. But we really appreciate all of the sponsors who came through to support this event. Just want to put that on the screen again, but as a background. So yeah, thank you to all of the sponsors for supporting us with this event and supporting the PyLadies community. As we mentioned at the start, all of the donations collected from the ticket sales and all of the money left over from the funding is going to go into PyLadies Germany so that we can run more events. We actually started this year to run more collaborative events with the 4 chapters, which I think has been amazing. And I hope that we're going to continue, or I know that we're going to continue doing this. So watch this space. And I think we are just waiting for the raffle organizer to join us to be able to raffle off the 2 Fast API books. So it's very exciting. The book looks fantastic. Have you worked much with Fast API, Teresa?
Can you hear me? I think they're Fluent Python,
yes.
The books.
Oh,
I think the books are Fluent Python. It's late.
Well, there you go.
Not enough pizza has been consumed today. Yeah.
Definitely not enough pizza. So I don't know. Have you used Fast API? Who cares? Because the book's for Fluent Python. So there we go.
So yeah, let's see. Where is we are waiting.
Hopefully we've not got another hour missing out of the schedule.
Is the robot happy now? Can they become a human?
I think the robot can become a human. And the truth is, I was the robot all along.
So, okay. I was just worried about the digestion system of the robot, if they can really ingest pizza, which is the most important part of today.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. If you can't ingest it, did you truly enjoy it? I guess is the question. So yeah, thank you again, everyone, for attending and taking part and joining us and joining all of the rest of the organizers. Thank you also for all of the people that were involved in organizing. It was a lot, folks, which was really great. We showed some of their pictures at the start in the opening slides, but there was a few more people also helping behind the scenes. So thank you, Paloma. Thank you, Laisha. Thank you, Laura. Thank you, Felix. Thank you, Maren. Thank you, Mariana. Thank you, Teresa. I think I'm hopefully not forgetting anyone, but also thank you to Alexander for helping us with the invoicing and putting everything together, for the folks at Python Pizza who helped us get connected with the Discord, setting up the Twitter. It's really been a group effort and a community effort. And I think that's the great thing about these kind of events. So if this was the first one you attended, I highly recommend you to look out for the future up-and-coming Python pizzas that are going to be going on. I think the next one is in Cuba, if I'm not mistaken, but is also online.
Yeah.
And maybe now we will. Sorry, go ahead.
So basically, as usual, of course, as usual, after Python
Something
pizza.
is wrong with the audio. I don't know from who is coming this noise. Is it from me, maybe? I think it's from you, Teresa.
You turned into the little robot, so maybe we'll invite Leisha on.
Yeah, I will say later.
No, you're better now, actually.
Yeah, I was just wanting to say that before, like after Python pizza is just before Python pizza. So just as this conference is over doesn't mean that the next one is not around the corner. So that is the one in Cuba in January 15. So if you're Spanish speaking, check it out. I'm not sure if it is remote or in person, but definitely worth a look.
I'm going to check it out. My Spanish is, yo hablo un poco español. Dreadful.
There you go.
As you can see, everyone backstage is laughing. So let's move on to the raffle.
Okay, so good evening, everyone. Pyleris Munich would like to raffle today 2 books from Luciano Ramalho. Many thanks to Luciano Ramalho for doing this partnership with us and allowing us to also include him in this project. We're going to be raffling 2 books, and as I shared during the days this form, I think everyone had the time to participate and so on. Right now, I just want to go over some tips. If you win the book and you are not located in Germany, we will do our best to send you the book. But keep it in mind that we also need to check logistically how is that possible. But we can arrange with you after the raffle is done. And if you wrote your name in the form, I hope you wrote a way to contact you, either by email or by phone. But if somehow your name is ruffled and you are the lucky one and we cannot contact you, please contact me somehow via Twitter or the meetup page from Pyleris Munich, and we will try to make the best to that the book gets in your hand. So going for the raffle, I will share my screen here. So you can see here we had a lot of people, around 16 people that are participating, and I put all the names here. And disconsider the first one here because I will run with you to see who is going to be the winner. Okay, so let's go there. So I'll clean up here first, and so I'll hit the button, run. So Fanny Sanchez has won the first book, and Ellen Alfaro has won the second book. Big applause for the winners. I will find a way to contact you and give you the book. Also, this is coming from the Pyleris Munich community for all of you. So I know that one of the person is located in Munich, so I'm really happy about it. Yes, that's it. Thanks a lot for allowing us to participate in the event. And yeah, lucky ones. I will invite Jessica again. So Jessica, yeah. Ooh.
Yeah,
you didn't go to the Pyleris Berlin.
Sorry, say again?
It didn't go to Pyleris Berlin.
No. I'll have to find a different copy of the book to borrow from someone and have a read.
And just for your information,
I have the book if you want it.
Okay. The little robot is with us.
For your information, next year, the Fluent in Python is being released the 2nd edition. And for the people who actually want this book and who will take the time to learn, Luciano Romaglio said that he will send the second copy, so you can continue going deeper in the Python knowledge. And some things change. As you know, Async.io is always changing every year, but some things stay the same.
Fantastic.
So yeah, that's it from my side, and I wish you all good evening and great event. Bye, everyone.
Bye. Thank you so much for organizing the raffle. It was really great. Congrats to Helen and Fanny for winning copies of the book. And that's really cool that Luciano said that he's open to sending them the updated version once it comes out. So really excellent. Thank you all again for attending. And for all of our speakers for presenting such wonderful talks. The quality of the talks was outstanding, I have to say.
Yeah, and see you next year. Next year we're going to predict or predict. No, no.
Sorry. See you next year. And we look forward to it. And hopefully Teresa will have found her voice again by then. If not, Little Robot will be presenting. Thank you, everyone. And with that, we're going to close the broadcast and wish you all a great evening.